Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had skill thefting Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was walking down the school looking all dejected as always. He stared at the gate of UA, his dream school, but only now didn't it feel like he was living the dream of his childhood dream. He made it into UA. Quirkless. That's something to be proud of in a school filled with incredibly powerful and heroic quirks. The rest of the students got in using these powerful, flashy quirks, yet he tried it with nothing but raw strength and a certain type of desperation to prove to himself that he could be a hero, to prove All Might wrong after that fateful day with the sludge villain. And he did. He made it into the top hero school in Japan, landing him a seat in Class 1A. But his class didn't share the same excitement as he was, especially Kaken. Hearing his classmates say he'd only get others killed without a quirk, and that he was better off dropping out. That hurt. Those words cut deeper than any knife he had ever brought to his skin, with such proof sitting in small white and purple scars littering his arms, ribs, and thighs. They dug in and in until he was hissing with the pain of feeling inferior to everyone, which, in a sense, he was. He was the only prey in a school full of predators. At the very bottom of the food chain of every quirked student and teacher in the school. To everyone, he was nothing. He never asked for this. Never wanted it, but here he was. Quirkless, and alone. He looked to the front and saw everyone in his class gathering and talking at their desk with each other or to their respective group. And as for Izuku, he was sitting alone at his desk, looking all invisible. Looking at the front, he saw his sister talking with the majority of the group consisting of Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Shoto, Yaoyorozu, and Mina. It was always like this with the class. Everyone looked over to his sister who's the prodigy and talented pair, while Izuku is the one who's born without a strength. She's the winner and he's the loser. Whether it's during class sessions, training exercises, or even during social gatherings, Izuku's somehow always falling behind compared to his sister. Even at home, their parents tend to compare the two of them at all times. Inko and Hisashi who view Izumi as their golden child and he was treated less than a nobody is simply atrocious. While sitting at his desk someone came behind him and slammed his head to his desk. Look what we have here. A quirkless scrub. Bakugo stares at him with a crazed grin on his face before throwing a punch to his cheek. Why are you bothering to sit anyway? Can't you just drop out and die in a ditch or something? Izuku fell on the floor feeling the bruise on his cheek. It's always been like this over and over again. Bakugo came for no apparent reason and beat him just for fun, and even if he tried to fight back, he would have beaten him much harder than before. Come on Bakubro, don't be too hard on him. We know that he couldn't help himself for being weak. Kirishima laughed. Ah look, he's gonna cry. Kaminari sneered. The door opened with Aizawa-sensei entering and Bakugo and the rest took their respective seat but not before Bakugo threw a glare for one last time and took his seat. It's always been like this from the beginning. Aizawa-sensei came and everyone took their seat but he didn't intervene at all. He knew that his teacher knew about the beating he got from his students, and all he did was just sit in silence not interfering at all. He knew his homeroom teacher was only looking out for him. Aizawa-sensei was the only one who didn't give him pitted looks, treating him like everyone else, though only having one teacher on his side meant nothing. Everyone seems to be against him for some reason, for the fact that he still attends school every day is like spitting on their feet. It's been going like this for some time, his class conspiring to get rid of him from class, telling him to drop out whether it's by demeaning words or even going so far as physical. The teacher just turned a blind eye and didn't even see what happened or pretended not to know what happened to him despite the clear evidence of him having bruises all over his body. A knock came over to the door revealing to be All Might with his towering figure and his golden blonde hair with his white smile. He eyed the room for one moment before looking for the person he was looking for. Ah, sorry Aizawa, but I need to borrow young Izumi for a moment. All Might call out. Okay, Izumi you're excused, Aizawa informs. Izumi nods before she gets up and excuses herself from the class. Izuku stared at the closed door looking all dejected knowing that she was being called out by All Might himself. It's been going on like this for some time. All Might tend to call Izumi for no apparent reason during class or lunch hour or sometimes during after school. He didn't know why but it's been weird for him. But above all else, it just proves how Izumi is always the better one compared to him. She was born with a quirk and had the love of her parent, many friends to support her, and even the support of All Might for no apparent reason. She's the winner in this story. The class was over and everyone got up and headed to have lunch at the cafeteria. And once again, Izuku is left alone. Izuku tried to get up and headed to the cafeteria as well only to find himself to get electrocuted by Kaminari. Wake up, Deku. Stop slacking around. Kaminari sneered. He looked to his front and saw Bakugo, Kaminari, and Kirishima standing in front of his desk. And Aizawa-sensei is nowhere to be found. Deku, you BSTRD, for how long are you gonna be acting all smart? Bakugo repeatedly slapped his face over and over again, with his palm packed with his quirk. I told you to drop out or transfer out of here if you want to live? I am sorry. Izuku slurred. Do you think I'm stupid or something? He continued to kick his abdomen over and over again as Izuku groaned in pain. Guess I need to remind you to never look down on me. Bakugo grabbed a hold of Izuku's index finger and snapped it, causing the boy to scream out loud in pain. Ahuragaf. Izuku held to his broken finger in pain, unable to get the feeling of it. Will you quit whining? You're not gonna die from one broken finger, you fuckwit. Bakugo then finished things off by kicking his abdomen to the wall and slamming his back against it. Izuku lies with his back against the wall as he lies to it while looking at the three of them with scorn and smirking expression. Get it through your thick skull, Deku, strength is all that matters in this world. They all chuckled before leaving the room, leaving a battered Izuku on the ground. He was still awake, although he couldn't move from the agonizing pain he was feeling right now. His body is covered in bruises from both Bakugo and Kirishima's punch, and his hand is still running from electric marks of Kaminari electricity. Just for how much longer does this have to go on? Izuku forced himself to get up despite the pain coursing through his body. He tried to get up and headed to the cafeteria despite his injury. On the way out, he ran into Aizawa-sensei, who sighed and walked away into the classroom. Tears streamed down his cheek as he was laughed at and ridiculed along the way. Pain and agony glints into his eyes, and yet no one cared or bothered to lend a helping hand. It was agony. Even when he was sitting in the cafeteria alone away from everyone, people kept throwing insults at him and even going far by messing with his food. At the end of the day, everyone headed to the dorm while planning to hang out with their group, leaving Izuku alone uninvited as always. No one seems to care or show concern. It's been going on like this over and over, and no one seems to care for his well-being. Even when he heads to the dorm, things continue to go on even worse because there's no teacher to supervise their dorm, making it to be like his prison or something. It continues no matter what. Every day. Non-stop. He's starting to lose hope by the day. Chapter text. Izuku has begun to enjoy the life he's feeling right now, despite it being filled with pain and misery all the way. Truth be told, he started to accept the fact that this is his definition of normal up to this point. One where he continued to endure all the hardship that was given to him. He was growing tired of all of this, living with the same routine where he would get the end of the stick and receive all the beatdown for his mere existence alone. He wanted to escape from it, but he didn't know how. No matter where he goes, it's just the same thing over and over again for him, one where he would receive the backlash of everything handed to him. He was sitting at his desk when Aizawa-sensei entered, not minding who he came, with a battered look on his face and all over him. He just didn't care. Okay everyone, we're gonna do some physical training exercises for today. Head to the locker room and change into your gym clothes, he told the rest of the class as they got up from their desk. As soon as Aizawa-sensei announces it, Izuku's face turns sour, knowing it's his least favorite subject of his. He hated to go to the changing room because everyone could see his scar all over his body. Izuku took off his shirt, showing the bruises and scars all over his body from the front or the back. Even the scars from Bakugo's quirk from yesterday are still fresh on his body with purple bruises on it. His ribs are still in pain and Recovery Girl refuses to heal him any longer. Izuku quickly got dressed and made his leave from the changing room before anyone could mess with him, and headed to the training room. He saw Aizawa-sensei already standing there with Ectoplasm-sensei, and he decided to stick close to him as a protection. Soon everyone was coming, all dressed in their gym uniform, and All Might also came around 5 minutes later. He was the teacher for this lesson. Alright everyone, today we're gonna have a sparring session. Everyone forms a group of 2 people and tries to defeat Ectoplasm Clone. All Might announced to the rest of the class. Soon everyone partnered up except for Izumi, who decided to go alone under the instruction of All Might. With everyone already partnered up, that leaves Izuku with Bakugo, much to his disagreement, knowing how the blonde tends to recklessly throw his explosion around him. Everyone takes turns with their group and is able to take down Ectoplasm Clone on their own. Right now, the class is watching the fight between Izumi and Ectoplasm Clone. Izumi leaps up from the ground after avoiding Ectoplasm attack as she moves from one point of a spot to another while leaping forward. She then spun right in the air before extending her arm ready to throw a punch. Smash! The ground shakes from her punch, and Ectoplasm Clone also gets blown away from the shockwave alone, causing it to disperse and defeat it. Wow, that's a new record! And she defeats Ectoplasm Sensei in one go. Way to go, Izumi! Izuku, who's on the sideline, watches how his sister can beat the clone with a single punch like that. She did it by herself and still finished faster than everyone, except for Todoroki with 8 seconds different. It's always been like this before. Izumi is always the strong one. Always the main character even in his life. Izuku looks in wonder, knowing how strong his sister is. Compared to him, he's nothing. Izumi walks to the sideline, allowing the other group to take their turn. Izuku decides to come and congratulate her. Hey, see, congratulation Izumi. Izuku meekly replied. Izumi turned around to face him and nodded at his words. Unlike everyone, Izumi seems neutral in their class, with Izuku being her brother. She didn't hate or detest him like his class, but she didn't intervene in their plot. Alright, the next pair is gonna be Midoriya and Bakugo. Step forward. Aizawa announced to the group. Bakugo gets up from the floor before glaring at the green-haired boy. Don't get in my way, Deku. Just stay on the sideline and die, why don't you? Oh, okay, Kaken. Izuku meekly responds. Soon the match starts and Bakugo starts the match by throwing an explosive punch toward Ectoplasm Clone, but the clone is able to avoid getting hit by it. Bakugo, who saw it, continued to recklessly throw explosions over and over in his opponent's direction, but none of them hit. Izuku stood on the sideline trying to find some opening for him to enter the fight, but Bakugo's explosion was just too erratic for him to enter. Bakugo starts to get annoyed seeing how he wasn't able to land a hit on his opponent. He kept throwing one attack after another and none of them hit whatsoever. And Deku had the nerve to stand on the sideline doing nothing. Feeling frustrated, Bakugo grabbed a hold of Deku and threw him in Ectoplasm's direction. Go and make yourself useful, why don't you? Bakugo throws Izuku packed with explosion, causing Ectoplasm to look in shock as he gets slammed by it. Bakugo took this chance to propel himself forward and throw a powerful explosion in its way, causing the clone to disperse right away. Bakugo and Midoriya passed. All Might announced. Everyone soon came to congratulate Bakugo's victory on how he managed to defeat Ectoplasm in almost less than 2 minutes, with most of them taking around 4 to 5 minutes to do so. But whilst everyone came to congratulate the blonde on his victory, Izuku lies on the ground with burn marks on his back from the explosion caused by Bakugo. It was clear that Bakugo didn't control the explosion to make sure that it didn't harm him, but then again, Bakugo never seemed to be able to control his explosion around him. It was always full force with him. All he did was just stand there and let himself get thrown out. And he let him do it. It was at the end of the school on a rooftop as Bakugo continued with his daily activities of beating Izuku as always. This time he did it all by himself without Kirishima or Kaminari, as he had some score to settle. Izuku slumped against the side of the building, smoke flowing from his body as burn and scorch marks covered his body and uniform. The only thing to relieve his pain was the cold rain falling onto the burns. There was no one else with Bakugo this time. It was just him. UFING nerd. Bakugo throws an explosion over to his abdomen, causing his shirt to get singed from the blast. Bakugo is livid right now. The sparring session just now is supposed to be his way to showcase his strength and show those extras of what Katsuki Bakugo is made of. But it turns out to be a disaster. While All Might graded him with an outstanding A on the mark, Hobo-sensei weren't impressed at all by him for throwing Deku into the ground for distraction. He gets an F on his mark. With All Might giving him an A, he still comes short in passing the grade with a C, but Bakugo is more than livid seeing the letter F on his record. He had never scored anything below an A before UA. He had always had the best grades, and always been near perfect. But even here it had never been this bad. The second lowest grade in this exercise was a D. Because of you. Because of you, I failed the exercise, you F nerd. Bakugo's fist slammed into Izuku's left cheek, causing it to bleed. He stomps his feet over and over into his head, venting his frustration and anger into his feet where Izuku is right now. Bakugo screamed again and slammed Izuku's shoulders flat into the ground. His hands let off miniature explosions and Izuku felt his flesh sear painfully. There were tears on his face and Bakugo was still yelling, but all Izuku could hear was a pitch ringing because of his proximity to the blasts. Bakugo looked like a wild animal raging above him, and distantly Izuku found it almost funny. He was about to die and he wanted to laugh. Blasts continued to explode and burn Izuku's skin and it hurt, but Izuku felt almost serene. Was it shock? Izuku could still hear his heartbeat. His body and mind seemed to have disconnected from each other because his hand was still GRPNG madly around, looking for an option. His lungs still forced air through him, trying to keep up with the adrenaline in his system. Part of him was fighting to stay alive all the same. His hand found it, the same moment Bakugo reared back his hand to deliver the finishing blow. God damn it. Why won't you FING listen? You're nothing but a worthless FING whelp. Stop trying to get in my way. Bakugo stops with his rants to see the boy below his feet is just sitting unresponsive to his insult. TCH, whatever. What's the point in trying to get it through your dense skull? Go and die, why don't you? Bakugo began walking and took off. Whilst on the rooftop, Izuku finds himself inches away before losing consciousness. He could feel his entire body go sore from the pain and tried to force himself to get up. Get up. Come on, get up. Izuku tried talking to himself, but he simply couldn't. He couldn't find the point in trying to get up. He couldn't find the point in doing anything at all. Every day for 10 years. The same cycle over and over. Nothing ever changed before, so why would it now? How exactly would he miraculously become capable of being any kind of hero? Eeeerrr. A noise sprung to life above the teen. As Izuku looked up, he could see an air conditioning unit mounted on the side of the building. It was old and rusted, clearly on its last limb. As the heavy winds continued, the rattling of the unit increased. The nails and bolts holding it to the wall loosened by the second. It was directly over Izuku's head as he lay there on the concrete. If Izuku didn't move, it would fall right on top of him and surely kill him. There was just one issue. Izuku didn't care. It was strange, yet scary to realize. Izuku gazed at the mounted hunk of metal with no emotion. He did his best to feel scared of it or want to move. But, he just couldn't. He couldn't bring himself to move out of its way. It would kill him. And he was okay with that. Errr. The air conditioning unit creaked and snapped from its mount, and began its descent to the ground. Izuku closed his eyes and waited for the impact. Crash. Izuku felt someone pulling him to the side as he heard the noise but felt nothing. The dulling pain of his wounds remained. Izuku opened his eyes and looked down to his right. The metal box was a crumpled mess next to him, mere inches from his body. It missed. He felt someone grab his collar shirt from behind, and he wondered who it could be and why someone would come to rescue him. Are you okay, young man? A hand extended to him, but Izuku couldn't see clearly who it was. It was definitely a man. His face was entirely made up of scar tissue, extending from above his upper lip and covering his entire head and the back of his neck. He had no visible nose, ears, hair, or eyes. Almost like something you would see in a horror movie. It must be hard to call for help despite being in a school full of pro heroes, right? But fear not, boy, he smiles, extending his hand to him before finishing his words. For I am here. Beep beep beep. A small teenager woke up on a bed, extremely agitated. He couldn't open his eyes yet. He felt strange, he felt something inside of him, something metal. The sensation started in his nose and ended in his chest, where his lungs are. He opened his eyes, he saw himself in a bed with a bunch of cables sticking out of him, he saw a monitor that displayed his vitals. Where am I? Is this a hospital? He then looked to his arms and saw a cast wrapped around it, knowing it was from the burn marks of Bakugo's explosion. In his mouth? There's also a tube that connects to an oxygen tank to help him breathe. Is that a tank? Where am I? He then began to remember about the events just now. He was having a training exercise, and got paired with Kaken. Kaken dragged him on a rooftop, the beatdown, and finally the air conditioner unit, but he also remembers a figure coming to help him. A man came to help him. Soon the door is opened, revealing a well-built man in a suit. He's also to be wearing some kind of industrial mask to cover his face. So you finally woke up, young man, the man greets over to Izuku. Izuku got up and saw the man standing in front of his bed. Despite his face being covered in a mask, he could somehow tell that he was smiling under it. You're hurt pretty bad there. It's a surprise to see such a beaten face from the prestige student of UA. How did you know I was from UA? Your shirt says so. I recognized those uniforms everywhere. He points to his gym clothes hanging in the drawer. Izuku holds his chest that's wrapped in bandages as he comes to check on everything around him, trying to get a better look. Where am I? What is this place? Izuku slowly gets up while still in his bed before he groans from the pain. A place that's hidden. Away from the society, he answered. You were inches away from death, young man. Even before you got crushed by that air conditioner unit. And I saw you there. And I decided to pull you out before it's too late. Izuku looks down, not knowing whether to thank him or not, since he was already with his piece at the time. Thanks. My kindness isn't something that's free, young man. One day you will need to pay for it. Izuku, however, feels grateful that someone is looking out for him, but wonders why he came to save him in the first place. Why did you save me back then? Would it be better if I left you to die instead? Perhaps. Izuku mumbled. I'd come to save you. Merely on pure interest. He then showed something in his hand, something that looked like a notebook. It was his analysis notebook. Where did you get that? It fell out from the sky while I was walking around the area. It's an impressive analysis. Such a shame that it comes from you, Izuku Midoriya. How do you know me? Why, I'm pretty certain. Everyone knows your name. The quirkless child of UA. Coming into UA with nothing but pure will and determination, planning to prove everyone's wrong by taking the lead of your dream, only to find that it's not as easy as everyone talking about. That it's not as easy as you dream of. I see as a boy who is still dreaming. A boy who had everything to look forward to in life. But instead, he was neglected and abused beyond recognition. Your body scarred. Your mind trapped within itself. Born quirkless that even your parents and friends abandoned you, he chuckled as he's speaking. Shut up. Why did you even fathom the thought of your worthless dream? Shut up. Even you know that even with your quirkless training, it won't be enough. You'll be even more of a laughingstock than ever. You'll be forgotten. Be quiet. And you will stay in the shadow of your friends. Who will be everything you wanted. A hero. Having a loving family who supports every choice they make. Friends to fight along with. Meet new people. Make more friends. And possibly have a family. While you just sit there and rot. Like what you just did now if it weren't for me. Shut up? Shut your mouth? Izuku rolled back in shock. This is the first time he ever cursed out. The very first time he ever retaliated against someone that he didn't know. And how will this story end? Like how all quirkless end. Forgotten. Looked over. Ignored. Cast off like something you just throw away. Like a speck. Or a piece of dust or lint. Nothing worth crying over at all. But that's not how you want it to end. I can see it. Nothing is ever worth. Nothing. Not even a quirkless. They are all valued at something. The world is afraid of change. They see how heroes are in this heroic society. Fake. Like them. But you had ambitions that even All Might himself didn't have. You tried to be a hero. Trying your best to accomplish your dream. But you realize that without power, everything is for naught. Get it through your thick skull, Deku, strength is all that matters in this world. You wanted to pay them back, don't you? To those who wronged you. Those who have forgotten about your existence. Those who neglected and abused you. They who inflicted those wounds, you wanted to make them suffer, don't you? Izuku looks back at the mirror, seeing his reflection. Flashes of images run through his mind. All Might, his mother, Aizawa, his class, Izumi, Bakugo. Shattered. Cracked. Broken. That is what remains inside of you. All from one dream. That let you go through a lifetime of pain. Is that correct? And he looks down now. Izuku just couldn't stand it. He was right. But that's not what everyone sees. I see a boy with great potential. A boy who becomes the one thing the heroes will shiver hearing about. The one heroes will be scared to face. I can turn you into someone that you won't recognize, the weak boy you once were. Someone who's never feeling helpless. Feeling his hand on his shoulder, it was comforting, accepting, somehow feeling like he was safe. Why me? Why did you choose to take me under you? Izuku asked, feeling skeptical about all of this. Because I value your talent, young man. A talent that the heroes didn't appreciate or acknowledge. A talent that I appreciate. People out there will never accept you. They only see quirks, and you know that your family and friends in school are the examples. But here we don't. I don't. I value talent more than anything, that is why I need you. They had their chance of letting you help them and didn't appreciate it. I can give you something that those people have never given you in the last 15 years of your life. A place called a home. Izuku's eyes widen at his words just now, and I can assure you that you will always have a place in here. With me and everyone else that bears the same misery such as yours. Izuku's eyes began to water, not because of sadness but because someone believed in him. That someone came to his side and held his shoulder and told him that he was not worthless. Everyone kept trying to deprive him of his dream, and everyone told him that he was not cut out to be a hero. But who says that they also deserve to be one in the first place? Join me, Midoriya. And I can give you the power to make those who wronged you suffer for their life. All I'm asking is nothing but your devotion to me and my league. Holding out his hand, Izuku saw him like a light. Like a savior, he was giving him this chance. This chance to prove to them that the world was the one who made him this way, and that's what they'll get. Answer me this. Just who are you? The man smiles before answering his question. I am the symbol of evil. All for one. Looking unfazed, Izuku grabs the hand and grips it like he is being held over a large cliff that descends into nothing but darkness. But this man, this kind man, was the one who emits the light that he so longed for. I will join. I'll join the league, all for one, which makes the man smirk even more now. A wise choice. All for one responded. All of a sudden, Izuku felt a surge of power run through his body as he felt overwhelmed by the feeling alone. Stumbling briefly to the ground, Izuku stood back to his feet while smiling and looking at his hands. He knew at that moment he had made the right decision. The next day in UA, everyone came into the school in the morning getting ready to continue their daily life as a student. Everyone is running into the hallway getting ready to head to the class, and the sound of the bell vibrates their eardrum. The hands on the clock show the time. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, the time for morning homeroom to start. The classmates who were chatting everywhere hustled to their own seats. In the middle of chaos, they noticed one seat was empty located behind Bakugo, one that belonged to Izuku Midoriya. Zero, who was sitting next to Izuku, wonders and decides to ask the resident blonde, "Dude, do you know where Deku is?" "Like I gave a sheet," Bakugo scoffs. "I dunno, man. I know that you took him after the exercise had ended. I figured maybe you know about it." Zero replied. Bakugo then remembers his latest outburst with Deku on the rooftop yesterday, all because he failed at his exercise because of shitty Deku's fault. He guessed that Deku was still on the rooftop or something. Maybe he took a jump off the rooftop or something. He's probably dash. As soon as he opens his mouth, the door is opened revealing to be Aizawa-sensei starting the homeroom holding the attendance booklet. "Alright everyone, take a seat. We'll start with a roll call," Aizawa announced as he listed all his student names. After Bakugo's name is called out, Aizawa continues with the list. "Midoriya?" He looked to his front and saw the seat was empty behind Bakugo. There's no sign of the green-haired kid anywhere. "Has anyone seen Midoriya this morning?" Aizawa asked the class. He was annoyed, to say the least. Not a single student was listening to him at all or was even pretending to care when he mentioned Midoriya suddenly going missing. "No sir, none of us have. I noticed Midoriya was not present before you arrived and took it upon myself to ask the class if they had seen him." "Yeah. We've all received nothing but radio silence from him. It's weird. He's usually such a people pleaser. Who cares? He's weak, and him leaving early isn't doing him any favors. Maybe he's finally quit? Oh, now that would be a miracle." Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, frustrated out of his mind. Though, he did note that a certain explosive blonde was uncharacteristically silent. "Izumi, do you know where your brother went to?" Aizawa looked to his sister, hoping for some answer. Izumi shakes her head off, and no, he didn't come with me this morning. Now that I remember, I didn't see his room turned on. This has started to raise some questions, knowing that his student might be possibly missing and didn't come home. Aizawa is about to skip the roll call and inform the principal regarding the matter. Here. At the front left side of the classroom, a familiar voice sounded. "Midoriya?" Standing at the front, Izuku walks in with the door slightly open from where he enters. "You're late, Midoriya," Aizawa replied. "I'm sorry. I have a little bit of an accident on the way here." "You're okay?" "Yeah. I'm okay," Izuku replied shortly. Seeing it, Aizawa dismissed him to start with the class. "Alright, grab your seat. We'll start with homeroom right away." Izuku gave a quick bow before walking to his seat with a light footstep. He makes his way into his seat as Bakugo looks at him with his brow furrows in shock seeing him here, thinking that he might be still at the rooftop all bleeding out and covered in bruises. But what wonders him is that his bruises from yesterday are somehow gone and his footsteps aren't as sluggish as always. Caught off guard, Bakugo was unaware that Deku had taken a step towards him when he heard Deku say in a slightly softer voice, "What's wrong, Bakugo? You look a little peaked." "Mind your own business, Deku," Bakugo said in a short clipped tone. After the roll call ended, Aizawa started the class as usual with the whole class all together. Finally, after the class was over, everyone got up and conversed with each group except Izuku, who always sat at his desk by himself. Izumi looked from her desk wondering what happened to her brother that he didn't come home yesterday. She remembers seeing the room is dark through the gap under the door and the fact he came in late makes her wonder what happened. Izumi got up from her seat and went over to her brother's seat as she saw him sleeping on the table. "Hey, you awake?" He lifts his head and faces her. "Yeah. Where were you yesterday? You didn't come to the dorm?" Izuku sighed before fixing his posture. "In my room. The lights were turned off and I didn't change the light bulb just yet." She looked at his reason and it made sense to her so she let it go. "Okay. Just tell me or something would you? I thought you were running away or something." "Why would I run away?" Izuku smiles. She looked at him smiling as he just uttered those words, feeling disturbed for some reason. Now that she take a look at her brother, something feels different somehow. Normally he would have been scared and timid, but right now he shows no signs of fear anywhere. He's still acting timid for sure but something feels off. "Are you okay?" Izumi questions. Izuku looked down at his hand before closing it. "I am." Izumi seemed uncertain by his answer but decided not to press any longer. The door is open with ectoplasm in the room and everyone headed back to their seats. Soon the class resumed and Ectoplasm decided to hold a pop quiz, much to the dismay of the class, seeing how none of the students was pretty much prepared for it, other than the exception of Yaoyorozu and Ida, who were the honor students. Everyone place your phone on your bag. I don't want to see any phone anywhere on the table. Ectoplasm warned for any signs of cheating. The test took about an hour as the class was trying to solve the problem, but judging by their reaction and expression, most of them were having a hard time with it. Soon 1 hour had passed and Ectoplasm came to collect each of the test results and grade it at the spot. It took him almost less than 10 minutes to grade everyone's paper with the help of his quirk. Alright, I'm going to announce the test results for the math exam. It is displayed on the blackboard so that you can see it in detail at hand. The screen switches and the test results are projected on the board. Many of the students didn't look at the other numbers, so they went to check their scores first. It's an easy guess to see that Kaminari, Mina, Sato, and Kirishima scored below 50 points. Most of the class scored between 50 to 70 points, which is the passing grade, and they were more than glad that they weren't failing on the exam. Yaoyorozu and Ida were easily the top contenders for the exam, along with Izumi, who each scored 92, 89. Bakugo came in short with only 84 points for the exam. The class was full of joy, but slowly everyone could see that it gradually turned into a buzz as people were whispering with each other. Of course, there was no need to know what the noise was about. Ectoplasm Sensei and the people who noticed the fact all looked at a certain person. If they took a look at a name engraved above the 92 points from Yaoyorozu on the math test, it would be impossible. A perfect score? Are you serious? Right above Yaoyorozu's name, Izuku Midoriya took first place in class with a perfect. No matter how they take a look, there were no students in the class who scored more than 90 points except Yaoyorozu, and yet Midoriya took the score above her. I have to say that it's an amazing accomplishment, Midoriya. It seems you were paying attention during the last exam. Ectoplasm congratulated him, clapping his hand, but none of the class shared the same excitement as the teacher. Izuku knows that scoring high on the exam would only put a bullseye target at his back, but right now he doesn't care for something so trivial as a popularity contest. The risk of getting a perfect score was high, but he didn't dare to cut corners. It was inevitable that his attention would be drawn throughout the school and the class, but he was done in holding back in anything. Whether it's by intelligence, social skills, or even physical confrontation. He's no longer the same quirkless kid that everyone remembers from before. He has power right now, power to defend himself and hurt those who try to hurt him. He's done taking chances. There were no students who could talk to him because they were in class, but after class it was different. At the same time as Ectoplasm Sensei ended the class to move on to the next class, all eyes were on the boy who sat behind Bakugo. Once the door is closed from the outside, all hell starts to break loose. Deku, you son of a bitch! How dare you looking down on me? Bakugo came and exploded his desk with a loud boom. But to the ashen blonde kid surprised, the boy sitting behind him doesn't seem to be fazed by his attempt at all. Normally he would yelp in surprise and fall down the chair, but he's stuck in his seat sitting calmly. What do you mean, Bakugo? Izuku asked over. You dare to act all smart? I dash. Wait. What the F, did you just call me? He could see Deku stayed calm in his seat at this. Bakugo? He's never called me by my surname. What the hell is he doing? Hey Deku, answer me. Why did you dash? Just shut up, won't you? Your voice hurts my ear right now. As soon as he said those words, everyone could almost listen to the sound of a moving hour hand on the clock hanging in the classroom. None of them reacted, seeing how Izuku was somehow able to talk back against Bakugo, and of course, the blonde couldn't tolerate it. What did you say to me? Bakugo shouted over, but once again he didn't respond to his question. Bakugo pulled his fist, aiming it to Deku's cheek, but much to his and everyone's surprise, a hand caught into his fist. It was Izuku's. Izuku's hand caught over to Bakugo's punch, surprising the class for the second time for his sudden brazen behavior. Pull your fist away, Bakugo. Is that how a future number one is acting right now? Izuku warned him over with his fist holding on to him. Bakugo tried to pull his fist away but was somehow unable to with how tight his grip was on his right hand. It was almost like a claw or something. He tried again with his left hand this time, but Izuku decided to push his hand and grabbed onto Bakugo's fist, causing him to retreat back. Put it away. I already told you twice this time. What did you say to me? Izuku scoffs before chuckling softly. Man, you must be wearing some dumb genes in your family if you had to be retold twice every time. Everyone in the class has no words to it over what just happened right now. It seems that everything is quiet for some time before turning into this twisting scenario they are currently on right now. Right at the center right side of the classroom, Izuku and Bakugo were having what appeared to be a confrontation for the first time. It started with a small disagreement over Bakugo's scoring during a math test where he somehow scored below Izuku. And the fact that Midoriya scored at perfect 100 only angers Bakugo even more than it has. And to add fire to the gasoline, Izuku decided to talk back to Bakugo, and now they were at a stalemate with each other deciding on what was happening. Both Bakugo and Izuku stood from their desk glaring at one another, Bakugo with his murderous glints and Izuku with his cold calculative stare. None of the class reacts to their confrontation and just watches over. "What did you say to me?" Bakugo asked quietly, holding to his rage. "Have you gone deaf too? If you had something to say, say it." Izuku talks back. Bakugo stared at the person standing in front of him, feeling like something was off with Deku. Normally he won't dare to talk back against him, let alone trying to prove he's better than him. And now he stared at Deku, who was standing up in front of him looking not scared. "What did you do? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific." Izuku raised his brow, not understanding what he was talking about. "How did you score higher than me? It's called study. Something you should try once in a while." "Bullshit. There's no way you could score higher than anyone in the class. You must have cheated or something." Izuku's expression shifted from surprise to humor as he listened to Bakugo's words. "Is that the answer to everything that's going on in your life? Cheating?" Izuku scoffs. What a sad, pathetic excuse from a sad individual. Bakugo tried to take a swing at him, reminding him of his place, only for Izuku to dodge at the last second, not grazing his chin. "Is that it? Are you done getting it out of your system?" Bakugo, who's only growing more angry, is ready to throw another hit at him when suddenly the door is opened, revealing Aizawa-sensei to come in. "Alright, everyone settles down. And head back to your seat," Aizawa announced, not seeing the confrontation between Izuku and Bakugo. Both of them took their respective seat as Aizawa began to start with the lesson while everyone was paying attention. Bakugo was sitting at his desk trying to figure out what was wrong with Deku. Not only was this his first time fighting back against me, but his old personality was completely gone. He was not scared for the least bit, shaking, and he didn't even call me by the nickname he always calls me. There's something fishy going on. Bakugo T-hot. He never admits it, but Bakugo seems to be one of the only people who knows what Deku is thinking. On how he talks, how he walks, how he makes a conversation, what goes on in his head, how his parents' relationship. It's all open book for him. But now the book seems to be closed for some reason, and Bakugo has no idea who's this person that dares to fight back against him, but he knows that he needs to remind him of his place. Deku thinks that just because he gets a better score than me, then he can show some backbone, huh? I'll show him of his place. Soon the class ended and Bakugo was just about to get up before Aizawa-sensei called him out. "Bakugo, 2 seconds. I need to see you for a moment." Bakugo clicked his tongue and got up, but not before he gave the signal to Kaminari and Kirishima to rough him up. Izuku watched how Bakugo was taking his leave, wondering what it was all about, but he didn't care about it. He sleeps on the desk trying to grasp what his new quirk is capable of. Of course, he hasn't tested it yet, and truth be told he can't wait for it since he didn't have the time for it yesterday. All for One had explained to him before that his new quirk was something completely new and untested. All that matters is how he used it and chose to master it, but unfortunately, Izuku hasn't had enough time to test it since he was running late for today. So he made a deal. All for One would give him a quirk in exchange for a spy in the hero ranks to keep him updated regarding anything that he could find that could benefit the league in any way. Of course, he would keep his end of the deal anyway, but he wanted to test his new quirk, and there's no better place to try it besides UA, to be honest. A full house building filled with many pro heroes and golden eggs of UA, the one who will take on the mantle of heroes. There's no better place for him right now than this place. Whilst sleeping, he suddenly gets wakened up by a jolt of electricity hitting his side, causing him to wake up suddenly. He heard a snickering sound coming from behind and saw Kaminari holding his laugh with Mineta on the midget desk. Not only that, but everyone who's at the back also laughs at his sudden awakening just now. See how he just jolts up like that? Man, that's hilarious. Seeing how they were laughing, reminded him of why he took All for One offer in the first place. The heroes, who were supposed to be the keepers of justice and maintaining the peace, are already long dead. Heroes nowadays are more concerned about keeping their image and how they get to live a life of privilege. Heroes aren't actually people who are ready to put their lives to save others. They are just a group of people wearing capes with a license given by the authority to hurt others who disagree with their standpoint. And that's why he decided to defect from the hero side. He gets up from his seat and stands up, gaining the attention of everyone in class and wondering what's this all about. He looked over in Kaminari's direction as he slowly walked over to his side while both Kaminari and Mineta were still laughing. Deku is coming to us. Mineta jokes around while laughing. Both of them didn't see the small smirk on his face as he approached the two of them before his hand grabbed a hold of a 2-inch book from Shiro's desk and carried it. "You awake, Deku?" Kaminari sneered, grinning at him. Kaminari, however, is too busy laughing and joking that he didn't see the book in Izuku's hand swinging hard against his face, causing him to stumble to the window next to him with a loud smack. In one swift move, Izuku pulled a pen from Mineta's desk and stabbed the midget's hand with it, causing him to scream. "Ergake?" Yaoyorozu, who was sitting behind Mineta, quickly took her leave as Shoto, Tokoyami, Shiro, and Jairu screamed and retreated seeing it happen. Mineta lies on the ground holding to his right hand in pain with the pen sticking to him while screaming. You sicko?" Everyone seems to be in a panic mode, with Izuku suddenly angered as no one is too stunned to move or do anything, not even yelling at him for what he did. Kaminari continued getting hit in his face by the book several times, as the blonde was groaning in pain before getting cornered at the wall behind him. Izuku then wrapped Kaminari's head in drapes that blocked the sunlight coming from the window and used it to cover the blonde head as he started having trouble breathing and holding the drapes in his hand that held Kaminari's throat. Wait a second. Please. Kaminari whimpers in panic. But Izuku continues to throw his punches, slamming the book against Kaminari's wrapped head multiple times as the sound of smacking continues. Everyone in class is too stunned to intervene. They feel like Izuku has suddenly gone out of control and are scared that they might be next if they choose to intervene. Visible only in Izuku's eyes, his left hand that pinned Kaminari on the wall is sizzling in a dark aura as he currently using his new quirk on him. Flashback start. "So, answer me this. What kind of quirk do you want?" All for One went on to ask. Izuku opened and closed his mouth, surprised at the sudden question. But he was also in thought. A while back, he would have said, "I want to be just like All Might." But that wasn't the same any longer. He wanted to have a quirk that could fight against anything. Quirk where he won't ever feel so helpless any longer. Quirk where he could always fight and win with anyone regarding the odds. "I want a quirk where I won't be ever afraid ever again," Izuku replied, looking at his front. "I don't ever want to feel like I was ever feeling helpless. I wanted to be in control of my own life." All for One took a moment to listen to his words before he smiled, looking delighted and pleased by his words. "Excellent, young man. I have just the perfect quirk for you." Flashback end. Izuku continued to beat Kaminari forward, slamming his face as the blonde wasn't responsive at all and his body started to lose its strength. He could tell that the blonde body was beginning to get limp by every minute, but he paid no mind to it. In his left hand, electricity starts to crack up unknown to the rest of the class. Yellow electricity flows deep to his left hand before coursing through his body. "It's a quirk that suits perfectly for someone like you. I hope that you can find a good use for it and do good things with it." "What is it called?" Izuku felt his entire body being charged up, like something exhilarating was happening inside his body and with him. Like he felt something is filled deep inside of him. The name of the quirk is called All for One. In Kaminari's situation, blood starts to drip from the drapes in the color of red, and the blonde hasn't moved or said anything ever since his head was rapidly beaten just now. Izuku released the drapes that were wrapped around him before throwing one last smack at him. Kaminari's body is dropped like a puppet without its string and lies on the ground face up with his eyes not moving, whether it's by lack of oxygen or constant beating or that his quirk is missing. He looked down to see his unresponsive face and felt like something was tickling inside of him. He didn't know whether it was because of Kaminari's quirk is responding to him or not, but he felt something going on inside of him. And unknown to him, his face is forming a smile as he looks down on Kaminari's bloodied figure. Bakugo is pulled over by Aizawa-sensei to have a conversation regarding his study, informing him that Best Jeanist just handed in his evaluation regarding the internship program and Aizawa isn't pleased by it at all. However, Bakugo didn't see anything wrong with it. He won't deny that he screamed at a couple of children who were making fun of him, but that's only because they were making fun of him, saying that he looks like a bad guy. He's a hero, for crying out loud. Those kids don't know what they were talking about and just trying to talk shit at him, that's all. Hero's job is to defeat a villain. Plain and simple. Who cares about rescue and all of that? If they require rescue, then that just proves that they aren't capable of saving themselves. Bakugo then heads back into his class, cracking his knuckles and getting ready to teach Deku a lesson. Who does that Deku think he is, trying to prove him better than him? Deku is nothing but a pebble under his shoes. Nothing more, nothing less. He's worth nothing in his eyes. He walked over only to find a couple of extras gathered outside of his class looking through the window, not moving. But what caught his attention was the fearful look they were giving, and he knew that something was definitely wrong. He rushes and pushes all those extras out of the way and tries to get in to get a better look. Standing on the front of the door, Bakugo saw Dunce's face lying on the ground with blood on his nose and on the window drapes. His face is battered and covered in his dried blood. On top of Dunt's face is Deku holding a bloodied book from Dunt's face, he assumed. Bakugo eyes widen, trying to process what he's seeing right now, wondering how Deku is able to beat Dunt's face like that. Izuku turned his head to the side and saw Bakugo standing in front of the door and smiled. "You're late." Seeing that triggers something inside Bakugo as he rushes in with angered look, one where Izuku is more than familiar. "Deku, you son of a beach!" Bakugo rushes in with his fist pulled back, ready to throw his punches at him, only to find him throwing the book at him before he explodes it out of his way. But in doing so, Izuku ignores Bakugo and goes for the next person, which is Kirishima. He tackles him on the ground and pushes the red-haired kid into the hallway, slamming his back against the ground. Few of the students who were watching were screaming disperse away from the group as they were watching the scene in front of him happen. Izuku throws his punches over and over to Kirishima's face, barraging him with his fist. The red-haired kid quickly used his quirk to harden his body, preventing him from getting beaten, thinking that Deku wouldn't dare to attack him with his quirk on. But much to his surprise, he felt a smacking sensation in his face, wondering what's that about before he saw that Deku didn't go on with his fist at all, but he was grabbing something in his hand. It was Kirishima's phone. He used the phone to rapidly smack Kirishima's face over and over as he felt that his hardening skin started to chip away from being beaten by his phone. "Let's see if we can get blood from a stone," Izuku said while continuing to beat him further with his phone. "I don't care if they want to attack me from behind. If I want to beat them, it has to be now." He continued to pummel the red-haired kid's face over and over as he could somehow hear the sound of shrieking sound from behind, and one of the kids was telling him to bring a teacher this instant. He continued with his beating before he felt an explosive pull him to the class to see Bakugo responsible for it. The ashen blonde looked in fury as he saw Deku pant his breath in exhaustion, still looking for a fight. "What's gotten into you, Deku? Have you lost your mind?" Izuku remained silent, trying to catch his breath before he answered. "Why? You had a problem with it?" He took a step closer towards Bakugo as both of them squared off right in the middle, with their faces inches close to each other. "We should finish what we start before, right?" Izuku's face closed into Bakugo. "You itching for it, aren't you?" Bakugo had no idea what was going on with Deku right now, but he knew that he needed to remind him of his place. Back where the food chain starts. Both of them are ready to fight with one another, but someone came to interrupt them. "What's going on here?" Izuku shifted his gaze towards the side and saw Aizawa-sensei come, and he didn't look pleased at all, especially the fact that two of his students are covered in their blood and two of them are ready to beat each other to the pulp. "Midoriya, Bakugo, come with me," Aizawa orders them both to follow him. Both of them reluctantly follow him before leaving the class, while he orders Ida to help bring both Kaminari and Kirishima to the infirmary. Izuku is right now standing at the principal office with the mammal, reviewing the case over what happened just now from his camera. The mammal held a pensive look on his face, one that is similar to a doll, but he could tell that the mammal wasn't pleased at all. Aizawa stood next to the principal reviewing the footage as well, and he knew just how bad Kaminari's situation must be right now. Nizu is finally finished reviewing the footage before he glances to his front where Izuku is standing. "Do you have anything to say, young man?" "No." Izuku shakes his head, feigning his ignorance. "Well, I think it's obvious that what you did is simply breaking several rules inside UA. Fighting in an unsanctioned location, destroying school property, and let's not forget the fact that Kaminari is right now in a coma over the beating you just did. Recovery girl has informed me about what happened and he suffered an internal bleeding in the head." Izuku crossed his arms, adjusting his position. "And what's the problem? Coma is something that could heal over time. He would one day wake up and resume his daily life in school. Or he could be in a coma permanently." Nizu tries to rebuttal Izuku's point, but it brought another point for him. "And? What is determined as permanent? Years will pass and he will wake up one day, so it's not an issue." "Alright, how about the fact that you just committed what appears to be a fighting in class?" Aizawa decided to ask for the first time. "I knew what I did to Kaminari and Kirishima was unheroic, but since you all had forgotten what heroism was supposed to be, then I wasn't bothered that much about what I did. After all, Bakugo had gotten away with trying to attack me the first day of class. Now Midoriya dash. Bakugo also tried to kill me on the second day of class, and was only my quick reflexes and instincts that allowed me to outrun that explosion that Bakugo released that was strong enough to almost obliterate the room that both were fighting." It was clear to Izuku that there were some double standards that the heroic-obsessed society liked to apply, and Izuku was going to use said standards to his benefit now. Being kind and heroic wasn't something that society encouraged, while being a ruthless person was tolerated as long as you had power, and Izuku learned that lesson a long time ago after being discriminated by others for years because he was quirkless. But he deluded himself for years because the way society indoctrinated people had him too deluded, making him think that Bakugo was a hero in the making despite all those insults, all those suicide baitings that he threw at him, and all those times that Bakugo hit him with his quirk to the point that he had some burn scars in his back and chest of some of the most nastier point-blank explosions that he endured. If they want to turn their rule against him, then he could turn it back to favoring him. You throw the first punch at him, Midoriya dash. And yet Bakugo and his lackey can get away for so long doing this kind of thing, why can't I? Izuku talks back, looking at Aizawa-sensei who asking the question, is it because Bakugo had a quirk and I don't so he gets a free pass every time he said at your school? I was doing what this society considered that was heroic. Izuku rebutted him, causing Nizu to realize that he wasn't gonna win this argument. I was just taking what I had learned in my childhood to heart now, and that if you had an issue with it, then you should look at Bakugo's past actions first before judging me for what he decided to do now. The difference is that you retaliate and cause a disturbance. Nizu tries to find his footing but he knows that he lost it. No. The biggest difference was that I wasn't targeting people to hurt them while Bakugo targeted him because he wanted them to suffer. You know, when I first came to UA, my first thought was that it's gonna be different this time. That it's gonna go well for me. But it turns out that it's all the same for me. I didn't think that UA is poorly run and rotten such as this. Are you threatening dash? I'm simply stating the fact. What is an educator supposed to do? Izuku cuts him off, silencing the mammal. You all turned a blind eye for so long to how my class abused me, and suddenly when I fought back and threw the punches, you all decided to punish me for it? Why did UA turn a blind eye to this when I was the victim of bullying? Bakugo has a quirk and Midoriya doesn't? Bakugo's record is spotless while Midoriya's is full of marks? If UA wants to play favorite with who they teach, then I'll take matters into my own hands if I had to, no matter how extreme it's gonna be. He fixed his posture to look at the two instructors in front of him. Yes, I did hit Kaminari with a book multiple times till he was in a coma. And I did stab Mineta's hand with a pen along with punching Kirishima with his phone in the hallway. But why am I here standing? When I've only hit them once? Izuku asked out loud, causing the two educators to look uncomfortable. Because I went too far? No. Because you all thought I was powerless. Even if I one day took a jump from a rooftop, if I had no power, it would just be covered like what Bakugo did before. Izuku spoke, causing the two adults to share a guilty look. Punished Bakugo and their friends for what they did. If not, I'll spread the word about this incident outside of UA. Everyone in the world will know about the reality of UA, and your school will become a disgrace to Japan. The only way to shut my mouth is by definitive punishment. Izuku looked to the two adults, giving his ultimatum to them both, as they realized that Izuku was the one who held all the cards. The school has ended and everyone is headed back to their dorm after the long exhausted day ahead of today. Class A also headed to their dorm -4 students. 3 in the infirmary and 1 in the principal's office. Ida hadn't known full of it just yet, but from what he knew, Kirishima and Mineta should make a full recovery tomorrow, but the same can't be said with Kaminari's situation. According to Recovery Girl, Kaminari is currently in a coma and possibly be not awake for some time. The lack of oxygen from having his head wrapped by drapes and the punching in his face that broke his nose is making Kaminari fall into a deep slumber for an unknown time. The door is opened, revealing Izuku while walking accompanied by Aizawa-sensei. They looked at each other thinking that Deku might get expelled and asked to come to collect his stuff, but what Aizawa-sensei said next came in shock for them. Midoriya, head back to your dorm. And as for Bakugo and Mineta, will have 4 days of detention. What? No one is more shocked than Bakugo himself, who's shouting from the living room looking at the door. Why am I being punished? Bakugo asked, demanding to know. You initiated the fight as well, don't you? You pulled him with your quirk and slammed him on the ground. Aizawa spoke back, silencing the ashen blonde. And Deku gets away scot-free? He's facing 100 hours of community service in UA. For putting Kaminari in coma? Aizawa flashes his quirk at the class, and what you did isn't worst? I'm also here to inform you all that you're on first strike for everyone in the class, including Kaminari in a coma. There won't be any more cases of harassment or bullying anywhere for the duration of UA. 2 more strikes and you all will get expelled. What for? How about we start with harassment and bullying of a fellow classmate? Should I continue with the list? We can go on for a whole night if we want. Aizawa told back, silencing Uraraka, who was in the group. Get some rest. You have classes for tomorrow. Aizawa closed the door from outside, leaving everyone in the dorm with an uneasy and angered atmosphere, all aiming at the green-haired kid. Izuku looked at each of their glaring looks as he stared back at each one of them. The old Izuku would probably cowered under those gazes, but right now Izuku isn't the old powerless self he used to be. He has a quirk now. And he won't ever be pushed back again, especially by his class. What are staring at? Izuku asked. You think you can just come here and live with us after what you did with Kaminari? Shiro argued, voicing for everyone. At least you should be grateful he's still alive, Izuku replied. What's that supposed to be? Ida asked. From the sounds of it, it's almost like he wishes Kaminari would not make it. Sato approached him, trying to intimidate him with his size. He threw a punch, but Izuku decided to use Sato as an example for everyone to see. Izuku swept his feet with a low spinning kick, causing Sato to throw off balance and fall face down. He tried to get up before he fell. A foot came down to his throat, causing him to croak in pain. Arfk! Sato croaked, feeling his throat was about to get crushed. Izuku's feet pressed down to his throat, not taking off from it as the class came in shock. Deku, you son of a beach! Bakugo came running, but Izuku pressed his foot further into his throat, causing Sato to wave his hand, telling Bakugo to stop antagonizing him. Stay down. And get used to this position. Izuku said over to Sato, keeping his foot in his throat. Sato continued to groan, and none of the class dared to intervene. It was like they were terrified by Izuku's way of doing things right now and the fact that he was still adding pressure to Sato's throat. Ow-ngh. Izuku's foot dug right into Sato's throat. He looked down at Sato's facial expression and felt an exhilarating feeling deep inside of him as he wanted to keep going. He wanted to continue pressing it further and further and saw him begging for the pain to stop. Sato is starting to turn purple from the lack of air around him as Izuku saw him squirming, delighted to see the biggest person in class now acting helpless and unable to do anything. He kept putting the pressure before someone yanked him off from Sato, and it turned out to be Izumi. Hey, that's enough. Izumi pulled her brother out the side as Sato was coughing loudly before choking for air. Look, it's already late and obviously tension is rising. So why don't we get some rest and we'll talk about it in the morning? Izuku saw his sister before he scoffed and walked away. Then, he threw a last glare at the Sugar Rush Quirk user and headed to his room. Izumi saw her brother walk up to the stairs before he saw Sato, who was being helped get up by Shoji, and Ida and Yaoyorozu came to the kitchen to get some water. He's really gonna break Sato's throat. He's serious for it. Izuku walked up to his room before closing it and felt his hand shaking as he entered. Even when he closed his door and locked it, he still felt shaken, but not by fear. It's excitement. In the last 24 hours, he felt more excited than he ever was in 10 years. The feeling of being in control of his own life for the first time, where he could stand up with his own 2 feet and not have to be afraid anymore. And when he came and showed Sato just now, it was satisfying for him to see Sato on the ground like that. He couldn't remember how many times he's been bothering him on a daily basis alone, and now to see him being on the other side of the shoes is payback of what he did. He's excited right now. Forget about sleep, right now he needs to find some kind of outlet to release this excitement, and he knows just where to find it. Fishing out to his pocket, he pressed a call button on his phone while waiting for it to ring before someone answered. Yes, a deep voice comes through the phone. I need a portal. Out to the city. Izuku answered. It took about 5 seconds before the voice gave his answer. Understood, soon the call is turned off. Right after that, a portal came in front of Izuku. He stepped forward and headed in there before the portal swallowed him and closed up. Downtown at Muzutafu, the city illuminates at night with many stores still open despite the late-night scenery. The street is still filled with many cars driving through at night and people walking on the sidewalk. Heroes patrol in the street while taking pictures with a few civilians. In an alley behind the building, all kinds of criminal activity can be found contradicting the illuminated part of the city, right in the shadow part of the area. I'm only going to say this one more time, lady, the mugger said menacingly, his knife brandished, his quirk creating a dark aura as an act of intimidation. Hand over whatever you got and we can both walk away. Look, I swear, I don't have anything, the terrified woman said, her voice lost in the echoes of the alleyway they were in. Wrong answer, lady, the mugger is about to rush in with his knife when a kick landed over his face, causing him to get slammed to his behind. The terrified woman quickly made his way out of the alley as she began to call for help. The mugger fixed his posture as he saw who was responsible for kicking him. Right in front of him stood a 5 feet kid wearing a black hoodie and wearing a black mask to cover his identity. His pants are also colored black, making his entire figure wrapped like a walking talking shadow. Who the hell are you, brat? The mugger said in a sad tone. Izuku ignored his question and saw something that looked like an aura flowing visible to his eyes at the mugger's body. Your quirk. It's like an aura or something, right? I assumed it's good for intimidation. Yeah, what about it? The mugger replied, feeling impatient. Nothing, thought it would look good with me, the kid simply replied. The mugger, who had enough, decided to rush in. Something inside Izuku was telling him to grab the man. An instinct was more correct. Izuku reached his hand forward and grabbed the man's face with his hand. Izuku wasn't aware of anything, the only thing he could feel was pain. But the next thing he knew, Izuku was dropped. Izuku started coughing and held his face with his hand. He wasn't sure what happened but looked up at the mugger who had just held him. He was on the ground, groaning, seeming like he was in pain. The mugger shook his head and then looked up at him angrily. His emotion rose up, which normally responded with his quirk, causing it to flare up, but all of a sudden he couldn't feel anything coming from it. He tried to use his quirk again, but somehow, he couldn't seem to turn it on, or more like he couldn't get the feel of his quirk any longer. It's almost like he's been drained or something. My quirk. What happened to my quirk? The mugger shouts in exasperation, wondering what's happened to him. You mean this quirk? The mugger looked at the kid as he widened his eyes and saw a dark aura coming from his entire body and manifested into something that looked like a second shadow with a horn shaped on its head. All of a sudden, the mugger starts to sweat, feeling in panic with the situation in hand right now. Questions start to rush in deep inside his head, like what happened to his quirk? How did the kid in front of him have the same quirk as him? And what has he got himself into this situation? You had a good quirk for a nobody, I'll make sure I'll put a good use to it, Izuku replied, picking up the knife that the mugger used before on the ground and flashing it. Who are you? Izuku takes off his mask, showing his sadistic smile at his words and without any moral, like he's been waiting this moment for some time. Me? Nobody. Izuku shrugs before brandishing his knife at the mugger. Moments later, the sound of screams echoes that night in the city of Mizurufu. It's been a week since Izuku became a villain, and he has built up quite a reputation in the criminal underground. A black-dressed-looking person who hides in the corner of an alley and kills anyone can be found. While the media and the hero associations haven't picked up on this upcoming threat, cases of missing villains and even sidekicks losing have become more and more frequent, and in rare cases, even killed newcomer pro heroes in action. Many new pro heroes making their debut had their careers sent to an early grave due to their recent criminal activities. Izuku himself, however, had never felt any better. Before, he was unsure whether he should take this path, but with time, he got used to it and started making his appearance by sneaking out of the dorm and hunting for quirks for his personal use. Of course, the media hasn't picked up the missing quirks on each of the victims since they couldn't find anything weird on the corpse, and they won't bother to go through all the trouble to check whether their quirk is still there or not. Izuku sits not paying attention to the class, thinking of how many quirks he's got in his hands right now. He just stole a quirk from some thug 2 days ago with enhanced strength and met with some sidekick that's on patrol with an X-ray vision. It's the end of the class and the bell has rang through and everyone gets up from their seat and heads out. Ectoplasm grabs his belongings and follows. Make sure that you review today's lesson. There's gonna be a test next week. Izuku also walked out of the class and headed to the door. Shiro, Jairu, and Hagakure, who were sitting in front, were holding themselves from leaving as Izuku made his way into the door. Ever since what happened with Sato at the dorm, the class started to notice something different with Deku with his 180-degree attitude. No longer they could see his timid and weak usual self, now being replaced by his new vicious and calm demeanor. He also didn't show any fear with any of them, and they also didn't dare to make a move, afraid they were gonna end up like Sato. Bakugo of course didn't seem to tolerate this behavior and gets up from his seat once Ectoplasm leaves. Hey Deku, where the hell did you run off? Bakugo calls out, stopping Izuku at the door. Izuku turns his head. None of your business. You think that you can just come and leave as you please? Bakugo asked, finding him to be acting different these days. Normally he would be sitting at his desk and he'd come to deliver his usual beating. I don't answer to the likes of you, Bakugo, Izuku replied as he went to the door and took his leave. You quirkless sheet. Don't ignore me. Bakugo rushes in to remind him of his place. Izuku however stands still at the side of the door waiting for Bakugo to come. When Bakugo's hand extended to the front ready to throw a punch, Izuku slammed the door to the side, causing Bakugo's hand to hit between the door. My hand. Bakugo held to his hand as he groaned, gritting his teeth looking at his front. Wake up, Bakugo. Izuku left with a final message before taking his leave. Izuku walked out from the class and headed out as he saw most of the students were headed before he turned to an abandoned alley and made a phone call. Kurojairi, I'm gonna need a transport. Izuku talking through the phone. Moments later, a portal appears right in front of Izuku as he steps in before the portal closes in. Izuku walks out from the portal as he is standing inside a rundown bar where the League is hiding right now. At the bar table, Kurojairi stood behind the counter with Shigaraki sitting in front of him, scratching his neck. Greetings, Midoriya. What can I get for you? Kurojairi greets him, wiping the glass on the counter. The usual, Izuku replied, taking a seat next to Shigaraki. A glass of ice water, coming right up, Kurojairi replied before heading behind the counter to grab some ice. Shigaraki is sitting at the counter while playing a new game on his phone. He is having some difficulty because of his quirk, he can only play with 4 fingers. He ignores Izuku's presence even when he's sitting next to him. Kurogyri came later on with a glass of water as Izuku took a sip of it, so I assumed that you had already grown accustomed to your new quirk. It's a work in progress, Izuku replied, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. Shigaraki slammed his phone into the table as he glared in Izuku's direction with hatred emitted from his eyes. You best not forget, brat, you're not the main character of this, it's me. You're a support just as sensei told you. Yes, I understand, Izuku answered, holding to rolling his eyes before sipping his water. Izuku understands where Shigaraki's hostility is coming from, but he ignores it. Ever since he got his quirk from All for One and was introduced to Shigaraki and the League, the Decay quirk user didn't seem to be pleased by his presence. According to Kurogyri, Shigaraki is supposed to be inheriting All for One's quirk and not him. Now that you're here, Midoriya, we can start with today's business. Kurogyri put his cleaning cloth on the table, getting ready for today's business. And which is? Izuku questions. We're gonna target a pro hero, Shigaraki answered instead. Izuku perked his brow at those words, wondering why all of a sudden with the decision. Haven't I been doing that all in the past week? Izuku left to ask, wanting to know since he's been doing so before. Unfortunately, we will be moving up the ladder quite a bit this time, Midoriya. Up until now, you've been attacking with few villains and some sidekicks, and even newcomer pro heroes at most, but All for One feels like it's time the two of you move to the new ladder. I'm sorry, the two of us? Izuku questions, the word two coming from Kurogyri's mouth. Kurogyri nodded. Yes, you and Shigaraki will work together. Oi, Kurogyri, what's the meaning of this? I'm not working with him. Shigaraki rejects, pointing his finger at Izuku's direction. Unfortunately, it's master order. Kurogyri replied, silencing Shigaraki's argument. All for One wanted the two of you in this, and he expects great results from it. Shigaraki grits his teeth, clearly not liking the decision being made at hand. Meanwhile, Izuku just sits in silence, accepting it. So who is it? Izuku asked, wondering if they're gonna be targeting some heavy hitter right from the start. A pro hero named Gash. Kurogyri handed the file on the table. Izuku picks up the folder and takes a look at the picture. I know this guy. He's an alumnus from Shiketsu about 5 years ago. Starting up with a small agency before he moves up with a big bust of villain raid in Shizuoka and become a well-known hero. What's his quirk? Shigaraki asked. Kurogyri is about to answer before he gets cut off. It's called dust. Izuku instead the one who answered, just as the name suggested. He could control the dust around the area and manipulate it how he pleased. Izuku scoffs before putting the folder on the table. No wonder All for One picked this guy for both of us. What do you mean? Gash's quirk is used for crowd control most of the time, or even for distraction. With your Decay quirk, you would be a bad matchup since you can't disintegrate something as minuscule as dust, and my current quirk is pretty much isn't gonna compete with this guy. That's right. All for One is using this as a test for both of you. So sensei is testing us both, huh? Shigaraki gleefully grins. Kurogyri, open up a portal. For both of us. Izuku perked his brow at Shigaraki's word just now. We're going now? Is there a problem? If you had something to say, then say it. He sighed. No, let's go. Somehow he reminds me of Bakugo. Izuku and Shigaraki stepped out of the portal and right now inside Gash's apartment. Both of them looked around and found the place empty, meaning that the pro hero hadn't come home yet. This place is kinda nice. Izuku commented before putting his finger on the table, and surprisingly clean for a guy who controls dust with his quirk. Where is he? Is he not back yet? Shigaraki asked impatiently. Just a few minutes if it's according to schedule, Izuku replied and fished out something from his pocket. It was a pair of gloves, and wear this. We don't want to let the police or pro heroes find out about our little ploy. I'm not scared of the heroes. They can come at me. Let me remind you that you were easily outnumbered right now. You only have Dabi, Toga, Kurogyri, Spinner, and twice as your chess pieces. That's 6 including myself, while the heroes have hundreds. So put on the gloves and get ready. Shigaraki grunts as he grabs the gloves, ready to wear them before he hears a sound of keys coming from the doors. Shigaraki quickly hides himself in the shadow with Izuku follows on the other side. The door is open and Gash is coming out after finishing a long hours of patrol. He places the keys on the bowl next to the door and turns on the lights while taking off his shoes. Izuku lights up his electrification quirk ready to stun the hero when suddenly Shigaraki rushes in and yells out in a maniacal voice. That fool, he's really acting like Bakugo. Unfortunately, he underestimated Gash's quick thinking ability and managed to push Shigaraki onto the counter table using his quirk. A cloud of dust is grabbing hold of him in the shape of a hand coming out from his pocket. You underestimate me, villain. I always carry a small amount of dust in my pocket just in case. Seems like you didn't think this through. Dust replied with his hand binding Shigaraki with a cloud of dust. Guess I need to move out from my apartment now. Gash spoke knowing that his place wasn't safe any longer. Izuku, who still hasn't been found, lurks behind Gash's direction and focusing his hand in a shooting position fires off an electric shock, causing Gash to get stunned by it and forced to release his grasp on Shigaraki. Izuku then tries to tackle him, but since Gash is much bigger than him, he easily pushes against him and throws Izuku into the wall, crashing the cabinet. There's another one? How many do you come here with, huh? Gash grabs a hold of Shigaraki using his quirk, thus making Shigaraki unable to decay Gash since he can't disintegrate a lump of dust. Izuku, who was struggling to get up, looked to his front and saw how Shigaraki was about to get crushed by Gash's dust grip and decided to intervene for Shigaraki. He rushes and grabs Gash's head from behind and starts to use all for one into him. Unlike before, Izuku has started to get the hang of it and didn't feel any excruciating pain like before, but only a small fatigue this time. He could see some kind of aura flowing inside him from Gash's head directly into him. Gash's grip on Shigaraki starts to loosen up as Gash tries to grasp what's happening on why he's feeling his quirk starts to lose up. What's going on? Gash tries to keep his quirk on Shigaraki, but somehow he can't use his quirk like before. Shigaraki coughed for a moment before he looked up in Gash's direction as he smiled. What's wrong? Having trouble with your quirk? Gash crawls back trying to make a getaway only to bump against Izuku, who looks down on him as Gash feels like he is a child despite the fact he's older than Izuku. You did this, he points his finger at Izuku, who smiles at him. What did you do to my quirk? Izuku responds by holding his hand and twirls a small amount of dust in his hand as Gash is left in shock. It was his quirk. You stole it. You stole my quirk? How? What's the point in explaining it to a dead man? Izuku replied. Gash tried to rebut before he felt someone touch the back of his head and felt something crushing inside of him before there was nothing left of him with nothing but lumps of ash on the floor. Shigaraki looks to the crumbled dust on the floor before he looks back to Izuku's direction. Never thought you'd be running to save me. We're partners. Allies. Whether you see that or not, that's up to you. Izuku replied, causing Shigaraki to think over his behavior towards him recently. We better call for Kurojairi to pick us up? Don't want to come out through the front door. Izuku dials a number in the phone calling for a pickup. Yeah, you're right. Shigaraki nodded in agreement, and thanks for saving me. Soon a portal formed right in front of them as both Izuku and Shigaraki walked in. Izuku walked in behind as he saw Shigaraki from behind. He knows that Shigaraki has been hostile to him ever since All for One picks him up, but with this incident, Shigaraki has started to loosen it up and treat him more as an ally instead of an enemy. Now with this incident taking place, Shigaraki seems to begin to trust him. Just as planned. Chapter text. Tsukachi stood in the apartment of once belonged to a pro hero called Gash along with his partner, Sansa, the police officer with a cat feature. They got a call that Gash agency had reported that the pro hero had been absent in the last 2 days, missing out on his patrol schedule. The patrol police had informed him that they went to the apartment and found the place to be empty and had a clump of dust on the floor. Alright, what do we have? Tsukachi asked, pulling his notepad for writing. Nothing but a lump of dust. There's no sign of forced entry, so we don't have any clue on how he turned like this. They stared at the lump of dust of once belonged to Gash. From the looks of it, it has to be the work of the villain that invaded UA during the USJ. The one that tried to decay Aizawa's arm. Tsukachi said, noticing the resemblance of the work. So the League of Villains is back? Sansa took notice, remembering the event back then. Guess so. The question is, why target a pro hero? Tsukachi asked, wondering why the sudden change of target. Izumi walks into the hallway after having just had a conversation with All Might. Usually, she looks all excited whenever she goes out of the office, but this time, her mind isn't as occupied as usual. She kept thinking about what happened to Izuku recently and found that his behavior was kind of strange. First, he scored 100 on the math test, which isn't shocking news in her opinion. She knows how smart Izuku is, but Bakugo and everyone kept bullying him so much for making him lose confidence and intentionally lowering his score. Next thing, he started a fight with Kaminari and Mineta and put Kaminari in a coma. And on top of that, he continued by slamming Kirishima's face with his phone like some kind of berserker on a rampage. On the same day at the dorm, he tried to crush Sato's throat with his feet by crashing it down, not caring if he's gonna get hurt badly or not. She figured that it must have been because he was done being pushed around, but she figured that he might go for something normal like standing up for himself, not standing on top of Kirishima's chest or something. She realized that she also shared the blame for not helping him in any way and just standing at the sideline this time, but she had to admit that something weird was going on with him. Get your feet off that desk immediately. F off 4 eyes. Is Bakugo put his feet on the desk again? Izumi thought. She hardened her gaze and threw open the door. Right in front of her is Ida standing giving a lecture to the Bakugo side of the table. She figured that Bakugo was putting his feet on the table without care like the first day again, which infuriated Ida. Seriously, it's like déjà vu on the first day. Izumi thought. But to her surprise, Bakugo came behind her as he looked in wonder as well, wondering how Bakugo was standing behind her if he was getting chewed up by Ida right now. Take your feet off that desk. It's not polite at all. That's when it clicks to her on who Ida is lecturing right now. It's the person who's sitting behind Bakugo. I'll do what I want, you don't get to come and boss people around, Izuku replied nonchalantly. That's disrespectful against the school conduct, now take it off before I bring Aizawa-sensei this instant. Oh, are you gonna run to daddy for help? You can't even solve something this trivial, you bring shame to our class, you know. Izuku taunts him. Izumi looked from the side, noticing how Izuku was talking back against Ida. Normally, Izuku would timidly follow Ida's word, no matter how ridiculous it was sometimes. Ida would even once order Izuku to clean the classroom all by himself when it was supposed to be the whole class's duty. But now, seeing him act this rebellious, talk back against people, and experience the hostility and anger, it's like he's changed to someone else. That pattern of speaking, and the way he looks at people. Izumi shifted his gaze to her right where Bakugo was standing. It kind of reminds me of Bakugo just now. Soon the door is opened revealing Aizawa to come into the class with his eyes gaze on Izuku's side of the seat. Midoriya, take your feet off the desk. Aizawa walks in warning him off, and Ida, control your class better next time. Izuku then took his feet off but not before smirking in Ida's direction as the bespectacled boy walked into his side of the seat. Alright, today we're gonna be starting with a new exercise. Put your hero outfits on and meet me at ground beta. Aizawa informs the class as they all head to the locker and get changed. Soon everyone heads into the locker room and gets dressed before 10 minutes later, they all come dressed in their hero costume. All Might came with his usual costume and broad smile looking at them coming in their own costume. They say clothes make the hero, and you students look like heroes. All Might boomed as Class A approached him from the tunnel leading into the mock cityscape training grounds. Bunch of clowns, more like it, Izuku whispered looking at their own costume. Alright, today, we're gonna be restarting the battle training exercise we conducted before the USJ. The whole thing again? That's right. Before you all didn't know very much about each other's strengths and quirks, but right now you all know each other very well. So I want you all to form a team of 2 people and you all decide on who's pairing up with who. As soon as Aizawa-sensei announced it, everyone started huddling up trying to find their partner right away with the exception of Izuku who stood in the middle crossing his hand in front of his chest and closing his eyes. Right as predicted, everyone is huddling around Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi, the 3 powerhouse in the class, asking them to be on the same team. Bakugo and Todoroki decided to be on the same team, leaving only Izumi as the only powerhouse in the class. Izumi is right now being huddled up by the class begging her to be on their team, but Izumi has no idea whether she wants to be in any of their team. She looked over and found her brother was left with no one to invite him. She took the chance and moved away from her classmate and approached him wanting to invite him. Hey, you already got yourself a team? No. Izuku shakes his head. You wanna join in? Izuku perked his brow looking at her in question, gaining the attention of the others as well. You want me to join you? I meant why not? It's not like there's a requirement or anything. Plus we get to choose our own teams. Izuku looked at the moment before agreeing, fine by me. Soon the team came to play with both Izuku and Izumi working together while waiting for the ballot to come. All Might drew lots, allowing him to randomly pick teams for a 2 vs 2 indoor combat scenario. Our defending villains will be Team F. All Might announced, brandishing a black ball from the ballot. And the attacking heroes. Team A. He raised a white ball from another bucket. Rest of you, come with me to monitor the room. Izuku and Izumi, the Team F, looked over who Team A was gonna be and found their answer by looking at the sight of both Bakugo and Todoroki glaring in Izuku's direction. Izumi looked around Izuku's direction nervously, not knowing what to do with herself during the 5-minute preparation phase. As a matter of fact, she did not know what to say to him, whom she was paired up with as a villain team, defending the bomb against the hero team consisting of Bakugo and Todoroki. While Izumi is confident she could take on one of them, 2 is a different story. And she's having her worry if Izuku is able to take any of them knowing how powerful their quirk is. Suddenly, Izuku rolled back the building plans provided to him and turned to Izumi. Can you fight on your own? Eh? Dash. I assumed you can do it then? Why yeah, I can take them on. Good, then you move down and fight with one of them. Whether it's Bakugo or Todoroki, leave one of them to me. Izumi turned her head so fast that she could have a whiplash. What? You can't take them on. I admit you recently are growing strong, but confronting Bakugo in a quirk battle is different compared to a simple brawl in the class. It's okay sis. I got this. Izuku assured her while smiling. Izumi had no idea, but his smile was both assuring and yet felt venomous. Battle trial, Team F versus Team A begin. All Might announced over PA. As soon as All Might announced the match, Izumi decided to follow his instructions and headed to the stairs below, confronting them right from the start. Izuku stood guarding the bomb, trying to play his role as the villain of the exercise, but he can't help that he's feeling comfortable for some reason. He didn't know whether it was because he didn't have to wear a mask in front of the class or simply looking forward to the fight with Bakugo or not, but he felt excited with this whole order. Soon he felt the temperature in the building start to shift to cold, knowing it was the work of Todoroki, followed by a popping explosion sound right below the stairs. He was waiting on who's gonna come through those doors facing against him. Todoroki or Bakugo? Who's it gonna be? His answer was revealed right away with the sound of footsteps coming, followed by a popping sound, something that sounded like an explosion. Deku? Izuku grinned, looking at the blonde in front of him. His lively green, bloodshot eyes glared into his soul, and his smile gleamed with a murderous aura. His fists shook as he greeted the hero in this exercise. So Izumi left you with me, huh? Izuku went on to ask. So she's dealing with Todoroki, huh? No teacher or anyone is gonna, but in this time. Bakugo cracks his knuckle and pops his explosion for intimidation. You're dead meat, Deku. We'll see, Izuku responded. Suddenly, at blinding speed, Izuku appeared right below Bakugo, delivering a vicious uppercut. Come on Bakugo, you always want to have a one-on-one match, right? Izuku calls out. Bakugo, recovering from the hit, spun around, swinging a vicious left hook at Izuku, who grabbed his arm. Suddenly, an explosion came out of the palm, forcing Izuku to pull his head back to dodge it. Bakugo then tried to uppercut him with his free hand. But Izuku dodged that one as well. Lifting Bakugo over his shoulders, he threw him over his shoulder, slamming him into the cement floor. Before Bakugo could get up, however, Izuku took advantage of the opening and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him back down, and coughing. Come on. Is that all you got? Izuku said to him. Bakugo gritted his teeth, and let out a roar, as his explosion quirk ran wild, creating a huge explosion. You were always below me, always inferior. But, despite all of that, you still try to help me. Your idiotic smile, clinging onto me like you think you're my equal, despite my numerous denials. It pisses me off. Bakugo yelled out, as a murderous smile appeared on his face, as explosions surrounded the area, blowing Izuku back. How'd you like that, Deku? You might think you're hot sheet, but I'm 100 times better than you, he swore. You and your glass house, Izuku said as he shook his head. I don't know you, but has it ever occurred to you that you were maybe a big fish in a small pond? Maybe because they were small fry, he yelled in irritation before pointing his thumb at his chest. I'm the real deal. I'll be the #1 hero, no doubt about that. Izuku was silent for a moment before he scoffed. You, the #1 hero? Please, you wouldn't even make a good sidekick. Bakugo's vision began to turn red. Almost like he couldn't take the insult from the likes of Deku. A vicious grin spread across his face. He blasted himself forward. His target turned around, stunned. Izuku attempted to block his strike, but Bakugo wasn't prone to making the same mistake a second time. He used an explosion to not only stop himself but blind him as well. Firing off another allowed him to get behind Izuku before Bakugo brought his palms together and blasted Izuku with as much power as he could muster in such a short time. The result was that Izuku was sent flying across the room, his movements ending when he slammed into a pillar that supported the wall of windows. With Izuku gasping and stunned, Bakugo checked his gauntlets. Heh, all filled up, he chuckled to himself. He decided to fill the newly acquired silence with a monologue. Don't know if Izumi told you, but my quirk is based around my sweat. Simply put, I generate it from my hands, then I can detonate it at will. But that begs the question, what would happen if I saved up a bunch of the stuff and let it all loose all at once? With that question, he primed his grenadier gauntlet and put his finger through the pin. Don't do it. You'll kill him. All Might yelled over the intercom. Not one to care about others much, especially with how much Deku set him off over the past few days, he didn't give it much thought. That's the point, he yells in response. Pulling the pin caused a blast he could have never dreamed of before. He was ecstatic as he saw the giant fireball burst into existence and then move towards the bug that believed getting in his way was a good idea. Izuku seemed to come out of his stunned state just before then, but all he could do was throw his hand up in front of him before the flames engulfed him. The building is shaking quite badly as the structure is starting to crumble from the explosion blast itself. A cloud of smoke formed right on the building's upper level where Izuku and Bakugo's fight took place. Right in the middle of the smoke, Izuku stood crossing his hand in a defensive stance with both his hands scarred in a second to third-degree burn. He looks like barely able to stand how his body is covered in scars. Moments later, both Izumi and Todoroki came across a horrifying scene. Bakugo was slowly and cockily sauntering over to the pillar of smoke and dust flowing out of the room as the blonde began to gloat. "Ha, DMN. This thing's better than I thought. Oh well, it did the job against a bug like you." He stopped about halfway across the room before glancing over at Izumi and Todoroki. "Well, now it's just 2 against 1 Izumi." "Bakugo, what have you done?" Izumi asked shakily. "Eh? What do you mean? I showed Deku of his place. Now there's no one standing in my way to victory," the blonde exclaimed as he then glared at Izumi. "Well, except you maybe. Are you crazy? We need to postpone the match." Izumi yells out wanting to call out the match. "Then you lose, Izumi. Is that all you cared about? Winning the match?" Cough cough. When the smoke cleared enough, Izumi finally got a good look at her brother to see his sleeve slightly singed. She was relieved to see that he was at least somehow okay, but said relief was tampered with when he considered possible internal damage as well. When Izuku brought his head up, however, his train of thought and all sense of calm left him as he observed the display of sheer rage on his face. Seeing how Bakugo can laugh without a care, like he's in the right in this scenario, able to smile in triumph is turning his inside upside down. This is the main reason why he decided to turn from his path to the villain side, because heroes now only care about fame and victory, nothing else matters. In his opinion, Bakugo didn't deserve to be called a hero, let alone attend a school to train heroes in the first place. Bakugo should have been kicked out of UA a long time ago, but everyone kept catering to his needs and never bothered to address the issue. He had no idea where this rage inside of him was coming from, but right now, all he wanted is to wipe the smirk off Bakugo's face. Izuku's body began to engulf in a yellow aura, something that was similar to lightning. He grits his teeth before raising his right fist upward as a cloud of storm forms right above UA, followed by the sound of thunder. Bakugo had no idea what was going on in the exercise, seeing how Deku could stand after tanking his explosion. He looked over and was about to deliver a set of attacks to finally put him in his place. But even Bakugo or Izumi or Todoroki, or even All Might who's in the monitor room could anticipate what happened in the next second. One moment Bakugo is popping his explosion ready to propel against Deku, who seems in his last leg. The next thing, a bolt of lightning struck down into the ground beta, descending towards the building that took place where they had an exercise. The lightning struck down the ashen blonde kid in a flash and he screamed in pain before passing out. Principal Nizu is looking at the footage of the battle training right now while sipping his tea, wondering about the weird phenomenon that just happened. Around half an hour ago. He looked at the syllabus of the heroic class for Class A today and approved of their training exercise, knowing that the class needed a retrial for the battle training since the first one was turning into a disaster with a student putting in recovery girl for almost a week. He watched the footage of how both Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo displayed such fighting prowess before Bakugo dominated the fight and decided to go overboard by using his support item and blowing about 1/3 part of the building. But that's not the surprising part for him. The surprising part is that all of a sudden Izuku Midoriya is somehow able to generate lightning from the sky and strike down Katsuki Bakugo with a bolt of lightning. Aizawa entered his office of his own volition, making his way into the principal office. Tashinori, who's already deflated of his All Might form, also walks in accompanying the underground hero. "So how is it, did you already watch it?" Aizawa questioned. He used his gauntlets and almost killed Midoriya with the blast. Other than a third-degree burn, he seemed to be fine, however, he explained. "I thought the kid was an idiot, but not this big of one," Aizawa grumbled. "Yes, but the main mystery is how did Izuku Midoriya somehow awaken his quirk in the middle of the match? Isn't the kid supposed to be quirkless?" "Yes, which begs the question of how he was able to possess a quirk, let alone something that powerful." Tashinori looked at the paused image of Izuku's face on the computer and remembered that he is his successor brother. Now he remembered him, the quirkless student who passed the hero exam. "Principal, is it possible that he received his quirk from him? I had my suspicions as well. Which is why we need to conduct a quirk test on the boy to make sure." Aizawa, who's the only person in the room who doesn't seem to understand, put the conversation on hold. "Wait, what are you talking about here? Aizawa, It's possible that young Midoriya received his quirk. From All for One, Toshinori answered. Aizawa holds his silence, sharing the grim revelation that they find as well. He knew of that name, of course. The boogeyman of Japan who can grant people quirk and who's been terrorizing Japan before All Might came into Japan and put an end to his reign. Just hold on a minute here. Aizawa put his hand on hold. Are you telling me that this All for One is the reason why my student was somehow able to call out lightning from the sky? It's possible. You don't just wake up and all of a sudden manifest a quirk, let alone something this powerful, Aizawa. True, but it's also possible that he's a late bloomer in the first place. I want to run down some test on the boy too, just to make sure that it's indeed given to him or something that required a certain condition to awaken, Nizu replied. And what happens if it's the former? Nizu just looked in silence, not giving the answer he was looking for, but Aizawa seemed to pick up on what his answer is gonna be. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and turned towards the sound that suddenly woke him up. His vision was still blurry, and it took a second for him to adjust to the bright light directly overhead. But once things started to clear up, he instantly became confused at what he was looking at. Immediately to his right was a figure with very familiar black hair. Aizawa-sensei? The boy groggily questioned. Good, you're awake already. The person responded in a voice that he didn't recognize. Izuku lazily rubbed his eye and tried to sit up. However, the moment he did, he noticed that his arms were strapped down to the guard rails on the bed. What? Midoriya, I need you to remain calm. Those restraints are there to keep you in place in case your quirk is activated all of a sudden. Aizawa told the boy in an attempt to keep him calm. What's going on? Izuku asked in a confused tone. Where am I? You're in a hospital. Aizawa said, trying to assure him. Midoriya, what is the last thing that you remember? Midoriya paused as he tried to recall everything that happened before waking up in this room. And to be honest, he wished that he hadn't. Almost instantly, a wave of memories came flooding into his mind and the boy had to stop himself from vomiting right there on the spot. He remembered all of it. The battle training, pairing up with Izumi, guarding the bomb, confronting Bakugo, the fireball, and then the rage, followed by a bolt of lightning. All these events played in his mind like the film reel of a movie that he didn't want to see. Oh my god. The boy shakily said while placing his hand over his mouth. Izuku realized what just happened. He effed up. He lets his anger and rage consume him and get the better of him and wants to get payback over to Bakugo, and the first thing that comes to mind is to strike him down with lightning. To which it wasn't his quirk to begin with. Judging by your reaction, you seem to recall a great deal of what you had to go through, Aizawa stated before placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Midoriya, I don't know what happened to you. But I assure you that everything will be okay. Everyone is fine and you're not in any trouble. What? Listen. Just do what you can to remain calm. I know this might be a lot to take in since you just woke up, but please try not to overexert yourself. You overdid it with your quirk and you haven't fully recovered. Despite the man's reassurance, Izuku's heart was ready to leap out of his chest. He did his best to stay composed. But that was a lot easier said than done. His mind was still replaying the events that transpired and a hole grew where his heart was supposed to be. He used his quirk on Bakugo. His identity had been revealed as someone who possessed a quirk when he was supposed to be the quirkless child of UA. Izuku knows that Principal Nizu would want to run a couple of tests on him. In the worst-case scenario, he could get identified as an all-for-one spy. The boy was snapped out of his thoughts when his homeroom teacher once again placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about any of that right now. Now that you're awake, we'll need to run a couple of quick tests to clear you to be freed from these ridiculous restraints. Do you think that you can handle that? All the boy did was give the man a weak nod. He was unsure of a lot of things right now, but all he could do for the time being was play along and do as he was told. It took about 30 minutes for the doctor to finish taking his DNA for a test to check for his quirk. Izuku remained in his seat at the bed as the doctor appointed by UA was conducting all kinds of tests around for him, including a quirk test, like the one he did when he was 4 years old. Principal Nizu and Toshinori Yagi stood at the principal office waiting for the test result that came from the doctor, wanting to know if this whole thing was just a misunderstanding or truly a ploy by the enemy. Soon Aizawa-sensei came holding a piece of paper that would determine Izuku Midoriya's place in this school. Well, Aizawa, what is the result? Toshinori went on to ask. The test came in and both Principal Nizu and Toshinori Yagi stood in suspense waiting for the result. It's a positive. Izuku Midoriya indeed was a false quirkless. He's a late bloomer. Toshinori's mouth is open upon hearing the words. At least this confirms that it wasn't gifted by All for One. He had a dormant quirk all along. Yeah, turns out it was a force quirk activation type. The doctor suspected that it caused the quirk to be active after being dormant for quite some time. Nizu continued to pry, still wanting to know more. What's the requirement for the quirk to be activated? Could be anything. Whether it's a heightened emotion, or it needs a certain age to properly use the quirk, or perhaps some trigger in a certain situation. Quirk activation depends on each quirk within a certain user itself. There's no surefire way to it. So, Izuku Midoriya is never once quirkless? No, just a dormant quirk after all. Both Toshinori and Principal Nizu exhaled in relief. At least this put one problem on hold, but now they needed to return to the topic at hand for the day. Okay, there's that. And what about Bakugo's situation? Firing that support item to a fellow student would certainly break about 20 of the school rulebook. I'll take care of him, Aizawa replied, already having a mind on what kind of punishment to deliver to the boy. From the footage, it's obvious that it wasn't a misfiring or anything. The kid pulled the pin intentionally. Okay, I guess we can just let Midoriya take a rest. It's been a long day for him and we don't want to disturb the boy more than he already has. Nizu replied before walking out of the office along with both teachers. In the hospital, Izuku is taking his rest while lying in his bed, thinking about what just happened after the doctor finished the quirk test conducted for him by Principal Nizu, according to his guess. He's lying on the bed staring at the white ceiling and the smell of disinfectant and alcohol hitting his nostrils, wanting to know for some reason the result of the battle training after he was out of commission. Is it a draw, or did he win, or lose, or is the match shutting down because of his newly awakened quirk? Never before that did he wish that he was able to get up and head to school right now. To see their faces as he walks into the hallway like always. There was a soft knock on his door. Glancing up, Izuku saw an old man of a portly and short stature. He is completely bald and has a very large and bushy mustache paired with his circular goggles. Ah, Midoriya, I was glad to see that you're awake right now. How's your condition so far? Pretty good actually. I appreciate the concern. Dr. Garaki. Dr. Garaki, known by his name as Daruma Ujiko, chuckled before looking back at his patient. You should consider yourself lucky, young man. Had I not been at Muzurifu right now, your identity would have been exposed as all for one disciple. Izuku chuckled before fixing his position. I know that you're in town for today, so I know that All for One will be sending you to cover my identity. It's all good. True, the test result I gave to your school would only buy some time before someone picks their nose where it doesn't belong. Dr. Garaki replied. So what's the reason, if I may ask, for you to reveal your quirk to your class? Dr. Garaki walks in before unlocking the cuffs on Izuku's bed. Something more of a statement, like I want to show where I belong right now. Izuku rubs his freed wrist from the cuffs. My identity only lasted as long as my classmate remains in a coma. They don't know that I stole his quirk and modified it to create something new for myself. Izuku went on to explain, once that boy wakes up, it's all over for me and I need to abandon my identity. So, you're on a time crunch. You better hope that they won't suspect you, kid. All for One had some high hopes for you personally. From the way you talk, you seem to know him or something. Izuku pries, somehow looking intrigued. I was his doctor. I have known him for quite some time. Dr. Garaki replied. He went to his lab coat and handed something that looked like an injection with a red color vial inside. What's that? He shifted his gaze to the red vial in Dr. Garaki's hand. It's an extracted cell from a pro-hero with a starfish quirk who possessed a regeneration ability, he went on to explain before he handed the injection to Izuku's hand. What, you want me to inject myself with it? It's already been tested, and like you said right, you're on a time crunch. Grunting at his words, Izuku grabs the vial and injects himself with it and feels like something is growing inside of him and his injury starts to heal. Of course, the major injury is taking slower to recover, but the minor ones from cuts to small burns started to gradually heal itself. He gripped his fist, feeling himself to be rejuvenated, and ready to get back, and continued with the rest of his day. Oh, I almost forgot. All for One needs something in return. He wants the location where your school is going to be having the summer camp. Dr. Garaki replied before leaving him with the final message as he closed the door. Yeah, Izuku grunted, waving his hand dismissively. News has been bouncing all over the UA hallway over what happened during the battle training exercise of how Izuku Midoriya, the once quirkless child in Hero Course, suddenly manifested a quirk, a powerful one as well, where he was capable of striking down Bakugo with a bolt of lightning. Everyone was left wondering how the boy awakened something so powerful before Principal Nizu announced that Izuku Midoriya was indeed a false negative student. They are all convinced by the principal's words and resume their day. But Toshinori still feels regret after learning who the boy is. That's because he once met with him. It was before the entrance exam when he remembered that he went to a patrol and rescued a child who was almost being swallowed whole by a sludge monster. And when the boy clung to him and asked him a question of whether he could be a hero despite being quirkless, he shut the boy's dream down on the spot. Toshinori forgot about their encounter at the time and only was reminded again when he saw the boy once again as he came crashing into the ground beta with his new quirk. He still had his suspicions that Midoriya did acquire his quirk from All for One, but he needed to make sure of it, so that he won't repeat the same mistake twice. After leaving the hospital, Izuku made his way into UA like always with confidence brimming in his air. Now that he abandoned his identity as a quirkless student, he no longer needed to fake his timid self and could be true to himself right now. As he walked into the school with the rest of the students were looking towards him with disbelief eyes. He sees a few dozen other people pour in from the corner of his eyes, but tries to pay them no mind, huffing as he continues to walk. However, as the crowded hallway began to be silent with each step he took, he began to hear the muted whispering of his fellow students. "That's him, right? Yeah, the quirkless kid who awakens his quirk during the exercise. I heard that he beat Bakugo on a battle training. That loudmouth? Guess he deserves it." Izuku heard the sounds of murmurs, but he paid them no mind, knowing that the only reason he was the talk of today was because he now had a quirk unlike before, as he remembered seeing their laughing face when he was beaten down. Just as the boy turned the corner onto the next hall, he narrowly avoided running into another person before sidestepping the unknown individual. Luckily, he managed to prevent himself from colliding with them or anything that they might have been carrying. "Sorry about that." The boy gave a quick bow before finally lifting his gaze, only for his heart to freeze upon finally seeing who it was that he was talking to. "All Might? Young Midoriya?" the tall blonde said with a notable hint of surprise in his voice. "Sorry sir, I didn't mean to bother you. I'll just be dash." "Wait," the number one hero said just before the boy could get away. "Actually, I was hoping to run into you sometime soon. Do you have a moment to talk?" "To talk?" Izuku said with a quirked eyebrow. "Yes." All Might confirmed, "I saw your match during the exercise and I have some questions that I was hoping I could run into with you before the class started." He knows that even though he already joined the villain side, he still admires All Might winning figure even when he was still a kid. He always will, even though the number one hero rejected his dream on the spot that day, but he understands now that without a quirk, you really can't be a hero. So against his better judgment, Izuku decided to humor his idol's request. "Yeah. I think that we should." It only took a couple of minutes for the two to enter All Might's private office. Although the walk was relatively short, anyone who just so happened to pass by them wouldn't have missed the unease plastered all over either of their faces. "It just doesn't feel right." All Might thought, looking at him, "He's acting strange. When I first met him he was full of hope and light, but now..." After shutting the door, the former hero took a seat behind his desk while the young man sat in the chair directly across from him. The two of them proceeded to sit in silence for a short moment while simply looking at each other. And to say that you could cut the tension in the room with a butter knife would be putting it mildly. "So, what did you need to discuss with me, All Might?" Izuku was the first to speak, hoping to finally get this conversation started. All Might seemed to hesitate for a moment as he tried to find the right words to voice his thoughts. Now that he was actually here, he found it more difficult to convey the intentions that he had originally planned. Thankfully, it only took him a few seconds to get himself in order. All Might decided to start the conversation firsthand by taking a bow in front of the green-haired kid. "Before we get started, I wanted to apologize for what happened that day on the rooftop," the man blonde stated, "although I can't imagine what you might have gone through before that. I do know that my words were very damaging to you. And for that, I'm truly sorry." "I'm sorry, I should have realized sooner." Izuku glanced at the hero, All Might's head hanging slightly. "I had forgotten what I told you that day on the rooftop. When class began, I didn't realize who you were. You are completely different from the young man I met that day." Izuku averted his gaze to the number one hero who was bowing in front of him. "Forgive me for telling you that you couldn't become a hero. Clearly, I was wrong." He didn't answer and let the blonde continue talking. But deep down, he didn't expect to see the number one hero bowing his head to a mere student. Those words that he spoke, somehow he felt like he wanted to hear it before everything had started. Before he entered UA, before he had to endure his hardship, before he took All for One hand. Before everything started. "I'm sure you are still frustrated from the results of your match and you don't feel like talking. I understand. But young Midoriya, I must know, where did you get your quirk?" "I must just be a late bloomer," he muttered, giving his excuse to the hero. "Please, this is serious. I must know. Did someone give it to you?" Izuku stared at him for a long time, trying to decide if he should tell him the truth. He wasn't in too deep yet. He could still change his mind and tell All Might everything. About All for One existence is still alive, the League of Villains' whereabouts, their plan to attack the summer camp. He could rely on the heroes, the people he had looked up to and admired for so many years. He could tell him about it. It's All Might who's standing in front of him. The man is hailed as the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, All for One's one and only enemy that he fears. All Might himself. He felt his chest tighten. It was his last chance. No, he finally said. There was no turning back now. All Might nodded slowly. Izuku couldn't tell if the #1 hero believed him or not, but he didn't seem to want to question him further. He stood. All right. I understand. And I know that this might sound displeasing to you, but if you ever need anything at all, you can always come to me for help. He turned away from the hero, listening to his words before he excused himself that class was about to start. He closed the door and his footsteps faded down the hallway with conviction brimming in his eyes. Izuku walks into the class after fixing himself up as he walks into the class trying to forget about his conversation with the #1 hero just minutes ago. He walks into the class only to find Izumi standing behind the door, almost like she is waiting for him. You're here, Izumi replied looking at him who just arrived. Why are you standing there? Oh, I thought we should get in the class together. What's the occasion? Izuku said with a quirked eyebrow wondering at the sudden change. Nothing, I just thought you need a little bit of peace before the whole class tries to bombard you with their stink eye. Izuku then realized that Izumi had a point. With the class being bombarded by the fact Izuku just awakened a quirk, they would ramp up their hate meter from 10 to 10.000 knowing the quirkless kid of the class gained a new quirk. Normally Izuku won't care about it, but something about Izumi offering herself to accompany her feels like it wasn't a bad idea for him. Sure, let's go, he sighed accepting the offer. And please, don't try to attract more attention than you already have. Try to dial it down a bit would you, she spoke hoping that he would listen to her. Can't promise that. I meant it. Please, just, don't provoke them. Izuku then reluctantly nodded before opening the door and she allowed herself to enter first before Izuku followed her from behind. As soon he entered, all eyes were on the group but they held their word since Izumi was walking close to him before she took her seat and Izuku as well. Bakugo, who's wrapped in his bandage and stitches is about to confront Izuku's direction before the door is opened and Aizawa-sensei enters. Good, you all started to behave right now. Aizawa replied making his way to the podium. Alright, now I know that some of you left in question regarding Midoriya's quirk. But I'm here to tell you that Midoriya isn't quirkless any longer and he's a late bloomer. We already did some tests on him, and it shows that Midoriya is indeed a late bloomer and just awakened his quirk, which makes him not quirkless. He emphasized the last two words to the rest of the class. Also, regarding his quirk ability and everything with it, it falls under Midoriya's will and obligation to tell you. If he chooses not to divulge the information, then you're not in any obligation to force him to tell you. So I don't want to hear a word about you all harassing him about it. Soon Aizawa-sensei returned with the lesson and everyone began to take notes including Izuku. But while in his seat, he felt something biting his arm for some reason. Almost like something is itching in his arm. That's when he lifted his arm and found a trail of ants making its way into his desk. He knows that it could only be the work of one student in class. He averted his gaze to the right and saw Koda looking at him while writing and Kirishima who was sitting in front of Koda was holding his laughter. Smirking back, Izuku fired off a small amount of lightning around his body before the lightning traveled to the trail of ants and killed them, causing the Ani-voice quirk user to reel in shock seeing the ants get killed. Koda looks in shock holding to his tears and Kirishima can't stand seeing his classmate get treated like that. Sensei, Midoriya is killing Koda's ant. Kirishima stood up gaining the attention of everyone in class. Oh, and how did you know? Aizawa asked back causing the red-haired unable to respond. I'm guessing that Koda is lining his ants to go to Midoriya under your suggestion then. Kirishima held his silence giving Aizawa the answer he's looking for. Koda, Kirishima, meet me after class is over. Kirishima grunts as he glares towards Izuku who smirks back because of him getting into trouble. The class soon ended and Kirishima quickly made a beeline toward Izuku's seat direction, before he had to face Aizawa-sensei. Oi, Deku. You need to apologize to Koda right now. For what? Izuku asked looking disinterested. For killing his ants. You know those are precious to him. Kirishima looks even more angry seeing how he could look and act so disinterested right now. Izuku sighed deeply before looking at the red-haired kid. Why are you ordering me around like I did something wrong? Kirishima grabbed a hold of Izuku's collar shirt as he grew angrier with his new attitude. Look here Deku, Kirishima said almost like he just spit some venom. Just because you had a quirk in the first place, doesn't mean that you're better than the rest of us. You're still nothing, do you hear me? Izumi who's been listening from behind had enough and decided to intervene. Hey, this has gone far enough okay? Both of you stop it. No, sis. Izuku replied, not taking his eyes off Kirishima. I think Kirishima wants to prove how big and strong his manhood is to the class, so why not give it a go? Don't test me, Deku, Kirishima growled. The tension in the classroom built as everyone watched the two face off. Izumi carefully kept an eye on the two of them, ready to intervene if it got any worse. Don't threaten me, limp d-da. Izuku talks back. Kirishima slowly made his way to the front, already hardening his hand, and Izuku charged up his palm with lightning. That's enough, okay? Izumi came in between, defensively holding her hand before a fight broke out. Kirishima, walk away right now. Now! Kirishima grunty follows Izumi's suggestion before making his way out of the class. Izumi drags Izuku out of the class as well in a different direction from Kirishima's way. Soon they found themselves in an empty classroom and Izumi closed the door. What is wrong with you? I told you to not pick a fight on your first day. Me? Kirishima is the one who seems to have a problem with me. Izuku replied. I know, and you have every right not to take it how it is, but you need to look at the time and place to okay. You can't just throw yourself into a fight because someone pushed your button. I'm just giving him some payback, sis. Izuku grins while talking to her. He's been bugging me all the time since he stepped into class, now it's my turn to return the favor. He heads into the doorway before leaving Izumi with a final message. Always remember, sis, strength is what matters the most. Bakugo remains in his seat after the class is over. He didn't move when Aizawa-sensei called the class was over or when the bell rang or even when Shitty Hair decided to confront Deku. He just sits in silence observing the confrontation between Shitty Hair and Deku, trying to find what really is going on. He knew Deku longer than anyone else in the class, excluding Izumi, who was his sister. He knows how he walks, talks, acts, and everything there is to know about him, and yet this Deku is somewhat unfamiliar to him. There's no way that Deku is able to turn overnight like this. He's not freaking Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll for crying out loud. He's Deku. And yet whenever he saw him, Deku was somehow able to pull a 180 overtime, in a flick of a switch. He must have kept his quirk hidden for a long time. He didn't believe the stupid bullshit of late bloomer and quirk awakening kind of stuff. Deku must have kept his quirk hidden for so long and only waited for the right time to show it. He'll show him where his place at. He didn't care what kind of quirk Deku is pulled off, but he'll prove once and for all that he was the best. He'll set the record straight once and for all. That Katsuki Bakugo is destined to be the #1 hero. Izumi is sitting at her desk listening to the lecture on present mic. She's paying attention to the board in front of her but keeping her gaze over to her brother who's a couple of seats away from her. Recently, she knows that her brother has changed a lot ever since he somehow awakened his dormant quirk. He's become more confident, shows no signs of being pushed around, and more brave than before, which is good knowing just how far his life has turned out ever since he was bullied by the class. But Izumi felt like with his quirk now, Izuku is growing more different than before. At first, she noticed how he started to talk back against Bakugo and got into a fight, but what worries her is that ever since he got a quirk, it's like something snapped inside of him, like an invisible chain had been removed. He's become more arrogant in class, like he's not afraid of the consequences that are coming to him. Like he's trying to dominate everyone who once ridiculed him. She understands where he's coming from ever since he got his quirk, that he's trying to prove that he can't be pushed around, but sometimes she wonders if he's gonna take things too far. Looking at the door, All Might came with his usual hero suits, and his signature grin. Sorry, I'm gonna need to borrow young Izumi for a moment. Oh sure, the class is almost over anyway. You can take the little listener. Izumi then gets up and makes his way out of the class. It only took a couple of minutes for the two to enter All Might's private office to have their regular conversation as always. He also reverted to his skeleton figure since it was only the two of them in the room. Tashinori asked his successor as he passed her a cup of fresh tea, "So young Izumi, how is it going with your training so far? Have you made any progress with One for All, that you've noticed?" The quirk inheritor shook her head. Honestly, no. My full cowling is still capped off at 18%, and I can still only handle 25% with a single smash before it causes any pain. I don't think that I'll be able to do much better than 25% at this moment. That's pretty good. I know that you worked hard and I admire your determination, but don't forget to take a day off as well. You're still young and you need to explore your life as well. I'll try my best. But I just kept thinking about it, when those villains came and attacked USJ. And all I can do is just sit by while watching you fight those villains. It simply irritates me that I can only stand on the sideline. I get that, and you'll get there, young Izumi. I can promise you that. Tashinori assured her, placing his hand on her shoulder. Thanks. I appreciate that. Izumi nods, appreciating the support. And also, Toshinori uncomfortably scratched his cheek. I want to talk to you about your brother. What is it? Has your brother talked to you about anything at all? Anything that might be out of the ordinary? No, I don't think so. How about meeting with some new people? Friends? Colleague? No, he doesn't have that many friends to begin with. Or perhaps a new friend outside of school. Not that I know of. Why? What's going on? Toshinori didn't know whether to divulge this information just yet to his successor or not, knowing that it was her own brother, but he felt like his new quirk had something to do with All for One. I had my suspicion. That your brother might be related to All for One. What? Wait, hold on a minute. Izumi waves her hand. Where did you come up with that theory? It's just a speculation. I don't have any proof of it just yet, but I had my suspicion. No, my brother would never go with the villains. Young Izumi dash. No, I know my brother. More than you or anyone in class. I know that he won't join over to their side. While they were having a small argument, a crashing sound could be heard vividly from behind, followed by a student screaming. In less than 3 seconds, a loud stomping could be heard from outside, followed by a voice that was loud enough for her to hear from the room. Oi, someone is hanging on the window. Izuku sleeps at his desk, feeling exhausted from the late-night mission with Shigaraki. The late-night hours followed by working to give them intel regarding the heroes they were about to target. Shigaraki also seems to mellow out his anger toward him and begins to see him as equal. He seems to be listening to some of his ideas and is more open with him, which is a good thing for him too. He had to admit that the League is somewhat of a bunch of fun people in his opinion. Toga with his weird antics to sking blood, Dabi who always liked to keep himself alone all the time, Twice with his split personality, Spinner who kept rambling about how he admires Stain, Mr. Compress on how he likes to play tricks and magic, and Kurogyri who always stood behind the counter wiping off the glass. He figured that his presence would be unwanted, knowing how he once fought against them, but to his surprise, he felt welcome in there. More than the first day in school or any time. Like he felt that he belonged there. He kept his head down when suddenly he heard the sound of the door being slid open, not seeing who was coming. Not to his notice, his head gets smacked by someone unknown. "Hey Deku, wakey." Izuku looked up and saw that it was Monoma, who just smacked his head while being surrounded by Kirishima, Shiro, and Ida. Bakugo seems to be out of the moment and not joining them. "I heard that you got a quirk after so long, huh? Must be nice to finally be strong, huh?" Monoma taunts, giving his signature smug grin, "But quirk or not, you're still the same weak child who can't do anything. In fact, I don't need to put much thought before I can beat you." The blonde picked up his stationery and poured it down on his table while laughing crazily. "Hope this means that you won't forget your place, Deku. Right at the bottom of the food chain," Ida added before giving him a cold gaze. 4 of them took their leave from the class as Izuku just stared at them, especially with the blonde who just trashed. Outside of Bakugo, Monoma is also one of his bullies from the other class who tends to bugging him. He tends to copy other people's quirks to pick on him, for example using Bakugo explosion, Kirishima hardening, or Kaminari electricity. But right now Izuku isn't the same quirkless kid that was easy prey. He had power right now. He had friends. And most of all, he had a quirk right now, one that wouldn't allow him to get pushed over like before. Getting up from his seat, he walks towards the cafeteria, knowing that's where Monoma is gonna be since it's lunch hour. He arrived and found the blonde sitting on the long table with Ida, Kirishima, Shoto, Shiro, and Mineta. He walked over to their table, picked up a carton of milk lying on the finished table and poured the whole content onto the blonde head, gaining the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Monoma, with his head dripping in milk, felt anger and got up to see who was responsible for it. "Have you lost your mind, Deku? That's better compared to you who don't have any." Izuku snarks back. Monoma scoffs with his face close to the green-haired kid. "You think that just because you had a quirk, you can just bully people however you please." "Pretty much so. I figured if you can do it, why can't I?" Izuku replied. Now Monoma and Izuku are ready to square off right in the middle as everyone is watching the confrontation that's about to go down. Monoma took the first swing using Kirishima's hardening quirk to throw a punch, but Izuku avoided it and returned the favor by throwing a punch to Monoma's gut, causing the boy to stumble. He kept throwing one punch after another in between Monoma's chest, face, or even his stomach, as Monoma was clearly outclassed in this fight. Compared to the villains and thugs he fights at night, Monoma is nothing compared to them. He dealt with much scarier opponents and was more dangerous than him. Izuku then picks up a tray and smacks it over to Monoma's head, causing the boy to fall onto the floor before he gets kicked to the ground repeatedly, with the blonde unable to do anything but lay and take the beating. Izuku then pins him on the floor before throwing the punch over and over again to Monoma's face. "I'll set the record straight today so that he could never crawl his way up." I'll engrave it today in his mind. The rest of the students who were in the cafeteria watched as Izuku pinned Monoma on the floor and delivered one blow after another. The sound of smacking hits through the room and everyone can tell that Monoma is on the brink of losing or even passing out. That BSTRD is crazy. Oi! Somebody stop him. Or else Monoma could die. They saw the state of Monoma, who was clearly not responding or taunting like usual and just lying on the ground shaking, clearly being reduced, scared and almost afraid of Izuku's presence. His face is covered in black and blue and is swelling right now as he's shaking like a leaf. Me Midoriya. Please, I was in the W wrong. Monoma crawls while putting his hands together. I am sorry. It was my fault. Izuku however didn't take his apology and lifted his feet so that it faced Monoma's eyes. You're sorry. Grabbing his collar shirt, Izuku pulled Monoma's bruised face close to him while he was talking. Monoma, try talking shit one more time. Are you sure you were able to beat me up? Go on, say it. In front of everyone here. All eyes were on both of them as Izuku challenged Monoma to say the word he said to him in the classroom, as the blonde could only cry and beg for mercy right now. And no, I was wrong. There's no way I could ever beat you. Why, you're not weak. You're not weak at all. Then who is it? If it weren't me, then who? Me. It was me. I'm weak. Say it louder, they can't hear you in the back. Monoma grunts while continuing to sob, throwing his pride away. I am weak. Those words left out from Monoma's mouth as everyone could hear it, with the blonde sobbing after admitting to the rest of the school that he was weak. Izuku decided to throw salt into the wound and came and kicked his face for a final statement. You're right. You're weak. That's enough, Deku. Turning his head around, he finds Kirishima and Shoto confronting him with his foot that hasn't taken off from Monoma's face. Take your feet off before I chop it. Shoto threatened. Make me. Izuku challenged him. Shoto fired off his ice, aiming at his legs with the intention to encase it with ice, but Izuku engulfed his body with lightning and moved out of the way with blinding speed. He lifted his leg and tried to stomp over Shoto, but the dual-haired boy took a defensive stance and blocked against the attack. While Izuku's feet are planted on Shoto's defensive arm, Ida zooms in, throws a kick, and pushes him on the wall. The fight between Izuku and Shoto continued as the latter shoved the former against a wall. Izuku punched him in the face and Shoto responded by elbowing him in the stomach. He grabbed Izuku and threw him aside as Izuku rolled across the ground for a few seconds. Fing hell! Izuku cried out, wrapping his arms around Shoto. He threw himself on the ground along with Shoto and the two wrestled for a few seconds before Shoto got himself on Izuku. He grabbed him by his shirt and started punching him straight in the face. Have you lost your mind, Deku? Shoto told Izuku, who slowly stood up from the ground. You think you can just come and beat people up like some kind of thug? Izuku glared at him before picking up a cafeteria chair that happened to be lying nearby. He screamed as he threw it right at Shoto but missed its target and hit the wall next to Shoto, breaking it into pieces. Few of the students came running after having the chair being thrown off, almost hitting them. The hell is wrong with you, Deku? Shoto roared in anger. You dare to hit me with a chair? Ida, who'd seen enough, decided to end the fight, revved up his engine and dashed forward. Recipro burst. A powerful swing kick landed on Izuku's side and everyone could hear the loud smacking sound, especially aimed at his side abdomen. Ida smirked in satisfaction before he felt someone grab a hold of his leg and found the green-haired kid holding onto his leg that aimed at his stomach. Izuku then grabbed a hold of Ida's back and pushed him despite the size difference of their physical figure, but Izuku paid no mind and continued to carry him while running before his back met with the object behind him. It was the window. Crash! The window crashes as Ida is hanging on the window with Izuku's hand holding onto Ida, the only thing stopping the bespectacled boy from meeting his head with the pavement. Everyone screams in panic, shouting that Ida is hanging on the window as the bespectacled boy is shaking in fear, knowing that the only thing that stops him from falling is Izuku's hand. Oh God. Please. Don't drop me. Pull me up. Pull me up, please. Please, what do you want? Ida asked, trying to negotiate with his once bullied child. What do I want? Izuku asked before chuckling and giving his answer. I want to end this. With one of us dying. Ida's body is almost falling while looking at his front, seeing Izuku, who grins like a sadistic person who's ready to drop him off anytime he feels like it. Hey! What are you doing? One of the seniors came with 3 male figures looking at the scene in front of them. Get that crazy freshman out right now. Soon the 3 seniors came and pulled Izuku from Ida, and Shoto helped pull Ida from the window. At the cafeteria door, Izumi came running to see what happened and her brother being carried by the third-year student. Bakugo also came later on to see the defeated figure of Monoma and Ida, followed by Shoto, who had some minor bruises. Let go! Let go of me! I said let me go. Izuku tries to shove past the senior, but they are much bigger and bulkier than him. Oi, you think this is the end? No. The moment you mess with me from day one, your life ISF. This won't end until I die, you got it? He shouted over to the cafeteria to his class and everyone in it. Just you wait. I'm gonna hit you in your head with a chair every chance I get. Every time you turn your back, I'll come and hit you with every chance I get. You think I won't do it? Huh. You think I won't? Just wait, Ida, you too Todoroki, and don't think you're off the hook, Bakugo. I'll be coming for you all as well. All of you. I will make you remember about what happened when you mess with me. Mark my words. The third year managed to bring Izuku out of the cafeteria while he was trying to shove his way from there and still trying to get back at his class before he was brought away, and the only thing they could hear was nothing but his shouting rants. But everyone's mind is still fresh over what happened in the last 10 minutes. With dried up blood on the white tile floor, the shattered window glass on the ground and broken window frame, and the sight of curled up Monoma who sobs is a definitive proof of what happened when you messed with Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo, who's just arriving, watched the mayhem that's happening in front of his eyes. If someone told him that a typhoon had broken over inside the cafeteria, he would have believed them without missing a heartbeat. Deku, what happened to you? Izumi waits at the dorm looking at the front door almost like she's waiting for someone to come. She kept shifting her eyes from the window to the door waiting for someone to come and listening to the sound of raindrops followed by lightning. People inside are talking to each other and discussing a matter, but she doesn't take part in the conversation and just waiting on the door for her brother to come after being called by Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nizu. She grew worried for him. First the fighting in class and now the brawl in the cafeteria. She overheard that it was Monoma who riled up the fighting first, and knowing the history of the blonde, it's obvious who's at fault. But Izuku dealt Monoma more than just a punch that time. It was an annihilation at the time. Monoma left broken while sobbing, admitting that he was nowhere strong as he claimed, that he was weak. It was one thing to beat Monoma straight up for what he did, but to completely crush his spirit and confidence like that is simply brutal. I'm telling you, Deku has clearly lost the plot, Shiro said, having a conversation with Kirishima and Jairu. You're telling me, I think it's best that he got expelled for what he did with Monoma and Ida, Kirishima said in return. He's gotten crazy for some reason. Ever since he got his quirk, he's become even more daring these days. Jairu spoke. Izumi averted his gaze to the sofa with Ida, who was wearing a bandage wrapped over his abdomen all the way to his back, with Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Momo trying to get him to talk. Ida hasn't said a word ever since the incident in the cafeteria, only making small talk, barely 2 words, still feeling all stressed out and shaken over what happened. The door opened with a JRK, causing everyone inside to jump from where they just sat with the exception of Ida. As Aizawa walked into the room, pulled off his coat, shaking some of the water off of him, and Izuku, who followed but held a wet umbrella. All right kids. Let's talk, Aizawa said, bringing the class walking close to the teacher. As of today, Midoriya is on house arrest for 2 weeks and he's not allowed to participate in the class in any whatsoever. You also aren't allowed to give him a copy of your dash. Are you kidding me? He pummeled Monoma and almost dropped Ida on the window, and the only thing he get is 2 weeks detention. From what the camera said, Monoma is the one who instigates the fight first, so he'll be the one who suffers the most consequences. But that's not fair. Clearly Deku is the one who gone over the board. Over the board. Aizawa flashes his quirk to the class, glaring at Uraraka, who just uttered those words. Let me remind you that you all did things to him on the same level of atrocious before, and now you're telling me to go easy on the perpetrator and punish the victim with the most damage? Flashback start. Please keep an eye on Midoriya, Nizu warned the homeroom teacher of Class A. Why? I understand that recently the boy tends to get into trouble, but isn't it because he gets tired of being pushed around? Aizawa shrugs off, understanding where his student is coming from. No, my worries are more to his new quirk recently. As you know, children awaken their quirk at an early age. In most cases, a late bloomer only reaches up to the age of 7 or 8, but never 15. Children when awakened quirk is getting overly excited and always feeling all kinds of emotion rushing inside, almost like a kid who is being pumped up. Aizawa raised his brow. You're telling me that Midoriya is experiencing what? Some kind of quirk sugar rush? It's possible, Aizawa. His case with Monoma alone is a definitive proof. Nizu brought up the point. Look, Midoriya is not gonna go out of control over something like that. You know as well as I do that Vlad ignores the kid for his mishap with Midoriya. He's just trying to get back at him. Aizawa told his boss, knowing the dislike of the neighbor homeroom teacher had with Midoriya. I know, but I'm just saying that things might change. Quirks can change people more than you believe. Midoriya isn't gonna turn like that. You don't see me erasing people's quirk left and right, don't you? Aizawa said, giving the kid the benefit of the doubt. But still, please keep an eye on Midoriya. Nizu said, and finally, Aizawa gave in and nodded. Flashback end. After Aizawa-sensei had told the rest of the class, he then said that Izuku would be not coming to school and would be under house arrest and he'd come to check up on him. Soon Aizawa leaves the dorm, leaving the class all by themselves, returning to the heavy gloomy atmosphere before Aizawa-sensei came in. Izuku looked around himself, seeing the way everyone at the dorm was looking at him right now. What? He asked them, confused by the way they were looking at him. You're not living with us here. Get out of the dorm. Ida replied in a firm authoritative tone backed by the voice of others. And who's gonna make me? You. Izuku asked, challenging Ida's authority. Ida stood in front of Izuku's with his towering figure. I'm the class president and I haven't done jack's hit since you took on the role. Izuku cuts him off, finishing Ida's sentence for him. And you wondering people voted you because you were the best for the job? What do you mean, Deku? You think that everyone had faith that you can control this shipwreck you called class? All they were looking for is someone to take the fall for the class behavior, and they got one dressed in the lamest outfit with a stick up your butt. Lies. They don't . Who's the person that has to take control of the class? You are. Who's the leader of the class? You are. Who's the person that they always looking for when there's a problem? You are. Who has to manage the entire class on a daily basis? You are. Who has to enforce the rule for the class to follow? You are. Who's the individual that Aizawa-sensei is looking for when Kaminari or Mineta make trouble? You are. Who's the person that was hit by the teacher for our mistake? You are. Who has to clean up every mistake our class made and still get lectured by the adults? You did. Stop bothering Ida, Deku. Uraraka chimes in, unable to see her friends get talked like that. Yeah, you act like a bully right now, Hagakure added. Oh, that's funny. I seem to recall that you always gossip with Mina and Jairu about how you get sick with Ida's behavior recently regarding the washing schedule, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. What are you talking about? I never talked bad about Ida ever. Uraraka spoke shakingly. Really? Not even for a bit? Izuku raised his brow, challenging the brunette. Should I spill out what I heard in your room a couple of days ago? How are your exact words? I wish Ida would stop acting like a teacher's pet, right? Uraraka looks around in nervousness as Ida notices how the brunette is acting all timid and unable to look him in the eye at all. Your role is nothing but act as the class shield. The glorified janitor of Class A. Stop lying to me, Deku. Out of frustration, Ida grabs a hold of Izuku's shirt while the grin is still plastered on Izuku's face. Ida, you of all people should know. I never tell lies. Ida's eyes widen in realization at his words, realizing the weight of it. Despite how the green-haired kid is once acting timid, scared, weak, and pathetic, he never lies. That's the one thing that everyone knows of the boy, no matter if he's changed or not. Izuku Midoriya is not a liar. Ida unknowingly released his grip on Izuku's shirt as the green-haired kid fixed his clothes before speaking to the class president for one last time. And if what I said is lies, why are they staying silent and I'm the one who's running my mouth? Izuku shifted his gaze to the 17 pairs of eyes behind Ida's. The class is beginning to look uneasy with each other, not knowing what to say to calm the bespectacled boy who's shaking. Ida, don't listen to him, he's . Is it true? Ida turned his head and faced the rest of his classmates. His face looked like he's been betrayed and angry. Ida. Is it true, Uraraka? That you think of that about me? Oh, of course not. I would never say . Then why is it that I'm always the one who gets blamed for what the class did? Ida's roaring voice is loud enough to shake the confidence of everyone in the room. No one ever thought that the bespectacled boy would ever look angry like that. It's not like that. You're the class president here. I meant it's kinda of your job. Since when that it's my job to clean up all of your mess? Whether it's yours or Mineta, or Bakugo, everything falls under my lap. Of course we never think of that. You believe Deku of all people compared to us your friends? Deku might act differently, but I always know that he never tells a lie, not like what you did right now. We didn't lie at all. So why did it take Deku to tell me that you took my position for granted? Ida, we never took your position for granted. Yaoyorozu came in between, calming the situation. It's just that the whole class needs someone to take responsibility, and that's our job as class president and vice president. Kendo from Class B never had this much problem, and she had people like Monoma and Kamakiri, but somehow my job is 10 times harder than her. Ida points out to his neighbor class, maybe we need a firmer rule among us, on what we can and can't do from now on. Wait, you want to take over our class like that? If that means that our class won't get criticized by others, then maybe we should, for the greater good of ourselves. Hold on, you can't just nitpick our flaws and then handicap ourselves like that. We're fellow students here, Ida, not a full-fledged soldier. I'm the class president and I have the authority to do so. Ida replied, denying Yaoyorozu's words. To lead us. Not to become some kind of ruler or anything. Jairu disagrees with a few of the students. You all appointed me to be a leader and it's my job and responsibility to do so. So what? Now we should ask permission before we can do anything. Ida, you're the class president. Not a chief of some native tribe. Not the small-town sheriff. And not the freaking 4-star general. I never appointed myself with such a title, but our class has turned into a disarray and we need to correct ourselves, and it starts with rules and regulations among us. So that's it? You handicapped our hands, you threw Yaoyorozu out of the picture, and now you're calling all the shots here. I'm not calling the shots. Ida shakes his head, denying the idea. You just did. You literally just did 5 minutes ago, telling that you're gonna reinforce the rule made for us. Kirishima points out, screaming in frustration. So you think now I'm being controlling? Over-controlling. You're acting like a freaking little Hitler here. Well, someone has to control our behavior. If it's not gonna be yourself, then I'm appointed myself for that responsibility. You just did it again. You're calling all the shots for all of us again. Soon the class turns into disarray as some of the group agrees on Ida's decision to enforce the rule while others don't feel like they need to be corrected, and others stay in the middle, not wanting to interfere but trying to play the role of peacemaker. Izuku watched everything unfold before he walked up the stairs and headed to his room. He smiles, listening as the class has started to get divided. He knows that poking Ida's emotion is going to be an easy task, knowing how the bespectacled boy is all about rules and regulation, and he knows just how to tick him off. He arrives on the second floor where his room is located, but to his surprise, he finds someone lurking at his floor. Well, this is a surprise. What do you want, Bakugo? Right in front of him, Bakugo stood almost like he was waiting for him to come. I wanted to ask you something, concerning our fight, Bakugo ordered. That's a surprise. Did Bakugo figure it out on the first time? Izuku thought. What did you do? Bakugo asked. Excuse me? Izuku asked calmly. I can't seem to remember anything from the fight, everything's a blur. But from what I can gather, you apparently beat me. Bakugo said, as his voice got louder and angrier. What? You can't stand the idea of having a losing mark on your shiny winning record? How did you get your quirk in the first place? Bakugo began to ask, wanting to know. I just did. I'm a false negative like what the teacher said. Izuku shrugs, feigning ignorance. Bullshit. Quirks don't manifest after 4 years of age. I know that you hid it from me. Bakugo slammed his fist on the wall with a hard thud. Whatever makes you sleep at night, Bakugo, Izuku replied, as he walked away casually. Bakugo stood in the same spot as he watched Deku walk away from him, not caring if he was afraid of him. Normally, he would be too scared to be close to him by more than 5 feet, but now, he just walked past him like he was a ghost. Deku, what happened to you? Bakugo asked, this new attitude, the fights, the talking back, this act of arrogance of yours, what the hell happened to you? Izuku stopped, not even looking back. You used to be a weak person whose only job is to take a beating, but now, I can't even understand what's going on with your head. He held his hand on the door handle before giving him an answer. People changed, Bakugo. Izuku replied coldly, and you should know too. He then pulls the lever of his door and enters, leaving Bakugo on the other side of the door. Izuku then enters his room with the lights turned off. He doesn't bother to turn the light on since he won't be staying inside for too long. He grabbed his phone and dialed Kurojire's phone number. Hey, I'm gonna need a pickup. Understood, Midoriya. Just in time, a portal formed right in front of him and he stepped forward. Stepping out of the portal, he was greeted by the whole league sitting in their respective booth with the exception of Kurojire, who was behind the bar. Hey, it's Deku. Toga leaps from her seat and greets him. You're here. Get lost. Twice shouts. This is quite a rare sight. What brings you to come here? Shigaraki asked, pausing his game. I'm gonna need your help. Izuku shifted his gaze to both Twice and Toga. Soon he began to explain the situation in his school, where he was in detention for 2 weeks in his dorms for starting a fight and he needed a decoy to stall the class, especially Aizawa-sensei for checking up on a daily basis. But he could tell that Toga was more interested in the fight he started and how he almost pushed his classmate to the window. So what do you say? Izuku asked, looking at them both. I can do it. No, I can't. Twice giving him the thumbs up. Of course, but to stay in disguise that long, it's gonna be a lot of blood for me to consume, Toga informed. Izuku crossed his arms. How much? Roughly, around the 0.4 liters for 3 days. Alright, I'll start things off so you can get ready. Izuku pulls a knife under the counter and slashes his left arm for a good 5-inch scar and blood starts gushing in. Midoriya. What have you done? Kurogyri asked, looking in panic. What is necessary? Izuku grits his teeth in pain while watching his regeneration quirk kicks in. You're a next level crazy, you know that. Shigaraki looked over, putting his game console on the table to admire the green-haired kid's resolution. I'm fine. Izuku replied, putting a towel to stop the bleeding. Dabi, you said that heroes began to patrol around the city more often, is that right? Yeah, they start gathering like flies, Dabi mentioned. Good, list down every single one of them. Izuku took a seat on the counter as the rest of them wondering what's he gonna do. He glances at the table at an open bottle of vodka, pours it into an empty glass and takes a full gulp, trying to numb the pain. It's time to hunt some heroes. At an alley, Eelboy, a pro hero who's been active for quite some time, is being thrown off against the wall. His body is battered and full of wounds, a variety from bruises to burn marks. Right in front of him is the notorious arsonist who's been coming around and burning people up in his blue flame called Dabi. The purple patch and the crazed look on his face are a clear indication of the villain's identity. But he didn't recognize the boy standing close to him. If he had to roughly guess, he said that it's probably around a high schooler and he's wearing a hoodie followed by a black mask covering the lower part of his face. This is a pro hero? I figured that he must been a sidekick or something. Dabi commented. Well, hero standard is dropping right now, so I guess everyone truly can be a hero, the hooded guy replied. Who are you? What do you want? Eelboy replied while grunting on the floor. We're the League of Villains, and we're on a hunt. Hunt. Hunt what? Huh? What else? Dabi replied while extending his hand, and a blue flame started to swirl in his palm. And the next thing he knew, a blue fire burst right out of his hand and exploded in the area, followed by a smelling of charred body. We're on a hero hunt, Dabi replied, watching the fire burn the corpse to cinder. He grins watching the flame consume him before leaving nothing to trace. Soon the fire died out and both Dabi and the hooded figure watched the hero burn to nothing. This guy isn't so tough, Dabi replied. The hooded guy took off his mask, revealing to be Izuku, who was wearing a disguise. Your quirk is a bad matchup against him. That's why I paired you with him and the others with those who are compatible. His phone rings, showing Mr. Compress's number, and he picks up the call. This is Mr. Compress, I've finished on my part. Good, Spinner and Magna also texted me that they finished, Izuku replied, giving his message. Shigaraki said that he's finished as well. Mr. Compress said. Alright, let's move on to the next hero, Izuku said as he stepped into the portal made by Kurogyri, and headed to the next area. Flashback start. There are over 300 heroes in Japan, including the sidekicks as of this year, and that's not counting the hero students from first year and third year. Izuku showed a bunch of documents, scattering them on the countertop. Roughly count, there are over 500 heroes available in Japan. And there are 12 of you, 13 if we counted myself. Clearly, we're vastly outnumbered. Izuku explained. If we counted with the Nomu, then we have around 25 personnel, Kurogyri mentioned. But it's still not enough, so right now we need to thin out their number and start picking them one by one, Izuku told them of the plan. Why not go for the big stuff? Target the top 10 or UA like we did in USJ. We know what to expect from All Might this time around. Shigaraki asked, wondering what was with the whack-a-mole game. It's too risky. Izuku replied, shaking his head. Right now, Nomu is the league's current trump card and you already showed it to them on the USJ and Hosu incident, and Stain is captured by the authorities, so our fighting prowess is chipped off. How about breaking him out? Regaining our lost allies? Mr. Compress asked. Really? We're gonna break Stain out of prison? Spinner perked, looking interested and enthusiastic. He's in Tartarus from what I can tell, and that place is swarming with guards and quirk-canceling devices all over, rendering our quirks. As much as I want to break him out, we're in no position to do so. Izuku replied, rejecting the idea once again. We'll target heroes off from their patrol schedule and area, ambush them, and we'll use Kurogyri as a way of transportation to move from one point to the next. Won't it take time? We don't know which heroes we're gonna encounter, Spinner commented, knowing they wouldn't know which heroes they're gonna face off. That's why we have this. Izuku showed his analysis notebook, one where he tends to write everything there is about heroes and their quirks. Flashback end. Right now, they're using Kurogyri as a bouncing platform, to move from one position to another around the city by providing their current coordinates and communicating to the group for Kurogyri to see and teleport. Then anyone who spots a pro hero around their area needs to describe what they look like or the name of the pros if they recognize, and Izuku will determine who should be facing the said hero for their quirk compatibility. Surprisingly, Shigaraki is the first to on board with the idea, as he grins, somehow already imagining the look of the heroes after about to meet with their doom. And everyone else is also on board with it. Mustard said that he's moving to the next target. And Toga is just done with her target as well. Izuku informed looking at the text messages. Flashback start. We're moving in a small team. Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, Spinner, Magna, Mr. Compress, and Mustard, you guys gonna take part. We'll dash. Wait a second, brat. Muscular slammed the desk in a loud manner, causing the table to creak, glaring at Izuku with a murderous angered look. Why the hell should I sit on the sideline? I want to join and slaughter those heroes. Because I'd say so. You and Moonfish are gonna sit this one out. Both of you are too loud and noticeable, especially with your quirks. I don't take orders from a brat like you. This operation requires subtlety. Not a bloodbath. You'll sit this one out and that's an order. He glared towards Muscular, showing no signs of fear despite the size difference in their posture. Both of them looked towards each other before Shigaraki decided to break off the argument. Muscular, you'll sit this one out. The bulky man grunts before he leaves the bar while shouting in anger, showing his disapproval of him sitting out on the mission. Flashback end. How many do we get? Dabi asked, wanting to know their number. They have been going for about a week hunting heroes one after another. By my count, around 20 to 30. Izuku counted. He remembered that he already took on 3 heroes and their quirk is now in Izuku's hand. Shouldn't we go after higher? We've got Kurogyri after all. Dabi suggested. No, if we poke around too much then it's gonna attract the hero's attention. Plus we left Muscular and Moonfish, and twice is covering for me at UA. Izuku informed, remembering how the two of them were mad that they didn't get in the action, knowing how discreet isn't in their vocabulary. His phone suddenly beeps and Kurogyri informs of a certain hero patrolling in their area. This is Dash. Dabi reads the text message on their group. Yeah, we caught a big one for sure, Izuku said, not taking his eyes off the phone. What do we do? This guy is surely gonna poke the hero's attention for sure. Dabi asked, wanting to know of their decision. Izuku took a moment to decide. On one hand, this hero is considered a top rank and would attract the hero's attention, but passing something this big is also considered a foolish decision, so he has to be calculative about it. Alright, I've made up my mind. Behind an alley in a Hosu area, someone with a well-built muscular body is being chased off, with his body being riddled with many injuries. It was a pro hero who wore a large headband with a yellow and black striped caution pattern, matching his thick wrist guards and the belt around his waist. His costume resembled a construction color pattern. He continued to rush in, making his way out after receiving a distress call about a robbery at night. He thought that it's gonna be a clinch, and the report said that there was only one person, but it turns out, the distress call was fake and turned into a 5-person ambush. He's running into the alleyway when a wall of blue fire blocks his way and stops him in his tracks. Whoa, where are you going, Mr. Hero? A raspy sound spoke behind the hero as he turned around and recognized who was responsible for the fire. Blue Fire Dabi, I recognized you on the hero's villain database, an A-rank villain, the hero spoke. I'm honored that you recognized me, pro hero, Death Arms. Dabi sneered in response. Death Arms grunts, seeing 4 figures standing behind Dabi, and he recognizes them as the League of Villains. Dabi, Spinner, and their leader Shigaraki all together, but he notices a new member standing next to Shigaraki. Alright, let's get this thing started. Our hero hunting. Shigaraki grins maliciously towards him. He didn't know full well what this hero hunting was all about, but he wouldn't turn his back against the villain no matter what. Death Arms took his stance, getting ready to fight, when he noticed the smallest member of them took a step forward. I'll take him first, you can have what's left of him when I'm done. Izuku, who's in his disguise, walks to the front of the group. Oi, he's a pro hero, for crying out loud, I want to get the action myself. Shigaraki scratches his neck, looking in annoyance. I gave one to you about 2 nights ago. That one has a weak quirk, that's why you handed it to me. However, Izuku refused to back down. He did not give up on dealing with the pro hero himself. Death Arms is someone personal to me, so I want to settle the score with him. Shigaraki took a moment to listen to his words before finally giving in. Alright, but the next one is mine. I don't care if it's someone you wanted. Alright, the hooded guy nodded and stepped forward as he was about to get ready to face off with the pro hero. Death Arms took notice of the hooded guy and roughly estimated that he was probably around 15 or 16 years old, probably the age of a high school child. You look a little young to be a villain. Death Arms commented. Izuku scoffs at his remark. It's because of people like you that I'm turning into this. Death Arms joined his hands together and prepared himself for a fight. Despite being young, he didn't care about it at all. A villain is still a villain, no matter the age or gender. Get ready, villain, I won't hold back. Death Arms declared. Good, because I was thinking of testing my new quirk against you. The hooded guy took off his jacket and left with only a dark gray tank top. He then extended both his arms to the side and red veins started pulsing. Izuku groans before he shouts in rage. His arm starts to expand to become bulkier, and his skin starts to change color, turning pitch black. His whole arms become very muscular with bands and long sharp claws, showing something that looks like a beast of some kind. That quirk, it can't be? Death Arms widened his eyes in disbelief as Izuku showed his newly acquired quirk. It looks like his entire arms are turning something bulkier and clearly shows an immense power just by staring at it. You like it? It's my quirk. Fitting for a contest of strength between the two of us. Izuku smirks, showing off his bulky arms. Now we can test who's the stronger one between the two of us. Screw off, I know that's not your quirk. Death Arms rebuts. Huh, what do you mean? It's rude to tell people quirks you know. Are you really a hero? I know that's not your quirk. It belongs to a friend of mine who just made his debut around 5 months ago. His name is Kokugyu and that quirk's name is Black Bull. Death Arms grips his hand while shaking in rage. You bstrd. How did you have his quirk? I haven't heard from him in a few nights. What did you do to him? Oh, so you know of him. I thought you wouldn't recognize it and I can just play along as we go. Izuku shrugs, playing innocence. Okay, I admit that I stole his quirk, but I can't help it, you know. Izuku grins before looking at Death Arms and saying his words. Knowing a good quirk, it just makes me want to steal it. You bstrd. Death Arms charges in, pulling his fist as Izuku follows suit and both their fist collides in the middle. The shockwave alone is enough to create a small gust of wind that blows Shigaraki and the rest of the league's hair. Izuku charged and pulled his fist and started throwing punch after punch at Death Arms, who took a defensive stance. The hero looks at the 5 feet 5 inches feet kid and finds himself scared for some reason. Not because of how the kid is not afraid to go into danger, the fact that he's associated with a group of villains, or even the fact that he somehow possesses his friend Quirk. There's something off about the kid. Something ominous about him. But Death Arms had no time to think about that. He throws a punch over to the boy, but he deflects it with his arm and finds it sturdy. It's not a replica or someone who has a similar quirk to his friend. It's truly his friend Quirk. He spars with Kokugyu a couple of times, being someone with a strength-type quirk, so he knows full well that this boy's quirks are the exact same as his friend's. He also knows that his friend's quirk is a much superior version of his quirk. Death Arms counters again and throws a swing, but Izuku grabs a hold of his arm and throws him against the dumpster behind him with his back slammed against the metal container. Argrg, hey? Death Arms groans, having his back slammed. This is a veteran pro hero? He's losing to a kid, for God's sake. Spinner holds his laughter watching the confrontation. Come on, give the hero some credit, would you? Shigaraki chuckled, joining him. Death Arms grows in frustration, finding it difficult for him to catch his rhythm here and unable to fight like he usually did. Izuku decided to go on offense and throw his attack against the pro hero, while the latter took a defensive stance, trying to block the attack despite the difference in terms of strength and ability. Izuku's fist finally broke through, throwing Death Arms into the building and slamming his back against it. His front was also pinned by Izuku's arm, making Death Arms unable to move at all. See, can't breathe. Death Arms grunts, being pinned back. Do you feel that? That sense of helplessness? That's called fear. One that you heroes are unfamiliar with. Because you have been sitting on that pedestal for far too long. Death Arms tried to move but unable to, and now he finds himself to be scared of the kid in front of him, almost like he was born out of the darkness. I want to ask you something that's been on my mind whenever I saw you. Death Arms choked from the pain, but he managed to look at the kid in the eye as he waited for his question. Do you know who I am? Death Arms looked at the kid in question, not knowing how to respond. What? Izuku finds his answer to be unsatisfactory and slams his back against the wall, almost pressing him. I don't know what you want with me, nor what kind of grudge you hold. But whatever it is, I apologize, Death Arms said, trying to mend things, hoping to calm him. That only resulted in the poor hero getting punched across the face, very hard, causing the wall behind him to crack. Izuku then pulled up his phone and showed an online article that was dated about exactly 1 year ago. Does this ring any bells? Izuku asked, pushing the phone close to his face. Death Arms averted his gaze away from the phone, not because he didn't want to read the article that he might indirectly be responsible for it, but because he was too scared of the boy who held his life in the palm of his hand. It's horrible, isn't it? Isn't it? He shouts. Please. Death Arms choked, feeling his breath start to slip away. But Izuku, who was blinded by his rage, had enough of his silence and shoved him down to the wall, pressed his grip to his throat and shaking him in rage. Open your eyes and look at what you did. Look or I'll cut your eyelids right off your face. Finally having the courage, he looked at the article, which mentioned a boy who got captured by a sludge villain in the middle of the street. The sludge villain is trying to take over the boy's body, but the kid fights back and retaliates. Suddenly, memories flooded his mind, as he remembered a certain green-haired kid who came and rescued the ashen blonde-haired boy before the villain got defeated by All Might later on. He recalled how the green-haired kid emerged from the flames, carrying the ashen blonde-haired boy, and how he scolded the kid for interfering with their job at the time. He didn't exactly remember what he said at the time. You were that kid that? Oh my god. Oh, so you do remember. His voice is calm but is filled with coldness while looking at his captive. Death Arm's face looks fearful, remembering the kid standing in front of him is the same one he met before. Why yeah. The sludge incident. You're that kid. Death Arms heard the kid's breathing, finding how it was heavy, fast, ragged, and filled with rage and sorrow. Now after I put you down like a dog, wear a mask with your friend's Quirk, aligning myself with a bunch of villains, you suddenly remember me. The quirkless fool who tried to prove himself in front of the pro heroes. That memory is still fresh even up to this day. Listen. I'm sorry. I've done some horrible things in my life. And I did you dirty back then, but dash. Death Arms didn't have time to finish his sentence as Izuku's hand grabbed a hold of the hero's head like it was ready to crush his skull. Oh, you did a lot more than dirty back then. You practically stepped my face with your dirty boot and spit directly to my face at the time. He gripped his hands with so much force that he could feel his skull start to crack little by little. Do you know that when you scolded me back then, my face was shown on national television and I was ridiculed at school for my suicide rescue attempt? How everyone is basically telling me to just off myself and be done with it. Did you even think about what it would do to my future because of what you did back then? However, Death Arms had no answer to his question at all, as he never thought of it that far with his action back then. He didn't know if it was because of the heat at the moment, or angry for him disturbing his work, or because of other factors, but he simply had no answer that would satisfy the boy right now. Even you should know, your friend's Quirk strength, it's capable of breaking someone's skull like it is an egg. Death Arms grunts in pain, having his face bring crushed before finding his strength is starting to lose, almost like his entire energy is being sucked dry. And as for your Quirk, I'll take good care of it. Now you can join with your friends in the afterlife. PP. Please. I am sorry. Izuku waved his free hand at Death Arms before his other one grabbed a hold of the hero's head, crushed it completely and went limp. His right hand is covered in blood and bits of his head and brain matter as he wipes it off and drops the crushed head corpse into the ground. The League watches as the body that belongs to Death Arms falls limp on the ground. They couldn't see the look of Izuku's face right now, but could tell somehow that he must be smiling right now, full of grinning like a madman. We're done here, he announced. Izuku walks away as they are able to see his face. Some of them feel a bit disturbed by how he's grinning sadistically after killing someone. Even the madmen in the group such as Dabi and Shigaraki would be disturbed by it. Eventually, they leave before a portal opens and the rest of the League follows and leaves the scene. The League just headed back to their hideout in Kamino, and Kurojairi came to welcome them after their mission. Almost everyone is accounted for with the exception of Twice, who's being placed in UA to cover for Izuku's identity. Alright, everyone. Shigaraki replied, taking a seat in the booth. As for all of your hard work in the last 2 weeks. He raised his glass filled with an amber-colored drink, followed by 9 other glasses rising up and making a cling sound. Let's party. The whole League celebrates with one another after their successful mission on their hero hunting. In 2 weeks, they have been hunting pro heroes one after another, sending a message to the heroes that they are not untouchable, that they are not the god everyone worshipped. And it's all because of one individual who makes those missions come true. Midoriya, my friend, you are a genius, Shigaraki said, patting him on the shoulder. We're so glad that you joined us. Toga joins in giving him a hug. Izuku sits in the booth surrounded by Shigaraki, Magna, Dabi, and Toga, who pat him on the back and cling their bottle to drink with him. How many heroes that we killed tonight. Man, it's gonna break the news first thing in the morning. Spinner laughed, raising his glass in the air. By my thought, we should be on air tomorrow, Dabi said. Can't wait to see the headline news, heroes being hunted, League of Villains strikes, Mustard replied, chugging down his drink. Kid, you sure do know how to bring a group together, Shigaraki said with a warm smile under his hand mask. A toast to our new member and the man behind tonight's success, Midoriya. Yeah, give it one for Midoriya. Kurojairi cheered, passing him another pint. Midoriya. 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 Everyone cheered in unison, as everyone raised their glass in the air and clipped it in unison. Izuku cheered back and partied into the night, letting himself to get drowned with waves of excitement and chanting of his name over and over. If only I had known being a villain would be this fun. I would have joined long ago. Izuku thought. It's early in the morning but Detective Tsukachi is already awake and on the crime scene after receiving several reports that pro-heroes are found dead all over the street. Tsukachi is on the scene after receiving a report that one of the patrol officers found the body of a pro-hero who once belonged to Death Arms. He recognizes it from the suit he's wearing and the gauntlet on his hands. Jesus, that's Death Arms, one of the officers mumbled seeing the body. Who do you think is capable of doing this? Another officer asked examining the body. I don't know, but it has to be someone with a strength-type quirk. To crush his head like that. They looked at Death Arm's corpse whose head is crushed almost unrecognizable if it weren't for his hero costume to help identify him. Cover his body with a tarp. We need to announce this to the media, along with 25 bodies that we find along the way. Tsukachi replied before he turned away addressing his fellow officers. All of them were pro-heroes. Sir, do you think it's a coincidence? An officer came and asked, wanting to know his superior opinion. I don't think so. This is a targeted attack. Tsukachi said. Sir, one of the civilians, they say that they saw the villain that attacked Death Arms, one of the officers announced. Tsukachi walks over to see one of the civilians who the officer is currently interviewing before he decides to take over the interrogation. Okay, what can you tell me about what you saw? Tsukachi asked in a calm manner. The boy looked down before timidly speaking. I don't see it clearly, since it was dark. But I saw someone with a shaggy-haired man, and he blasted him with fire. It was blue. That's a match with an arsonist of the league called Dabi. Tsukachi took notes, so Dabi is the one responsible for Death Arms? And no, the boy shakes his head, there was someone else, a boy. A boy? The rest of the officers including Tsukachi who heard had to confirm whether they were hearing was true. Tsukachi thinks that he just had a slide. A single boy is able to kill Death Arms? I don't know who, he's wearing a hoodie and a mask. But he had something like a strength quirk, and he crushed. Crushed. The boy didn't have time to finish his sentence and vomited on the floor after witnessing such a cruel scene. Never before had they seen someone break down scared like him. It's almost like it's the work of a devil. So the league had a new member and a powerful ally. This is bad. Izuku stared out the window after finally finishing his 2 weeks of detention time. After 2 weeks of detention, he returned back to his old life, one where he became a normal student of UA. He learned over from Twice who disguised as him that everything was fine and nothing to be worried about since he ordered him to stay in the room, and the only people who tried to talk to him were Izumi and Bakugo who later kept shouting profanity after another. One thing that he was glad for is that the number of attention on his debut with the league has started to make news and even reach over to the wall of UA. You heard what the news said, Tokoyami said calmly. There have been a number of multiple attacks on heroes lately. I know, around 20 heroes have been found dead, Oyama said reading the report. And one of them is Death Arms. Tsuyu points out. The one who always partnered with MT Lady and Kamui Woods. Ida chimes in. Didn't you have an internship with him, Jairu? Uraraka perked her brow remembering the internship. Yeah, still can't believe that he's gone, Jairu muttered in sadness remembering her mentor. Izuku listened calmly to how they were talking about the league's latest feat. Compared to the one they did in Hosu, this one is gaining more attention since Hosu is more of Stain's stage instead of the league. He could tell that Shigaraki must be grinning crazy right now at how their name was being noticed by the heroes. He would pay. But the media said that the league is having a new member. It says that the Muzurufu Hero Slayer is the one who's responsible for their death, including Death Arms. Ida points out, reading the article on his phone. The Muzurufu Hero Slayer? That's what the media is calling whoever dumped those bodies all over the street. The only victims are all pro-heroes and sidekicks. Kirishima mentioned glancing at the group who looked at him in question. Has a nice ring to it, no? Fine. Uraraka rolled her eyes, sounds a lot like a villain to me. Huh, he's nothing. When I find that fucker, he's gonna be dead. Bakugo grits his teeth. Izuku perked his brow while listening to their conversation. The Muzurufu Hero Slayer. Is that what they were calling him now? As expected of the media to pull names out of their hat. Like that. But he had to admit, it had a certain ring to it. So what does he look like? Did they have a description? Tsuyu went on joining the conversation. I don't know. The media didn't have anything on it except that he's the one who's killed them. Kirishima replied. The hero chatter is being crazy right now. All of them tweet about it, mentioning a new villain rookie coming up. Mina replied showing her phone of the hero chatter is full of the Hero Slayer tweets related in the last 10 minutes. Izuku who listens in the class scoffed internally as they were wondering who's this Muzurufu Hero Slayer when in fact, the person they were looking for was sitting in the same room as these future heroes. Soon the class began as Aizawa-sensei came through the door holding an attendance book in his hand. "All right, settle down, everyone back to your seat." They all took their respective seats as Aizawa began the homeroom session. "All right, I assume that you all have read the article about the new hero killer that's been running around in the street." "It's Hero Slayer, sir." Mina corrected but quickly shut up under Aizawa-sensei's glare. "He's just an attention-seeking wannabe desperate for internet fame." Mineta quipped. "I know that some of you had questions, but as of right now, the media hasn't had a full grasp of what happened. But what I can tell you is that it's the work of the League." "The same one who attacked us at USJ?" "Yes, right now, they began to pick off heroes one after another, so I want you to head straight to your dorm once the school is over and not lurk around outside at night, especially all by yourself. We suspected that this might be the work of Stain's disciple or a new member of the League, but we haven't had any idea just yet, so I want you all to remain vigilant and report to Pro Heroes if you see anything suspicious. But we're trained to be heroes, we can help." Uraraka insists. "Yeah, I can take care of this loser all by myself." Bakugo follows, although he just wants to find this clown and finishes him on the spot. "You're all still a student and not full-fledged heroes just yet, so don't do anything reckless or stupid, otherwise expulsion would be the least of your worries." Afterward, he began to shift the topic and explained the final test that's gonna come in a week from now on. The class groans at the sudden information, and Izuku is also internally kind of shocked since he's been missing 2 weeks worth of class and definitely gonna be falling behind compared to the rest. Of course, the boy couldn't care less, he doesn't mind any of his classmates, in fact, they are all but pawns to him. Even before becoming a villain, he never a single cared about them, so he didn't care about the groaning and disapproval sound they made toward Aizawa-sensei's decision. After school was over, everyone got up from their seat and packed their bags, with some choosing to head to the dorms as instructed or go to the library, or head to the class neighbor. Izuku also gets up and wants to leave, with either training or going to the League's base to discuss their next plan. Izumi offers to study together for the exam, but he rejects and she heads back to the dorm first. "Oi, Deku." Izuku didn't turn around, ignoring the sound coming from his behind. "Hey, are you deaf or something?" the spike-haired teen yelled to his green-haired punching bag. Letting out an annoyed groan, Izuku turned to him. "Yeah? What do you Bakugo?" Izuku asked, expecting another 10 minutes of death threats. "You've been quite dodgy recently. Trying to avoid me or something? Maybe I'm scaring you too much, you PP?" Bakugo started. "Just because I'm not in your line of sight 24/7 doesn't mean I don't exist, Bakugo. Do you think I only exist to be your stepping stone?" Izuku asked back in a sort of set-off passive-aggressive tone he's been using to talk to the guy. "Listen, Deku, I don't care that you're getting a handle on your quirk. I'm getting FING sick of all your DMN stunts. Don't you think for a DMN second that you'll hold that position for long. You're going to fall so far behind me that you won't even be able to see my explosions in the distance." Bakugo then turned to Todoroki a few feet away. "Train till you almost dead so I can prove who's the best here." Bakugo yanked his bag up and stomped out the door after proving his point over to Deku. He'll show him just who's the real deal in this school. Bakubro dodged. Bakugo didn't listen to the warning but turned his head to yell back at Shitty Hair, who yelling at him, but he didn't have the time to yell at him since he was too busy avoiding a sudden blast that was aimed at the back of his head. Bakugo had to turn his head so fast that he fell to the floor watching an electric blast aimed at the back of his head. He looked to the wall where it singed and turned to his front to find who was responsible for it. "DMN, I must be out of practice." Izuku replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, you're right. Guess I gotta train for the final exam." The hell is the matter with Deku? That attack could have killed me. Bakugo thought, with his body shaking from avoiding the near-death experience he just felt now. "Listen Bakugo, I already told you that I'm done being your punching bag, let alone as a stepping stone. I tried with words before, and I tried with my fist, so maybe I should change tactics with how I'm dealing with you." Izuku replied in a dark-speaking manner. "If my words can't get through of your thick skull, maybe my quirk can." Ida quickly gets up from his seat and addresses the situation at hand, seeing how Midoriya is almost close to killing Bakugo just now. "Midoriya, this has gone too far. Your behavior has been nothing but dissatisfying. And what you gonna do? Sending me to a detention?" Izuku snarks back, silencing the class president. "Ah, look everyone. The mighty Tenya Ida of Class A has come to play a dictator role against his class and everyone he finds imperfect once again. For God's sake, have some dignity, why don't you?" Izuku grabs his bags from his desk before making his way into the hallway and sparing Bakugo with one last message. "Grow up, why don't you?" Kurogyri stayed in the bar as usual, wiping glass and cleaning the counter table just like on any other day. The hideout is unusually empty right now with most of the members out and left Kurogiri alone. Shigaraki and the rest of the league are on a mission from All for One, and right now that leaves the bar empty with no one to be here except for him. Kurogiri meticulously wipes the glass before a phone on the counter rings, and he knows that there's only one person who has the number. Yes, Kurogiri answered. I need to talk to you. All for One speaks. Kurogiri put the phone down and walked front to the counter before opening a portal and allowing himself to enter. Inside, he was met with an All for One figure who was sitting in a chair all by himself in a dark room connected to medical equipment. You wish to see me, master? Kurogiri bowed, greeting his master. Yes, I wanted to know about Shigaraki's progress so far along with your little mission. It's going pretty well, he's growing much more compared to last time and seems to be more focus-minded right now. Is Midoriya's presence played a part in his progress? It would appear so. His presence has clearly improved the league's success, especially in our last mission. All for One nodded in pleased. Good, I know having that kid in our hands would be beneficial. Kurogiri looked over at his master's pleased expression before he asked, Master, can I ask a question? Sure. Go ahead. Why did you choose to invite Midoriya to join our cause? I understand his intellect and his being a UA student play a part in it, but why did you choose to bring him in the first place? All for One listened to the question and took a moment before giving the answer. That kid is special, Kurogiri. When I first met him on that rooftop, that kid was literally on his last breath, waiting for his demise to come after enduring the cruel hell he's experiencing daily. From what I know, that kid is nothing but a target practice in his school, the source of bullying made by the future heroes. Everyone around him is against him like he's facing the whole world all by himself with nothing but bare hands and wits. I knew that kid had something that both the heroes and us villains didn't have even up to this point, including me. And what's that, master? Kurogiri asked curiously. All for One grins pleasingly, showing his teeth to Kurogiri's misty figure. He gave his answer to him, his lips moving, but to Kurogiri, his sound almost felt like a white noise from the pure shock of his answer. Kurogiri's face looked shaken at his words before All for One laughed. You believe that, master? Kurogiri asked shakingly, finding him raring to do so. I could tell Kurogiri that in the near future, that boy is gonna be the deciding factor on both heroes and villains. Kurogiri took a moment to process the information that was given to him. Though no one heard him, he couldn't help but lament the overwhelming presence of Joker. The strongest card that they currently held made him begin to consider the possibility of the league coming out as the triumphant party in this era. After 3 grueling days of testing, the students were finally done with the written portion of their exams. In all, everyone was feeling pretty good about themselves. Somehow, all of them managed to pass, albeit with a few close calls. As expected, Izumi, Ida, Bakugo, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu had the top scores overall. With that particular hurdle now out of the way, all that was left was for them to do was to make it through the practical portion and they would be home free. Izuku just finished coming out from the locker room wearing his new costume. He abandoned the green color scheme and went for something different. He wears a blue trench coat that is tattered at the ends and a red scarf on his neck collar. The coat is belted shut and is adorned with belted cuffs. He also sports gray pants and brown shoes. Izumi also comes out from the girls' locker room and notices the difference in his new costume. You changed your costume? Yeah, I plan on remodeling. The old one is just not working out with me. He fixed the sleeve on his right arm. But you design it. I think it looks good, you know. Izumi said. Well, it's not working for me, Izuku said before making his way into the arena, and Izumi followed afterward. Everyone stood in front of the arena wearing their respective hero suits as they were all looking forward to participating in this match for today. Congratulations on making it through your written exams without any failures. But as you all know, that was only half of the story. Today, all of you will be taking part in the practical portion. I expect you all to do your best. Aizawa said to the students as they all stood in front of the main training center. So why are all of the teachers here? Zero asked what everyone else seemed to be thinking. No doubt a few of you did a bit of scouting and information gathering before today to see what you're going to be up against, right? We're fighting those robots from the entrance exam, right? Mina stated with a wide grin. The acid user grins, thinking about how easy this test is gonna be. Wrong. Huh? Everyone blinked in confusion. Actually, Principal Nizu interjected after appearing from out of nowhere. For various reasons, this year's test will be completely different, my young pupils. Wait, what? There will be a new focus on the exams for you all. You will be focusing on both teamwork and combat with actual people. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working in pairs. and your opponents will be members of our esteemed faculty. Isn't that fabulous? What? Huh? Come again? All right class, listen up. All eyes turned to Aizawa who had Nizu riding in his scarf. The original plan for the finals was to have teams of 2 go up against one of us pros. However, Nizu has accepted my new course of action. I've decided to cut 3 teachers from the roster, and make the teams by 3. Tsuyu spoke out, but Mr. Aizawa, we only have 20 students in class. One group will be missing someone. Actually, we could possibly have 21 after today. The class was all confused for a moment. Come on out. From around the corner of the building came the purple-headed brainwasher Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso here wanted to join the hero course but was put in general studies. He believes he is ready to try and join us. So, we are considering this his entrance exam. Alright, here are your teams and your opponent. Aizawa announced the names of the teams. Kirishima and Sato vs Cementos. Tsuyu and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Mineta and Siro vs Midnight. Ida and Ojiro vs Powerloader. Hagakure and Shoji vs Snipe. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Jairu and Koda vs Present Mike. Yayorozu and Todoroki vs Eraserhead. Mina and Shinso vs Nizu. And finally. Oh. No. F-. Sheet. Thought Izumi, Bakugo, and Izuku respectively. Izumi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo vs. Slam. All eyes turned to the giant hulking mass of All Might stand tall after landing in front of the class. Me. Izumi had no idea how this team could function properly without some intervention from the god himself. She stared at the match board on the names of her team and she knew that they were doomed to fail right from the start. The team setting makes it obvious that they were testing them on how they could work together, but in her opinion, it is just plainly impossible. Bakugo is the definition of a lone wolf. He always charges forward with nothing but raw power and his quirk, which makes him the self-proclaimed #1 hero in her opinion. Not to mention that Bakugo is incapable of teamwork, she even doubts that he knows the meaning of the word. Izuku is shifting from the once timid boy to the reckless person who's always looking for a fight, whether with Kirishima, Ida, or even Bakugo. He's been acting like this ever since he awakened his quirk, and his latest stunt with Bakugo just before the test shows that Izuku wasn't gonna work with Bakugo. To add insult to injury, their opponent is All Might, who happens to be her mentor. He knows about her quirk limit and the moves she made while using one for all to her telekinesis, so she knew she couldn't surprise him. To be honest, she had no idea how to pass this exam. They had more chance of seeing Aizawa-sensei laughing at a joke while dancing topless than passing this exam. Izumi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo, battle trail commence. The announcer's voice rang through the training ground. All 3 of them are making their way into the arena. Bakugo is walking up front and Izumi and Izuku follow from his behind. So it's pretty obvious why all of us were put into a group. They're trying to see if we can actually work together or not. Izumi stated as the group walked down the main road of training ground Beta. Yeah, do you have a plan on how we're going to pass? Izuku looked at his sister waiting to hear her. Our best bet is to avoid All Might if we can. We're simply outclassed. Izuku, when it comes to mobility you're at an advantage. So what we need to dash to. The loud voice of Bakugo was quick to interrupt Izumi's explanation. Go F yourselves. We're going to toy with him, and once he tires out I'll beat him up myself. Izumi scrunched her brow in confusion. Are you serious? Do you have any idea who we're up against? I know exactly who am I facing off and I'm not FING scared. Izumi ran up to Bakugo. Bakugo. Even with All Might's weights, you can't win. He'll destroy us. Please just listen to me dash. Smack. Bakugo took a swing with his gauntlet, had enough of listening to Izumi's rant trying to silence her, but to his surprise, his gauntlet was being held by the green-haired boy who glared at him. That's not a heroic thing to do, Bakugo, Izuku asked glaring at the ashen blonde boy. Izumi's eyes widened at her brother who just came and defended her from Bakugo. Normally it would be the other way around. Bakugo glared at the boy radiating with hatred. Deku. You dared. He receives his answer in the shape of a fist as Bakugo blocks it with his other free hand. You done getting it out of your system? Izuku asked in a bored tone. Izumi walked up and stomped towards him as Bakugo continued with his explosive rants. Shut your DMN mouth. Just because things are going well for you, doesn't mean you can talk to me like that. Never, ever tell me what I can and can't do. You're nothing. Surely you're not foolish enough to think that you can actually take on All Might one-on-one, Izumi asked Bakugo, even though she already knew the answer. Bakugo just grunted and walked faster down the street. I'm not running away from this fight, Izumi. I'll send him packing to his funeral today. Why not make it 2 along with yourself, Izuku mumbled under his breath. What the F, did you say, Deku? Don't think that just because you now have that shitty quirk of yours that you can run your mouth at me. You're still just a coward who ran the F away. Once we're done here, I'll be coming for you next. Why wait? We can solve everything here and now, he challenged him, cracking his body with electricity. Alright Deku, that's the last FINGTI-. Before Bakugo could finish whatever insult he was about to say, a massive surge of wind came barreling down the street at the three of them. Neither student had a chance to react before they were all swept up and thrown across the road. Smayawash! The teens were all blown to the ground by a gigantic gust of wind. All of the windows and buildings in the vicinity were smashed to pieces. They all slowly got up and looked down the road. What's the matter? Are you having difficulties already? The test just started. The three of them looked up only to see All Might casually walking and talking towards them. Only one thing on their minds when they noticed a glow in one of his striking blue eyes. When the hell did he get so intimidating? They all looked at how far All Might was standing and noticed just how powerful that punch must be that he didn't even need to be close to affect them. Izumi is willing to bet that punch is not even his most powerful one yet. Izumi looked to Bakugo. That is what we're up against, Bakugo. So are you going to listen now? Bakugo growled at her and scoffed. It was visible that he was sweating. TCHF off. He blasted himself off down the street towards the source of the blast, directly towards All Might himself. Izumi looked at him as she sighed. A-hole. Izumi whispered, Izuku, I need you to dash. But she missed the bright yellow glowing around Izuku's body as he charged forward away from the street towards All Might, leaving Izumi all by herself. Damn it, is no one listening to me? Izumi grunts before charging one for all and leaps forward following where the sound of explosion is coming from. Bakugo was the first to act and wasted no time in launching himself at the symbol of peace. He let off a series of violent blasts in all directions, but each one had no effect. D. Bakugo quickly used his left hand to maneuver under him and sent a pillar of fire upwards. However, just as the blast ended, All Might grabbed him by the face and held him at eye level. The blonde-haired man proceeded to gut punch him with enough force to send him flying skyward. Izuku saw the incoming Bakugo flying towards him and he evaded it as he dashed in All Might's direction in a blitz. Leaving your teammate behind, that's not very heroic of you, young Izuku. All Might replied looking at the boy coming towards him. Izuku sends a powerful lightning blast headed in All Might's direction, trying to stun the hero, but All Might is proven to be almost immune to the lightning and easily deflects it much to his surprise. Nice try, but it's gonna take a lot more to defeat me. All Might replied before throwing another set of gust attacks. Izuku cloaks himself with a yellow aura made out of lightning and makes a run for it before the attack hits him. He then leaps upward before joining his fists together and slamming All Might only to find the symbol of peace is grinning at him while tanking the attack. Damn it, just how tough is this guy? Izuku thought. All Might pushed the attack forward, causing Izuku to break off from the attack and push the green-haired kid back. Is this all for one's arch-nemesis? The one who crushed his head a few years ago? No wonder he's terrified of him. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Bakugo broke his train of thought. Get out of the way, Deku. Neither one of them had enough time to react before colliding with the other in midair. Both boys immediately dropped down to the street with painful grunts. Damn it! The now annoyed Bakugo shouted. All Might pulled his fist backward as both Izuku and Bakugo knew what was coming next. Just like before, that gust of wind was gonna come charging at him, only this time it's at close range. Izuku crossed his hands together in a defensive manner, trying to defend against the attack. He prepared himself for the strong gust of wind blowing right in his face when something pulled him backward and threw him away from the street. Izumi then sent a couple of used cars that were parked on the street headed at All Might to serve as a distraction only seconds before she grabbed her brothers and pulled him away. The only thing All Might could see after shattering the flying cars was the sight of green electricity fleeing into the distance. You okay? Izumi asked, checking up on her brother. Yeah, I'm good. Izuku nods, knowing that he just narrowly dodged that attack. Damn it, using electricity alone isn't gonna cut it, especially someone on All Might caliber. And I can't use other quirks in my hand or I'll blow my cover. Our only option is to make a run towards the gate, but with All Might standing close to it, there's no way we can make a break for it. Splitting up would be too dangerous for us and dash. Deku, you son of a beach. Bakugo throws a punch to the wall next to where Izuku's head is. The blonde looks enraged seeing the green-haired boy face, especially after what he just did. Why the hell didn't you get out of my way, you useless nerd? Bakugo shouted at Izuku after he picked himself onto the ground. The trio were now in an alleyway a good 500 meters away from their teacher. I don't answer to the likes of you, Bakugo. So you think you're better than me? You son of a beach. There's no point in you two arguing. We need to come up with an actual plan. Izumi interjected, growing more and more annoyed with how this was already playing out. I already told you. I'm going to beat the brakes off of him and prove that I'm the best hero out here. Bakugo shouts over his words as both Izuku and Izumi listen to it, but somehow they find it to be not making any sense to them. Breaking the silence, Izuku scoffed, "You're delusional." "What's that?" Bakugo turns his head towards the green-haired kid. "If you think you can defeat All Might on your own just like that, then this confirms that you had the mindset of a 5-year-old child." Izuku openly mocked him at his goal. At that moment, something snapped in Bakugo's head and he launched his right hand at Izuku, ready to blast him into next week. It proved useless though as Izuku grabbed his wrists and angled to blast upwards and away from both him and Izumi. The two give each other intense glares while in their momentary standoff. "If you got something to say, then say it," Izuku whispered, challenging over to the blonde. "What the F is going on with you, Deku? First, you grow a spine and start talking back, and the next thing I know is you acting like some kind of lunatic psychopath on some rampaging spree. Did you have some kind of personality disorder or something? Like I said, I don't answer to the likes of you." Izuku released his grip on Bakugo's wrist before yanking it away from him. The two of them continued to glare, almost wanting to rip each other up. "Alright, knock it off both of you." Izumi came in between, putting a break on this fight. "If you guys can't even work together, then none of us is gonna pass the exam, is that what you want?" Both Bakugo and Izuku glare, not yet taking their eyes off. Before any of them could give her an answer, a gust of wind on the other side of the alley alerted them to the presence of their teacher. "Are you done running away, kids?" All Might stepped towards the trio. He had an aura around him that sent a chill up their spines. All Might shot forward with his fist pulled back. Izuku took a stance and guarded against the attack, but the symbol of peace attack was just simply too strong for him to take on as he was blown away and sent flying along with a recovering Bakugo. "Izuku!" Izumi tried to run to him, but a large hand clamped down on her head. Just then, All Might dashed in front of Izumi and punched her so hard that the force flung her back to the other end of the alley. He proceeded to let loose on his successor. First, was left-handed blow that Izumi managed to slip under, but he instantly followed up with a right uppercut. Izumi barely managed to throw his guard up before being flung skywards. "That's very good, Izumi. You seem to grow much stronger now." All Might commented, noticing the difference in her strength recently. She powered up her full cowling to 15% and landed on the roof of one of the nearby buildings. But the second her feet hit the ground, All Might was already on top of her. Izumi barely had a second to react before dropping her body down to the ground to avoid the powerful blast of wind that more than likely would have knocked her unconscious. Just as thoughts began to run wild in hopes of formulating a strategy, All Might appeared in front of her once again and pinballed her up and down a nearby alleyway. "Turning your back on a villain? How disgraceful. You deserve punishment." All Might slammed Izumi into the road guard railing and bent the steel around her. "There we go. Now to deal with the other two." All Might sped off to Bakugo and Izuku, but before he got there Bakugo spun around with his hand held up. "Stun grenade." A blinding light hit up in All Might's face. Bakugo jumped at this opportunity. "How's that feel, all me MMPH?" Bakugo was stopped by All Might grabbing onto his face. "MMMM." Bakugo raised his free hand and began sending off consecutive blasts into All Might's face. "Ow! Ow! 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 Haha. Small blasts like that only tickle." All Might throws off Bakugo into the sidewalk, growing annoyed with the sting of the explosion on his face. Izumi then comes from afar using her telekinesis to throw off projectiles surrounding the area, from a simple trash can to a post box and even railing at All Might, but because of the long distance and unable to see clearly on what's in front of her, she could only throw random object at him before All Might clapped his hand and blows the projectile away from him. But not even less than a minute passed, Bakugo already recovered and exploded himself toward All Might. "Hey All Might, the real fight is over here," Bakugo shouted as he launched himself back at All Might. "I admire your tenacity, young Bakugo. But you should know better than to come at me without your teammates. I don't need those two losers' help. I'm about to show you why I'm going to be the next #1 hero. And that I'm better than that useless Deku," he shot back. Suddenly the boy raised his left arm into the air and aimed his gauntlet at the pro. He then pulled the safety pin and a massive wave of fire quickly fell upon him. The following blast was large enough to send out a plume of smoke that completely obstructed the camera's view. Boom! Bakugo didn't have enough time to assess the damage of his explosion before All Might's massive form was right on top of him. He managed to put his arms up to defend himself, but the force of the ensuing blow was enough to completely shatter his gauntlets. A valiant attempt, young Bakugo. But that wasn't enough. "Like hell I'd let you defeat me." He faced his palm towards the blonde-haired man, only for it to be knocked upward. In a split second, he found himself careening towards the asphalt and felt the impact of the ground at his back. When Bakugo finally looked up, All Might was standing over him. He somehow managed to stand on both feet and give the pro hero one last attempt at an attack. You should just forfeit, young Bakugo. You would have had a much easier time if you just worked with your teammates. I already told you, I don't need help from those shitty losers. Especially not that useless Deku. I'm going to show you that I'm better than both of them. He huffed out in between breaths. He was already exhausted and his forearms were starting to throb. But he'll be dead if he wasn't about to give this a-hole a good beating. That pride will be your downfall one day, my boy. But for the sake of you being a better hero one day, allow me to put you out of your misery. All Might taunted as he readied his right hand for what was sure to be a final blow. All Bakugo could do was curse to himself as he prepared for the impending impact. But before he could deliver the final blow, All Might covered his eyes to see Izuku standing around 300 meters away from his direction and somehow connected himself to the underground power line as his power outlet. Izuku raised his clenched fist in the air and gathered a large bolt of lightning in the shape of a sphere before he threw the attack at him. Yellow bolt. The sphere made out of lightning descends upon the ground from the air, possibly completely vaporizing them with a strong blast of lightning. All Might had to retreat away from the area as he saw everything was completely obliterated with nothing but a 3-meter radius of the crater. Impressive attack, young Izuku. Had that attack hit me, then I would have taken some heavy damage. All Might commented on that attack just now, but it seems that you made some error with your move just now. No, I don't think I did, Izuku replied. All Might didn't have the time to comment on Izuku's action just now as Izumi suddenly zooms in and takes the chance to throw a punch over to his abdomen. The blow is not as powerful as he hoped to be, but with the added strength of Izumi's telekinesis, it makes up for the less force she had on it. While the two users of One for All are currently duke it out right in the fake city, Bakugo looks to the front seeing the one who's responsible for that attack just now. Deku, you son of a beach! What the hell did you just do? Bakugo shouted as he lay on the ground and picked himself up. Clearly, Bakugo knows that the attack just now is intentional. If All Might hadn't been with him that time and thrown him away to safety, he would have been sure that he would get shocked in a worse situation compared to the exercise before, or worse, he would have been walking out of the arena in a box. Stop your whining, you got out just in time, don't you? Izuku answered nonchalantly. You bstrd, you trying to hit me just now, aren't you? If you can't even avoid that kind of attack, maybe you should have a career change. At a back office if I suggested. As a receptionist. But Bakugo has had enough of his throwing insults and decides to take matters into his own hands. He swings his gauntlet at Izuku's face and knocks him to the ground. Blood drips into the pavement coming out from Izuku's lip. I had enough with you, Deku. Talk shit like that one more time, and I'll cripple you for life. Bakugo threatened, popping his explosion in an erratic manner with his ruby eyes looking at Izuku's leg ready to blast it. Izuku looks at the ashen blonde-haired boy as he grins like a maniac, somehow turning him into that same boy who used to torment him for 10 years for no apparent reason. He gripped his fist tightly before throwing an uppercut right into his chin, making Bakugo fall back. Go ahead. Izuku responded while his body is cracking with electricity. I'll send your ash to your parents once I strike you down for good. Izumi and All Might are right now in their own fighting zone with both of them trading one blow after another. Fist after fist collides in the middle with Izumi trying to put up a fight with her mentor, who's also the #1 hero in Japan. Right now, her mind is in the zone right now. With everything focused on the opponent right in front of her and nothing else. But she couldn't help but worry over the fact that All Might was easily thrashing Bakugo and all she could do was just try her best and do well for this exam. Impressive, young Izumi, but I must ask, were you gonna try to defeat me all by yourself or do you have some plan here? All Might came and asked questions, taking a momentary break from their fight. Maybe, Izumi spoke, bluffing him. She knew that counting on Bakugo right now was nothing but a lost cause, so her option was to wait for her brother to come with an assist while she kept All Might distracted. That's the initial plan that she came up with. I just hope that those two will wake up. 'Cause I can't hold out for much longer. Izumi thought. On the other side of the street where All Might and Izumi are having their own brawl, the same thing is happening as well on the other part of the city, only instead of shockwave and cloud of smoke, it's covered in electricity and explosion. Bakugo looked at his opponent with fury as he spat a few drops of blood from his mouth. The nerd dared to throw the first punch, and it set the blonde off to no end. He was grinning though, the fight he had wanted for so long was finally here. Consequences be damned, he was going to beat Deku so far into the ground that the boy would never question his place beneath him again. This wasn't a class, Deku won't be able to back out this time. The sheer nerve that Deku had to humiliate him like that, on school no less, was far beyond being acceptable to the blonde. Bakugo promised to make the worthless nerd pay for doing that to him, and for everything else that the green-haired boy had done to step over him since coming to UA. One way or another, he would reclaim his rightful place as top dog and future #1 hero. It was time to put Deku back on his knees, exactly where he belonged. "You goddamn nerd." Bakugo yelled at the boy, pointing an accusatory finger. "You were hiding yet another power from me. That FING does it. First, it was your stupid new quirk, then the twisted new attitude of yours, and now this. I'm sick and tired of finding out that you've just been half-butting everything your entire life. Stop looking down on me and fight me for real." For a moment, Bakugo just stood there, panting from his rant as he glared daggers at the green-haired boy standing before him, but then everything changed. 1 second later, he found himself being uppercut by the quirkless runt. The blonde felt even more rage flood his system, imagining himself ripping the boy who believed he could do this to him in half. Deku would be lucky if he was still breathing once Katsuki was done with him. "You want to settle the score between us? I'll shatter that delusion dream you cling on for the last 10 years. Izuku replied before he threw a punch over to his face and pushed Bakugo off the street. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was back on Bakugo, his legs swinging down. Bakugo crossed his arms out in front of him to block the hit, but it didn't matter. Izuku's strength broke right through and sent his arms down. Burn marks seared into his skin. In a panic, Bakugo blasted into the sky. Thunder! At his sudden declaration, a bolt of lightning descended down and struck Bakugo, paralyzing him from the shock of electricity alone, causing his body to have a mild seizure. "You done? Are you done?" he asked, showing that he's ready to use this method again. Bakugo drops to the pavement as he feels he's unable to move any of his body after being struck down just now. But he refuses to give in. He didn't come this far just to have the FING quirkless nerd like him to humiliate him. He'll teach Deku a lesson that he'll never forget, and after that, it's All Might's turn. Bakugo screamed bloody murder, pushing down the pain to his throat, and just charged blindly, using his explosions to propel himself toward Izuku at considerable speed. Izuku glared minutely and pulled on his core. He disappeared in a flash of light and crackling of electricity, forcing Bakugo to pull the brakes. Izuku reformed behind the blonde, swinging his leg up and smashing his boot into the side of Bakugo's head in a roundhouse kick. As he reeled in the blast of pain, Izuku disappeared and appeared in front of Bakugo, punching the blonde in the stomach with enough force to fling him back several feet. Spitting out from the blow, Bakugo screamed, "F you, goddamn piece of shit. I'll kill you. You've said that so many times I stopped counting a long time ago." Izuku deadpanned, dodging an exploding right fist, hands shooting up to grab the limb in a death grip. "I think you're just all words and no action at this stage." The green-haired teen drove the point by kicking Bakugo's legs out of him and throwing the blonde over his shoulder in a reminiscent move to the battle trial he had done before. As he hit the ground with a yell, Izuku retained his grip on his adversary's arm, bodily flinging the blonde several feet down the ring like a frisbee. Biting back groans of pain, Bakugo picked himself up, looking especially murderous. Screaming ferally, he released a long-distanced blast towards Izuku, who calmly activated his electric flight and shot into the air, dodging the incoming fireball. Izuku gazed at the explosive blonde impassively. Bakugo took that as an insult. "Stop looking down on me, you mother FINGCNT. Looking down on you," the green-haired teen huffed condescendingly. "Who do you think you are? A god? Someone who should be respected? You're neither of that, just an egotistical psychopath with a superiority complex who doesn't understand the concept of humility. Anyone with a decent, functional moral compass will naturally view you with contempt. But of course, you're too blind to see that for yourself." Bakugo screamed bloody murder, forming a glowing ball of light and throwing it at Izuku. Like a stun grenade exploding, there was a blinding flash of light. Izuku was thrown off-kilter for a moment from trying to protect his retinas from frying, but he retaliated by pulling on his core again and disappearing, shrouded by the light. He reformed behind Bakugo, punching him in the head and blasting him forward with a beam of electricity. Once again tasting concrete, Bakugo snarled like a wild animal. He unleashed explosion after explosion, forcing Izuku to dodge each one unless he get blown to smithereens. Yet the green-haired teen was unfazed. He dealt with many villains and pros in the last 2 weeks after his detention, and even before that, he's gaining plenty of fighting experience on the street. Compared to that, Bakugo is just some common thug you find on the street whose main purpose is to put fear in someone who's weaker than him. After dodging each explosion, he made it a point to flick the bird each time at Bakugo, fueling the blonde's anger with unrepentant contempt. "You think you're so powerful enough to look down on me, That your quirk is so impressive that everyone should let you do whatever the hell you want, Bakugo growled viciously. I don't know why everyone is so afraid of you. You are just a motherfucking, worthless piece of shit who has no place in this world. When I beat the ever-loving F out of you, I'll drive into your puny brain that you are nothing. Nothing more than a bug underneath my boot. I will force you to bow to me, to show everyone watching that you will never amount to anything. Looking at Bakugo's state right now, Izuku finds that the blonde has reached his limit, already showing his full capability to him. Back in the day, he would have been too scared to even look at Bakugo in the eyes, after learning how cruel and scary he can be with his quirk. But now, he didn't feel the same fear-mongering feeling he experienced back then. He didn't shake his legs in terror or stutter whenever he was close to him. Because Izuku believes that he's better than Bakugo. Stronger than him. Smarter than him. And he's 10 times the person he is compared to Bakugo. He looked at the time on his wrist and noticed that they only had about 10 minutes left or else they would fail the exam. And as much as he didn't care about his grade right now, maintaining a facade of a good student is essential for the future of his mission. Bakugo watched as he just stood there, not moving at all, almost like he was waiting for him to move. He thinks that it's because Deku is scared of him, but when he sees those eyes looking at him, it shows an expression that he never saw from him before. Boredom. Deku is bored of him. It's like the looks that your parents always gave whenever you cried at the toy store for wanting your favorite toy and they didn't want to buy it for you and you just cried on the floor until your parents gave in and they just looked at you for being childish. That's how Deku is looking at him right now. Bakugo bites his lip till it's bleeding watching that look on his face right now, and all he wanted to do was just wipe it off from his face with his explosion. He didn't care about the consequences later on and just wanted to get it done. Deku. Bakugo propelled himself into the way, like a bull in a rampaging spree as he made his way into him. But Izuku moved in the blink of an eye with his electricity flowing around his body and moved behind Bakugo's rear and delivered a strong knockout punch to his back, causing the blonde to get thrown into the floor. Bakugo's face is being dragged on the ground. His face is covered in rubble and debris from the surroundings before he looks to the rear where the blow is coming. Deku, you coward. Come out here and fight. But to his surprise, he's nowhere to be found and left with nothing but an empty street. At first, he thought that he was running like a coward, but then he felt that someone was close to him right now, standing behind him. He reeled in shock and turned his head to find Deku standing around 2 feet away from him while looking down from his position. Just remember, Bakugo, that you lost in this foolish hissy fit. Thunder, he began to lock his hands together in a tight fist and swung them down onto Bakugo, both smashing them into the ground. Hammer! He shouted his new move as lightning generated from his fist and the surrounding, creating what it seems to be a lightning crater. There was a strike to the back of the boy's head, and Bakugo fell into unconsciousness not long after that. Then a powerful lightning surge blast descended from the air and struck down to where they both stood as Izuku finished with his new move just now. He's lucky this is still the school ground. So I toned down the power to it. Izuku said to himself as he stood in front of the aftermath of what turned out to be his final attack. Directly in front of him was a fully unconscious Katsuki Bakugo lying in the middle of a 10-meter-wide crater. If this wasn't a school ground with cameras watching over their move, he would have done something a lot worse to the blonde just now. He could tell that once this exercise is over, he would get chewed off for fighting with each other, but he knew that they were watching how Bakugo is the uncooperative party in this match, so that should give him an excuse for what he did. He lifted Bakugo to his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carried him before making his way into where Izumi and All Might were having a fight right now. On the other side of the street, both Izumi and All Might are still squaring off with each other, throwing one blow after another. Izumi swung her kick forward into his face, but All Might put a guard to it, grabbed a hold of her leg and threw her away into the debris of the street as the symbol of peace grinned. Is that all you got, young Izumi? All Might went on to ask, questioning her with his villain persona. Izumi burst forward at blinding speed coming out from the debris. All Might did the same, clashing with his successor halfway. The teen began to flail punches and kicks wherever she could. Izumi used her finger flicks and new speed to dodge what she could. All Might socked Izumi in the gut, but she grabbed onto his arm and pulled All Might down. But All Might is just bigger in terms of size and instead slammed Izumi into the pavement and pinned her down. Any last words, little hero? All Might questioned before gripping his fist ready to strike the final blow. Izumi grits her teeth ready to accept the punch that's about to hit her any moment now. Suddenly, a blast of lightning strikes All Might's arm, freeing Izumi from the hero's grasp. Izumi knows who's responsible and she couldn't be happier. Then a blast of lightning struck down, but All Might managed to fall back to avoid getting hit for the second time. That was a bold move, young Izuku. Instead of a response, Izuku turned back around and made one last dash for the finish line that was barely 600 feet away. He dashed in a stunning burst of speed, cloaking himself in lightning that left the rest of the students and teachers in awe. He made a mad dash for the exit. But just as he was about 50 feet away, he felt the hand of All Might grab his left leg. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw Bakugo's unconscious body across the gate before another one of All Might's fists could make contact, sending him flying into the nearby bus. Katsuki Bakugo has crossed the finish line, the voice of the announcer said. Izuku then descended below to the ground with Izumi right next to him as both of them stared down at the villain in the scenario. Both of them stood back up and lined up together. They watched as All Might's eyes seemed to light up. You too. It seems you all have taken it up a notch. You even got young Bakugo to safety and 1 foot away from passing. Ha 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 ha. It seems that I'm gonna have to start trying now. How's Bakugo doing? Izumi asked, not taking her eyes off her opponent. Unresponsive, Izuku answered vaguely. Izumi looked at the situation they were both in right now. As much as I hate to say it, we have no choice but to fight him right now. He's not gonna let one of us out of his sight and head to the exit. Yeah, that sounds right. Izuku cracks his knuckle with electricity. Can you do that move you did on the training exercise? Izumi asked, remembering the bolt of lightning that struck down Bakugo unresponsive. No, I'm almost running out in my tank and I can't do that move again for today, Izuku replied. Izumi clicks her tongue in anger, thinking that she could rely on that huge destructive move to beat their opponent, but it seems that's too much to ask since she knows that move must have depleted a lot of his stamina. We have no choice, we have to work together, otherwise we both fail the exam. Listening to Izumi's words, he can't help but agree to it. The last thing he needs is the fact that he failed the exam and Bakugo passes after being thrown off by him. Okay, let's do it. I'm so going to regret this later, she thought before she let the power of One for All rise inside of her. One for All full cowling, 20%, she shouted internally. The moment she activated it, the electricity surrounding her body erupted more violently than normal. Her skin adopted a reddish hue and her hair was beginning to stand on its own. The blonde-haired man immediately recognized this, remembering the last time she tried to activate her quirk at 20%. Wondering if his successor truly had managed to level up. Izuku stared at her with a bewildered look, wondering how Izumi's quirk had a change of look, but he didn't have time to think about it and just needed to focus on the opponent in front of him. He began to charge electricity around his body, almost like a surge of aura surrounded his entire body. Both of them stood their ground, readying for the massive beatdown they were about to experience as All Might came. All Might's smile grew ever so slightly at the sight of his successor. The fact that she was able to stand while holding 20% was something to be proud of. He couldn't help but want to see how well he could do with it. Not to mention that her brother is well, standing ready to fight. He had to admit that it was impressive for him to stand up despite the overwhelming odds right now. I'm impressed, both of you. Do you think that you can manage to beat me in your current state? I guess we're about to find out. He gave him a confident smile. I'm looking forward to I dash. Before All Might could finish his statement, Izuku jetted towards him with a burst of speed that he was not expecting and landed a resounding punch on his face. The impact was enough to make him stumble back a bit. All Might recovered and tried to launch back, but the green-haired boy dodged to the side and a strong telekinesis push came in between and hit All Might straight in the gut, his wound bursting with pain. With that distraction, Izuku and Izumi shot forward and launched All Might high into the wall of a building. Izuku shot off the ground like a blitz and Izumi ran up the wall. Both pinned down each of All Might's arms. Izuku pulled out his cuffs and tried to put them on All Might's wrist, but All Might busted out of their grips and unleashed a flurry of punches on the two of them. He grabbed Izuku, slammed his head into the building, and sent a heavy elbow into Izumi's back. That was certainly impressive, young Izumi. But let's see how you deal with this. All Might reared back his fist. Texas. Izumi immediately knew what was about to happen. She also knew this was probably going to deplete whatever energy she had left. But she didn't have much of a choice. 25% Texas. Smash! Both of them howled as the wind pressure of their attacks collided midway and blew away everything in the surrounding area. With that attack, Izumi immediately dropped to her knees and began panting heavily. Her left arm was on fire and she had almost no strength left to move. Impressive, young Izumi, but it's gonna take a lot more than that to bring me down. All Might replied, grinning after taking the hit just now. Izuku then came and zooms in, slamming his body against All Might, trying to push his body to the side. Izuku! Izumi shouts. Push him back. Izumi understood what he meant and switched to telekinesis and tried to push All Might out of their way, but he simply is too big and strong for both of them to handle. He's too strong. Yeah, no kidding. We have to join our quirks together. Use your lightning when I say it. Izumi continues to push All Might, but he simply just won't budge that much and remains standing while trying to push forward, taking one step at a time. Seeing him closing in, she grits her teeth in exhaustion before shouting, "Now!" Izuku channels every ounce of energy he has right now and sends a powerful surge of lightning toward All Might. The lightning travels following with the gust of winds, and the electricity is traveling course with the wind itself, almost creating what appears to be a thunderstorm. Thunderstorm! Both of them shout their joint special move as a gust of tornado followed by a striking thunder hits All Might squared in the chest before it pushes him back down several feet away, hitting several buildings behind him. The force of the attack is so powerful that it leaves everyone who's watching from the other side blinking their eyes several times and not taking their eyes off the screen over what just happened and to whom it did. Both Izuku and Izumi fell onto their backs, completely worn out. Izuku had put 100% into his lightning, and so did Izumi with the blow just now. Izuku barely kept his eyes open before passing out, and Izumi followed with the rest of the team. Team Izumi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo have passed. The announcer's voice spoke through the speaker. The horn declaring they had passed went off. Izumi slowly opened her eyes to see a white ceiling and felt a dull pain on her right side. She felt a dip on the left side of her bed and looked down at it. Her hair was out of its ponytail, splayed across her pillow. Izuku was asleep with his head on the bed next to her arm. Where am I? Izumi asked herself, still feeling groggy. You're awake, Sonny. She turned her head and saw Recovery Girl come to her side of the bed. You don't know how to hold back, do you? The medi-heroine admonished after giving her the healing kiss and about a dozen gummies, which she downed in 2 bites. Does quirk exhaustion mean nothing to you? Sorry, I was in an emotional high. Recovery Girl sighed. I swear to everything holy I will wring Nizu's neck for even thinking of authorizing this mess in the first place. But anyway, you're good to go. Just make sure not to use your quirk in any form for a couple of days unless in an emergency. And I mean it. Izumi gave her a 2-finger salute. Got it, ma'am. She looked to the side and saw her brother was sleeping. Right next to him was Bakugo, who followed suit but was covered in bruises and a few stitches to his head, wondering how he got so roughed up like that. Her brother told her before they clashed against All Might that he already passed and was unconscious, but she never pried much at the time since they were too busy with passing the exam. If you are wondering about him, then he's fine. Recovery Girl answered, noticing how her eyes trailed towards Bakugo, but he's pretty roughed up when he came to me. What happened? Your brother happened. She replied, they had an infighting, and the rest is there on the bed. Izumi looked at how badly injured Bakugo must be and knew that whatever happened, it must be his fault. He knows better than to mess around and get himself in check, but if he kept wanting to play like a child, then that's his problem. Your brother is still injured, but he's fine. And your mentor is just coming out moments ago. You're lucky that no one saw him revert back after your attack, or else this would be a disaster. He turned back. Yes. Under that cloud of smoke, turned into that skinny figure of his. Both of you dealt a massive blow to him. It's kinda impressive seeing the two of you working together. Thanks, Izumi replied, realizing to her words that this was the first time they had worked together. Never before had the two of them done something together, and now seeing it, it shows just how well they can be together. Anyhow, I should get back. I need to talk to him. Izumi replied, mentioning her mentor. Yeah, he's been waiting for you. Recovery Girl replied. The elderly heroine waved her off, prompting Izumi to remove himself from the makeshift infirmary. With the door closing behind her, Recovery Girl turned to her latest patient to grace her care. The gash in Bakugo's head had been cleaned and sealed, as with all the cuts littering any exposed skin. Hopefully, with a bit of luck, it wouldn't scar. Now it was all a matter of waiting for the teen to wake up in time for the award ceremony. Recovery Girl didn't need to wait long. Within a few moments, Bakugo stirred, and his eyelids fluttered open. What? The? Oh good, you're awake. The medi-heroine approached his side, and you're healing up nicely too. You should be up and ready within the hour. How? The F-. Language, Recovery Girl admonished as she checked a clipboard. You were knocked out of bounds by your teammate Midoriya. Over the top final move. Considering what transpired during that time, I was amazed that you weren't more severely injured. Bakugo lapsed into silence as her words registered. The memories slowly returned. In his battle with Deku, getting set off at his opponent's deadpan jibes, and trying to get a rise out of him, only to get knocked out by an explosion of light, followed by darkness as he hit something hard and lost consciousness. He looked to the side of his bed and found Deku was still sleeping soundly. Judging from the sound of his class cheering over Izumi on the other side of the room, she could tell that they had passed the exam. But no thanks to him. Both Izumi and Deku have been given the chance to deal with All Might, and what did he do? Sleeping unconsciously and get tossed to the gate. Deku and Izumi took on All Might together. They defeated All Might while he was left on the sideline. I was once the top dog in this school. So why have they left me on the side? He looked toward Deku, emitting his hatred toward him, wanting to wake him up by popping his explosion right in his ears before his eyes trailed to the white curtain just next to Deku's bed. Remember who's in there? He walks to it and opens it, showing Kaminari, who's still stuck in a coma, sleeping peacefully. Bakugo looks at the room and finds it surprisingly pretty clean. There's a fresh flower on the side along with a get well soon card placed next to his side of the bed. He had never been to this place before. He knows that Dunceface is always hanging out with him while teasing Deku with him, but never came to visit him ever. Seeing him click something in his head as if the gears are rotating and working full. Dunceface went into a coma when Deku beat the crap out of him, then suddenly Deku woke up and had an electric-type quirk in his hand. Something doesn't add up. He knows that Aunt Inko's quirk is weak telekinesis type and her husband breathes fire, and none of those two generates any form of lightning or electricity type quirk. Is it possible that Deku and Dunceface had the same quirk? He doesn't know, but something fishy is going on. And he will find out about it. A week has passed since the final exam and mostly everyone has passed the exam except Sato, Kirishima, Shiro, and Mina, who all failed and had to take a remedial exam during the training camp that's about to take place tomorrow. Most of the class decided to head toward Kiyoshi Mall and grab essentials for their trip. Everyone is here with the exception of Bakugo, who rejects the offer saying that he's busy. Even Izuku is also present, and only because Izumi is inviting him, even when the class didn't. The class immediately sprang off into groups of their own, leaving Izuku by himself. He thought he might at least have Izumi, but she went off with the rest of the girls, dragging her out of the way. Izuku was kinda glad that he was left alone so that he could do what he came here for originally without being disturbed by Izumi or his class. He walked to the mall, took the elevator to the 3rd floor and scanned the area before he spotted an electronics store and saw if any of his classmates were in the store as well. After finding none, he walks in, grabs a cell phone and a phone charger, and places it on the cashier counter. That would be 5,000 yen, the cashier replied. Izuku fished out his wallet, handed the cashier the cash and paid for it. He then opens the phone and puts it in his pocket before taking the elevator and heading to the ground floor. He walked up and headed to the fountain right in the middle of the area, where he could spot a couple of kids making wishes on the fountain, throwing a coin on it. He took a seat and saw a man in a black hoodie walk up to him and sit down to his right. "You're alone," the hooded guy said, raising his head a bit to his face, showing to be Shigaraki. "At the moment, yeah," Izuku replied. "I saw a couple of your class in here. You're having some kind of hangout or something?" "You can say that. Now what do you want? It's kind of weird hearing that you need to rendezvous with me in public places. My class is about to have a field trip." Suddenly Shigaraki showed an interest and looked intrigued. "When?" "Tomorrow. You know where it is?" "No, the teacher is kind of discreet with the location. We don't know where we're headed until we arrive." Shigaraki scratched his neck, wondering whether he should be happy or not hearing this intel. "Then what's the use of this information? If that's all you had to say, you could have just texted." Izuku fished out his pocket, handing his newly paid phone. "Track my phone with this. I put my number alone on it, so you should be able to trace it and find where my location is when I arrived." "And then what?" "And then, we're gonna launch an attack on UA. More like you guys did." Shigaraki went silent for a good 5 seconds before regaining his composure. "Oi, last time, didn't you say that this was a bad idea?" Shigaraki asked, sounding unconvinced, even though he felt like this wasn't a good idea. "Yeah, but it's also the perfect chance to make a point." They thought that since the location is gonna be discreet, then they would lower their guard down, which is a perfect place to launch an attack. "And what about you? Are you gonna join with the attack as well?" "I won't join. If I go missing or take a leave of absence at the camp or during the attack, then it would arouse suspicion among the staff. The best case scenario is that I just gonna watch from the sideline, playing my role as a student." "And what's our plan?" "I figure that there's more to it than just attacking UA and damaging their reputation." "Oh, there's more to it. I need you to kidnap a student. Any one of them is fine as long as it's a hero student. Imagine the headline, League of Villains attacks UA, student got kidnapped. They would have lost their credibility as an institute if word got out." "I like the sound of that." "Yeah, they won't know what to hit them." Shigaraki chuckled. About 20 feet away, Izumi just walked out of the store and finished buying what she needed for the trip. She walked out and saw Izuku sitting on the water fountain. He's sitting with someone in a black hoodie, but she can't get a better look at who's that. All she can see is bluish hair coming from the hoodie itself. She wanted to confront the person before the said person got up and left. "Who is that? He seems familiar. But I can't remember where." Izumi thought. Izumi then walks by and meets with Izuku, who's looking in surprise seeing her coming just out of nowhere. You finished? Izumi asked. Yeah, just go and buy a charger, nothing much, he replied, showing the newly purchased phone charger. She looked at the items and almost found them to be way less compared to her. You don't buy much? I'm more of a light traveler, Izuku responds. Izumi looks in silence before asking, who's that guy sitting beside you? He seems creepy if you ask me. Oh, I don't know actually. He's come and mumbled some stuff before he walks away. Izuku excused, not wanting Izumi to know of his encounter with Shigaraki. He could tell that Izumi was suspecting his meeting with Shigaraki just now, and he needed to divert the conversation elsewhere or do something before she asked more questions. Hey, you wanna grab something to eat? What? Something to eat? It's pretty late, you know, so why not go and have a bite? Izumi seemed to be surprised but didn't reject the offer itself. Sure, what you in the mood for? I don't know. I'm gonna go along with your taste. I could go for some ramen or katsudon. You still like katsudon? This time it was Izuku who had a surprised look on his face. How did she know his favorite food? How did you know? My favorite, I meant? Izuku questioned. You always eat katsudon, didn't you? Almost every day you would eat those things. I won't say every day. Izuku denied the claims. You did. You always eat those whenever you are at school or even outside. I even once saw you eat around 2 bowls at school. Now when did I ever do that? Izuku shook his head, but even she knows that he denies that. Come on, let's go to the food court. Eventually, they headed to the 3rd floor where the food court to have lunch. Izumi orders a beef bowl and Izuku chooses katsudon. See, I told you that you're gonna choose that. Izumi snickers looking at the bowl of his order. It was the only thing that filled me. I just ate ramen yesterday and they only had this or the ramen. Yeah. Izumi grabbed the chopstick on the table and took a bite of her rice and beef. So how's class recently? I see that you started to enjoy it more around this day. It's going well. Compared to before, it's much more fair. Izuku replied, noticing how everyone had been off his back except for certain people. Good, I'm glad that you having fun, Izumi replied, feeling glad that he could enjoy the school life he deserved. So, how's mom? Izuku chooses to ask. Izumi shifted to uncomfortable hearing the new topic. They both know that bringing their mom into the conversation is kinda a taboo topic. Both their mom have pretty much neglected Izuku ever since she found out about his lack of quirk and have been focusing her life on Izumi instead. Mom is still being a mom. She didn't talk about you at all. And even when I told her of you awakening your quirk, she just said okay and then hung up the phone. Well, I don't expect anything different to be honest, Izuku replied, seeming to expect this kind of response from her knowing how she pretty much abandoned him. So, I've been wondering. I want to ask you something. Is it personal or anything? Kinda. Despite her words, she didn't feel confident and somehow looked uncomfortable. Go ahead, shoot, Izuku asked nonchalantly. Izuku figured that she might have decided to ask about Shigaraki, who came to meet him moments away, but he already had the fake answer for it. If she asked about his new attitude or newly awakened quirk, then she would expect an elaborate lie concocted by him. Either way, he's ready for anything that's gonna be thrown at him. Do you have someone that you like? PFFFTTTT. Izuku almost spat the katsudon in his mouth back to his bowl. Needless to say, he got caught completely off guard by the sudden question, even coughing a bit. What did you just ask? He asked. Maybe he misheard the question. Do you have someone that you like? Izuku had no idea what on earth to Izumi to be asking something like this in the first place. He knew that their bonds had already been ragged ever since they stepped in UA and with the whole quirk and no quirk situation, but he never suspected that Izumi was opening a conversation with a topic this uncanny. Why are you asking me this? I know that we haven't been around much, but this is dash. I know, it's just I kinda wanted to get you better. Izumi replied, fiddling with her finger, we've been a part of each other so much and I feel like we haven't been on together recently. Izuku sighed, understanding where she came from. After UA, everything changed between Izumi and himself. She seemed to grow more distant, training for long hours, studying more, and seems to be bearing more responsibility than before. He didn't blame her in the slightest and just accepted it at the time. Izuku took a moment before sighing and looking at her. You don't have to ask something like that to open up a conversation, you know. I know. Izumi slumps in defeat knowing how ridiculous she sounds just now. But, to answer your question. Izuku replied, no, I don't. Nothing. No one from another class or the second year or something. It's kinda hard to talk with people when you tend to get into fights once a week, Izuku said, munching the chicken. But surely there's one or two that seem trying to get to know you, she asked. It's not middle school where people put letters in shoe lockers, Izuku replied, continued taking a bit of his food. I know, but maybe they haven't because you haven't given them a chance. I'm just saying that not everyone is probably gonna try to gun for you or anything. Soon the conversation shifted from small talk and pointless talking, but one noticeable thing happened is that both Izuku and Izumi enjoyed each other company, talking and laughing about pointless stuff. If there's a camera that aims towards their expression right now, then maybe they would be able to capture the moment to hold on for eternity. Tsukachi sits at his desk and finishes reviewing the case of the new vigilante who calls himself the Muzudafu Hero Slayer. There's no indication that points to the said killer, the only thing that leads to them is the death of what appears to be almost 30 heroes so far, ranging from sidekicks to pro heroes. He looked over to the file and there was no sight of the said victim anywhere on the street. No ID, no gender, nothing. Just a male around 5 feet 5 inches or 6 feet tall, wears a black hoodie, and associates with the League of Villains. He suspected that the kid might be Stain's disciple, but the motive doesn't seem to add up. Stain finds a hero, leads him to an alley and kills them for a reason, because he deems them unworthy to be wearing the mantle of hero. The Hero Slayer, however, tends to kill any hero on sight regardless if they are fake or not. But one thing he detects is that the area where most heroes die is in a specific prefecture and area, which means that they must be hunting near their base of operation. He dials a number on his phone waiting for the ring before someone picks up. Hello, am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? The answer is, I'm the principal. Good afternoon, Principal Nizu, I want to talk to you about a certain killer. A day had passed and back at UA, everyone was getting ready for the summer camp, with almost everyone passing the exam with the exception of Mina, Kirishima, Sato, and Siro. Everyone gathered in front of their bus and began to load their belongings inside. All right, now that everyone's here, we need to start loading our bags onto the bus. The quicker that we get this done, the sooner we can leave. So, let's make it quick, Ida announced to his classmates. Shut up, Ida, we're doing it right now. Siro mildly argued over the bespectacled boy's antics. Surprisingly, all of the Class A students complied with the order and began loading their luggage onto the shelves. Even Izuku volunteered to speed up the process. Izuku loaded his bag onto the bus and texted on his phone to his other phone that he had given to Shigaraki the other day at the mall. Izuku, we're on our way. Start tracking. No comms. Putting his phone in his pocket, he enters the bus and takes his seat next to Izumi, who left him a seat right next to her, and he took it. You're excited for this trip? Izumi asked. Yeah, at least it's not school, so it won't be boring or anything, Izuku commented. Ever since what happened during the mall, Izuku and Izumi's relationship has been growing fondly with each other. They seemed to be talking more to each other and grew closer like an actual sibling. But Izuku knows that this relationship isn't gonna last long. Now that Izuku had secretly deflected from the heroes and joined with the League, it caused a great discomfort inside of him knowing that their newly fond relationship soon gonna end. It's just kind of sad to know that it took him to be a villain and to pretend to be someone just to be genuinely close to his sister. Soon, the bus took off and drove away from the school grounds and headed to the highway, where they would go to their secret camp location. The travel itself was pretty smooth, except for Aizawa-sensei, who was trying to sleep while the rest of his students were chatting loudly. The class continues to talk about the exam and gossip among each other. Some of them are sitting while playing with their phone, and others prefer to just sleep till they arrive. Are we there yet? Siro groaned from his spot next to Mineta. Quiet, dumbass. I'm trying to sleep. Bakugo responded from his seat towards the back. Dude, we've been stuck on this DMN thing for the last 3 hours. I'm dying over here. The tape user kid shot back. Well, complaining about it won't help, Jiru said, who was seating a few seats ahead. Dude, I don't even see the Class B bus anymore. Alright, settle down, everyone. Aizawa ordered the slightly unruly class of teenagers as he turned around in his seat. We'll be there in less than 5 minutes, so get ready. Like I said last week, we're hitting the ground running as soon as we show up. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes passed before the bus came to a halt in front of a decent-sized lake in the middle of a heavily wooded area. The only visible structure that they could see was a small shack on the shoreline. As the students departed, they couldn't help but notice that the Class B bus was nowhere to be found. They had all left together, but at some point, they must have either gotten separated or lost. Where are we? Izumi looked around to find an empty field. This isn't the place, right? Jiru said, confused. Who cares? At least we could stretch our legs for a while, Mina said while stretching her legs with Tokoyami and Siro. As the student came down from the bus, they began to stretch their legs and enjoy the view as well. The smell of the mountain air and the forest near the cliff is enough to calm their distracted mind for a while. We've stopped here for a reason, Izawa explained while waiting for someone. They should be here soon. They kept looking around while enjoying the view when suddenly two woman figures appeared in front of them. Bring your gazes to our rockin' poses. So stunningly cute and cat-like. The two women struck their poses and simultaneously chanted, "We're the wild, wild pussycats." Everyone watched in silence while the two heroines tried to keep their poses. Oddly enough, the weirdest part about it was that they had a little kid with them. "These are the pros that will be helping you with your training," Shoyuta said in a monotone voice. The wild, wild pussycat? These are the group of heroes who specialized in rescue as a team, but they're supposed to be four-person team. Mandalay walked over to the railing overlooking the forest. This entire area is our territory. And your lodge is over at the foot of that mountain. Mandalay pointed towards a mountain miles and miles away. Whoever doesn't get there before noon doesn't get lunch. Wait, what? The entire class questioned. If the lodge is all the way over there, why did we stop here? Uraraka asked before it dawned on her. I think we already know the answer to that, Jero. Tsuyu chimed in. No way. A now worried Mineta said, shaking his head. Zero was next to catch on to their train of thought. Maybe we should get back to the bus? Like, now. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Mineta agreed. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you're fast, maybe you'll get there around noon? Mandalay added with an evil grin. The majority of the students began to retreat back to the buses. No way is that the plan. Kirishima shouted in disbelief. That was the signal for the class to get running. As the horde of hero course students rushed back to their sanctuary, they began shoving each other to beat their impending doom. Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay announced before Pixie Bob went into action. Pixie Bob, Izawa said in a monotone voice. On it. The blue-uniformed catgirl of the Pussycats placed her hands down on the ground, and the cliffside started to shake. Out of nowhere, the ground near the buses erupted and swallowed up nearly the entire class. Fortunately, Izuku was able to react fast enough and activated his cloak of lightning. Izumi, who was next to him, also activated her full cowling and jumped up to avoid the mudslide. When they landed safely back onto the ground, both of them stood clean from dirt on their clothes. Down below, the rest of the students were picking themselves up out of the dirt. The majority of them were more than a bit annoyed at how their day was already going. Ugh. My FING head hurts. Zero groaned. Which one? Mineta quipped, only to receive another smack to the face from Tsuyu's tongue. As if on cue, a loud rumbling sound came from the tree-line, only moments before a giant animal-like creature came into view, leaving the rest of the whole class absolutely stunned. You've gotta be kidding me. Ashido whined. Almost immediately, Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Izumi jumped into action and destroyed the dirt creature in a matter of seconds. Although it was impressive to see them make quick work of the thing, they had a really bad feeling about what was going to happen next. No point in complaining about it now. We need to deal with whatever the heck these guys are about to throw at us. Izumi is right. Everyone stay on your guard and keep your eyes peeled, Yaoyorozu commanded the group. 3 dirt monsters came from above and tried to jump at the 4 headliners when suddenly a strike of lightning descended and destroyed the dirt monster within seconds. Izuku stood calmly while cracking electricity from his fist after annihilating those monsters. Thanks. Izumi thanked him, and Izuku nodded. This thing keeps popping one after another. Mina glanced around, seeing the whole forest surrounded by these dirt monsters. Then we better keep moving. Let's break through the forest as a group. Izumi shouts as the whole class cheers and follows. Everyone followed their lead as they tried to break through the clay beast using their quirk. Some of them choose to reconnaissance like Jairu and Shoji, while others like Hagakure, Mineta, and Zero gather the beast so that the others can finish it. And there's Kirishima, Sato, Bakugo, Todoroki, Izuku, and Izumi, who are using their quirk to finish them off. Izawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob watched from the hill where they could see multiple clouds of smoke coming from the forest and a loud banging sound followed by a sudden ice attack surrounding the forest. Wow, they're pretty good for a student, Mandalay said to Izawa. Pixie Bob, who's standing next to her, also makes her comment, yeah, I meant it's only for 30 minutes, and they already make their way towards the lodge. Alright, I'll leave things over in your hand now. I'm gonna be waiting on the lodge to see them. Izawa replied while heading towards the bus. You sure that they gonna be alright? Mandalay asked, feeling like this kind of test might be a tad too difficult for them. They need to train anyway, that's why we brought them over here. Don't make it too easy for them. Izawa said for the last time before he drove off. Alright, time to give these heroes a run for their money. Pixie Bob grins in a devious smirk before starting to bring more dirt monsters towards the forest. 8 hours have passed, and Aizawa is looking at the students who came out looking exhausted and reached their limit. They all looked like absolute sheep. Izumi was dragging both of her legs while holding her right arm in pain because of overusing her quirk. Ida, who's dragging his feet with his exhaust puffing smoke each second. Bakugo, who's wincing, is holding his wrist from overusing his quirk. And even Izuku seems exhausted from overusing his quirk, pretty much on the way to clear a path. All of them looked battered and tired, and Aizawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob looked at them who had just arrived. They give all of them 5 minutes to catch their breath and rest their feet. Once they were rested enough, Pixie Bob and Mandalay began to lecture them for their lateness. Needless to say, all of you guys didn't even make it to lunch. Pixie Bob commented while grinning, looking at their tired expression. Noon my butt. I'm so hungry I can't even move. Zero groaned while lying on the ground from exhaustion. Well, that's how fast we usually go. Mandalay replied, although I noticed that some of you are actually showing a good amount of teamwork, so I've to say that you passed. Pixie Bob rubbed both of her paws together. I thought it would take a lot longer for both of you, but I'm impressed, especially you four. She pointed to Ida, Bakugo, Izuku, and Shoto who were standing a few feet from her. I called dibs on you three. And suddenly she jumped forward to all four of them and started gushing all over the four boys, and they could hardly protect themselves. Is she always acting like this? Aizawa asked. She's desperate for a mate, Mandalay said while exhaling. Izuku, who's managed to get himself away from Pixie Bob gushing over them, saw a young kid with a red cap standing alone at the front door. From the looks of it, the kid is almost 10 years old. Quick question, who is that kid? He pointed in the kid's direction. Mandalay realized what he was asking and quickly responded, oh, that's my nephew, Kota. He's staying with me. Kota, come to say hello to them. You'll be spending a few days with them, you know. Izuku looked over in the kid's direction and noticed the look he was giving. It was like there was some kind of hatred inside of him. As he was coming, Kota glared at him like he was responsible for killing his pet or something before trying to throw a punch over to his below, but not before he grabbed his wrist in quick reflex before it hit him. That's not very nice, kid, Izuku replied, glaring a malicious look. Kota looked petrified as he started to shake, not just from the looks Izuku gave to him but also the strength in his grip, causing him to wince in pain. Now, a bad kid such as you needs to be punished. The question is, should I let your aunt do it for you, or should I do it? Kota started to shake in terror, abandoning his cold and silent angry behavior just now, terrified of Izuku standing in front of him. Midoriya, that's enough, Aizawa scolded him as Izuku let go of his grip. Kota yanked his arms away and saw the red grip on his arms and how numb it felt as Mandalay came running toward him. Mandalay, who saw that, began to approach her nephew. Kota, what are you doing? I'm sorry, he has an attitude problem with people. No, it's okay. Teens, you know, I know just how rebellious they are. Izuku replied. Whatever, I don't plan to hang out with people that want to be heroes, he harshly replied before walking away from the group. The feelings are mutual, kid, Izuku responded. The kid had guts, Bakugo said. Kinda like you know, Shoto said quietly. What was that, you half freak? Bakugo yelled in anger. Before Bakugo could approach him, Aizawa called out to the students for their attention. Enough already. Now that you have had your rest, grab your luggage and head to the room. After you put in the luggage, we'll have dinner in the dining hall. Then you take a bath and head straight to bed, Aizawa instructs them. Yes, sir, they all groaned out weakly as they grabbed their things and headed out to the lodge to get some needed rest. Later that night, after everyone finally managed to eat and take part in the hot springs, Izuku leaned his head back against the warm stone. He was up to his chin in steaming hot water. Everyone submerged their faces in the hot water and enjoyed the relaxing, quiet atmosphere for the night. Man, that hits just right in the spot, Kirishima said while letting himself in the water. Yeah, after what happened, we really needed this, Zero replied, following suit. Don't get too relaxed, we still have a long day ahead of us. So get some rest once you guys are finished. Ida replied. Come on, we're in a hot spring. Let's play some ping pong. Mineta suggested, causing several people to perk up at the suggestion. I'm in if you guys are too, Kirishima added. No, we should get some rest already. Ida shakes his head in disagreement. We had a long day tomorrow morning, and our schedule is tight. Oh come on Ida, we just want to have some fun. Sato scowls, looking at the class president. Yeah, stop acting so stiff, why don't you, Zero added. We deserve to let loose and relax, you know. Tokoyami follows. We're not here to have some fun. We're here to train. Ida reminds them, but his words seem to hit several nerves of his classmate. Oh, come on. We're on a summer camp for crying out loud. Stop acting so high and mighty all the time. Yeah, we don't need to ask your permission anyway. If you don't want to join in, then that's fine. Izuku, who sits in the corner, smirks, watching how the once calm atmosphere has turned into a petty squabble. Ever since his argument with Ida, the class president seems to be more controlling with the class and tries to keep the image of his class, but it only shows the controlling side, thus causing the class to be irritated and losing his grip of the class. He watched in silence while hiding his smirk under the water when Shoto came close to his direction with a cold gaze that matched his quirk. Deku. Shoto calls. Endeavor Jr., Izuku replied back. The boy scowls before he regains his composure and talks. I notice that you have started to grow stronger recently. Not only that, but during the last exercise, you managed to defeat All Might with Izumi's help. Okay. And during these couple of days, you seem to get noticed more and more as someone who can hold your ground on your own. Okay, he nodded, not understanding where this was going. But I know that it was all Izumi's doing, while you just slitting while hiding behind her. I'll show you later that you're still the same weakling you were before. Izuku scoffs at his words, feeling like he's just wasting his time to be near him. So that's it, you just declared your words like some kind of politician to what? Show that you're some kind of big bad wolf when it turns out you're just daddy's little puppet. Shoto shifted to anger and began to release cold air around their part of the water as Izuku started to feel the cold rising to his body despite the hot water that surrounded him, but he didn't phase. You know, I can hit you with hypothermia in less than a minute. Shoto threatens. You know, I can send over 10.000 volts here in the water. He snaps his finger to Shoto's face, just like that. Believe me, Shoto, I'd be more than happy to show you what I'm capable of and show where you are in the food chain. Threaten me again, and I will end you, Shoto. He leans closer to his ear, whispering his words, and I am not talking about your dreams of becoming a hero. Both of them are locked in a standoff for about a full minute in silence before Shoto decides to move and leave, but not before he leaves a parting word. I'll be seeing you soon, Deku. Then we'll settle on who's the strongest in the class once and for all. Shoto left and walked out of the hot spring. Gladly, Izuku responds back. In a seedy bar in the middle of Kamino Ward, the League of Villains was gathered around a table in the middle of the room. They were carefully going over their plans for events yet to come. We just finished tracking Midoriya's phone and confirmed that the brats were hiding out in some lodge in the middle of Nagano, Shigaraki announced to the group. So tell me again why we're going through the trouble of snatching up a couple of kids and attacking their camp. Dabi, the man with black hair and scars all over his body, asked. Our goal is to deal a blow to hero society as a whole. And what better way to do that than to turn a couple of top hero prospects to our side? And what if this doesn't pan out the way you want it to? The scarred man rebutted. Then we'll just kill them. Either way, the public will lose its faith in the disgusting institution that it clings to so dearly. Fine. The man replied. Oh, this sounds like so much fun. I can't wait to start slicing people up. Toga, the psychotic blonde girl with yellow eyes, cheered with a sadistic smile on her face. So when do we start? Spinner asked. The attack itself will be the day after tomorrow. On top of that, we're waiting on Muscular and Mr. Compress to join our party. Fine. The scarred man nodded. That musclehead must be pretty raring to go after he's being cockblocked by Midoriya. Yeah, he's been itching for a fight and even had a squabble with him a couple of days ago, Kurogyri informed. Does all of this sound okay to you, sensei? Shigaraki then turned toward the television monitor in the back of the room. Excellent. All for one smiled at this very fortunate turn of events. The early morning wake-up call courtesy of Mandalay was not what the students expected to hear before dawn on their first full day of training. For most of them, their daily routines didn't require them to get up at such an ungodly hour. But with the promise of severe consequences for showing up late, the hero course first years had little trouble finding the motivation to get out of bed. After he was done brushing his teeth and putting on his uniform, Izuku hazily strolled over to the front of the lodge. The green-haired boy was a bit more used to sleeping less than a minimum hour, thanks to all his time as the Muzutafu hero slayer. But even he was having trouble getting himself going. He looked over to the clock and saw that it pointed at 7 a.m., that's 12 more hours before the attack on the camp begins. He already told Shigaraki that he needed to handle things and that he wouldn't participate in the attack, so he played the role of hero student. While stretching himself out in the open, he spotted Kota walking in, holding what seemed to be stacks of towels inside a cardboard box. You're up early? Izuku called out, smirking at him. TCH. Just leave me alone, why don't you? Kota replied while trying to leave, but Izuku won't just leave him like that. What? Not much of a talker, aren't you? Just leave me alone, why don't you? Kota hurriedly carried the box and ran before he met with his aunts. Kota, what's wrong? Don't run in the woods. Sorry, something seems off about that guy. Mandalay looked in wonder. Who? Midoriya? Yeah, I think that's his name. Why? Is he bullying you? And no, it's just, something seems off about that guy. Like something scary. I don't know, I just don't want to talk about it. Kota hurriedly walks in front, wanting to just get away and head straight to his room. Izuku smirked seeing how the kid was bolting just like that in amusement before he turned his head around and saw Izumi walk out from the lodge and meet with Izuku in the front. Hey, you're up early. You think? It's kinda hard to wake up with Mandalay shouting over your head like an alarm clock. Izuku groaned, rubbing his face in exhaustion. Careful, she might have heard you say that. Izumi jokes. Both of them then walk in front and everyone else soon follows behind them to where the training will begin. Once everyone was finally present and accounted for, Aizawa-sensei wasted no time in getting the party started. Morning. Today is the day your training camp really begins, he said to all of his students. Today we're gonna train to increase everyone's ability and obtain the provisional license that goes with that. Suddenly all eyes were on Aizawa and they were wide awake. Although many of you have improved in terms of how to best apply your quirks, our objective this week is to try and improve the overall power of them. Aizawa stated. What do you mean, sensei? Uraraka raised her hand. Instead of responding, the nocturnal hero pulled two softballs from out of nowhere. The first one, he tossed to Bakugo. And the other, he threw over to Izuku. Bakugo, try throwing that. Your previous record right after you enrolled was 705.2 meters. Try using your quirk and throw it again, let's see how far you improved, he ordered. Show us what you got, Bakugo. Kirishima cheered on from the left side of the crowd. An almost feral grin formed on the face of the ashen blonde teen as he geared up for his throw. Watch and learn, Deku. Bakugo gave the greenette a sharp look before launching the ball through the air with a massive yet well-executed explosion. Go to hell. A few seconds passed before the information was received on Aizawa's phone. The black-haired man then checked the number himself before turning it over to face the students. On the screen, they were all pretty surprised to see that the number was only 709.6 meters. What? Bakugo said in bewilderment. That's it? Kirishima asked out loud. Kind of a letdown, ain't it? Siro followed up. Alright, Midoriya, you're up. Aizawa then said to his student. Izuku nodded before activating his quirk and thinking that he might as well add a few to act as an added booster. Enhanced Strength X2, Black Bull, and Electrification. He threw the ball with a powerful throw swing, and the ball flew outside of the lodge. As usual, once it was outside of his range, the ball immediately dropped to the ground. But by then, it was already further than anyone could see. Oh, wow! Izumi suddenly said, slightly raising everyone's curiosity. Aizawa then held the phone out in front of them and showed the class the number 916.5 on the screen. Are you serious? That's a 200-meter difference from Bakugo, Yaoyorozu said in disbelief. That's insane, Izumi said in an impressed tone. Bakugo's eyes were bulging looking at the number while gritting his teeth and fuming in anger, thinking that it was a fluke or an error, but Aizawa cut him off before he could voice his opinion. It's been 3 months since you started school, and after many experiences, you've indeed improved. But that's only on the mental and technical levels. But when it comes to your quirk, I say it hasn't improved much. Aizawa tells them. A few students couldn't help but gulp at the proclamation given by the nocturnal hero. So, starting today, we will focus on improving your quirks. Good luck, you're gonna need it. Aizawa grinned, showing his sheet-eating grin at them. Bruised and battered, saying that today wasn't the most exhausting day of their life would be the understatement of the year. Everyone is feeling all tired and exhausted. Even the powerhouse of the class, such as Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya, are feeling drained for today. Izuku pants feeling himself drained quite a bit after being forced to discharge and release electricity over and over again for the past 3 hours non-stop to test the limit of his output. Despite being on the villain's side, he's quite grateful for the training facility and the outside perspective they gave to him, as well as for helping to improve his quirk right now. Bakugo lurked about 5 feet from Deku's whereabouts and saw the training he was experiencing right now. He was left in wonder of how he found something odd about his way of training. Attaching his body to a couple of car batteries and forced to discharge himself at times, it's almost like how his training is similar to Dunt's face. He's been doing a lot of thinking recently, and he finds it pretty odd for Deku to be manifesting an electric type of quirk since none of his family had that type of quirk to begin with. An elemental quirk type is considered pretty common but not a cross-elemental such as electricity type. He decided to take a break from his training and walked up to Izumi's direction, who coincidentally also took a break as well. You got a minute? Bakugo walks up to her. What's wrong? Izumi asked. Do you know anyone in your family who has some quirk that's on an elemental side? Izumi raised her brow in question. What's the sudden interest in the family business? Just answer the question, won't you? Not until you tell me what's wrong. She crossed her arms, wanting to hear the answer before she started giving things away. He scratched the back of his head in annoyance, not wanting to explain things too thoroughly. I think something is up with Deku. With his new quirk. What? He awakens his quirk after so long. What's there to talk about? Don't you find it odd that he just awakened his quirk at such a late age? So he's a late bloomer, big deal? Except there's no case anywhere of a late bloomer at the age of 14 years of age. Now Izumi began to wonder, since when did Bakugo do plenty of research that invested in her brother in the first place? So he's the first. And why are you questioning my brother in the first place? Nothing. Just forget about it. Bakugo brushed her off and walked back to the training area. He still can't make sense of it. There's no way that Deku, the quirkless freak that he has known for the last 10 years, suddenly awakens a quirk, and a powerful one. It doesn't make any sense at all. There's no way that Deku was suddenly born with a quirk that powerful, and it turns out that his explanation is only that he's a late bloomer. The only thing that comes to mind is that someone handed him a quirk, but that is simply too ridiculous even to be true. The bell suddenly rang as the rest of them continued with their training and headed back with grunting voices and loud groans. After the training session is done, everyone is feeling all tired and exhausted, but none of them can get a rest just yet as the whole class has to make their dinner, and they decide to team up and help each other. It took about an hour of work, but they managed to get everything ready and down to cooking. Izuku is out in the back finished peeling off the onion when Kendo, the class president of Class B, calls him with a group of her class. Midoriya, can you help me for a second? Izuku placed his chopped off onion on the table and approached the group. Can you help light the stove off? We're kinda having trouble with it. Kendo joins her hands together asking for his help, which he reluctantly agrees to before someone comes to interrupt him. Kendo, we don't need the help of this loser, we're managed just fine without him. Right on time, Monoma came with a weary-looking gaze, looking down at him like he was not on the same level as he was. No, we're not, we need to light the woods and there's no lighter or anything. It's okay. I'll just ask Todoroki or Bakugo for a favor. Todoroki is busy with his own class, and I won't trust Bakugo to run a bath, let alone to light our stove, so I'm getting Midoriya to help us. Kendo, this is Deku we're talking about here. It's embarrassing, you know. Monoma leaned in and whispered next to her. The only one who seems embarrassed is you here, Monoma, so unless you want to spend the evening without a dinner for the rest of the class, I suggest you sk it up and go away. Monoma then decided to walk away, but not before throwing a look in Izuku's direction, but he replied back with his own glare, which caused Monoma to falter back, remembering the beating he received before. Sorry about Monoma, you know how he is. Kendo apologized for his behavior. Yeah, no worries, he extended his hand to the wood before lighting a spark and igniting the woods. Still, that's a handy quirk you have there. Pretty versatile for this kind of situation. Yeah, it took precision, from the looks of it. I had practice. Izuku shortly replied, not wanting to answer too many of their question. But he won't lie that he enjoyed the company, and having someone to talk trivial things isn't pleasant. He'd been longing for it for some time, but sometimes he felt something weird was going on inside of him now. Whenever he's around the class or with Aizawa-sensei, or even the wild pussycats, he feels this desire sensation inside him, like he's starving or something. He didn't feel any hunger at all since he'd been eating yesterday after the forest exercise, and even up to right now, he's still feeling it. He didn't know what was wrong, but now it seems to be growing stronger and stronger ever since. Like it's calling him out from within. After dinner, everyone, minus the students who needed to stay back for remedial classes, was gathered around the main training ground. Much to their surprise, their classes were going to be pitted against one another in a test of courage. The rules were pretty simple: use your quirks to scare the other students. It seemed like it was going to be a pretty good time and a nice change of pace from their rigorous schedule. As everyone was drawing lots to see their partner, Mandalay explained that those who drew the same number would be partners for this event. When Izuku looked at his partner, it was coming out blank, leaving him with no partner since Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Mina were on remedial class along with Monoma, leaving with an odd number. Oh, it seems your class has an uneven number of students right now. Mandalay looked at Izuku. I guess so. He stared at the blank paper with no number on it. Good, at least this makes it easier for me to sneak in. It looks like you'll just have to go through the forest alone. The brunette heroine shrugged. That's okay, I'm more comfortable anyway. No, we can't allow that. Pixie Bob shook her head. So for you, Kitty, we have a special gift. You'll get to partner with any student group. Ragdoll finished the sentence. Good, thanks. Izuku thanked them with a strained smile. Great. After some deliberation, Ida and Koda ended up drawing the short straw and were chosen as their designated third wheel. They both walked to the edge of the forest. Holding their flashlight up high, they pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Careful, Koda, these roads are pretty shaky, Ida warned the Ani voice user. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ida. Koda nodded in acknowledgement. Izuku scoffed, feeling their unwanted presence for him to join their group as the third wheel. He kept looking around for any sign of Shigaraki group to attack, but he didn't find any of it at all. He didn't know how and where they gonna attack. Now that he remembers, he didn't give a specific detail on how to do so, and just told them to follow his phone hoping that they would be able to track the number. Hey Koda, do you smell that? Ida asked, breaking Kendo out of her mental rambling. Koda paused for a moment and sniffed the air around him. Yeah, it smells like smoke. Is it Todoroki? Or Bakugo? I doubt they would get freaked out over something like this. Izuku smelled the air and feeling the smell of smoke was getting stronger by the second. Outside of Bakugo and Todoroki, he only knows one more person who's capable of doing such a feat. He grins ferally behind them at the smoking smells. I have a bad feeling about this. I think we should head back. Yeah, I agree. Koda nodded. Suddenly all three of their heads were starting to tingle and Mandalay's voice was talking in their head. Attention, everyone. Villains have invaded this camp. You've all been authorized to use your quirk to defend yourself. It's time. When the trio made the brief trip back to their starting point, they were met with a sight that they were certainly not expecting. All of the remaining 1A students were huddled up together behind Tiger and Mandalay. In front of them were two people that Izuku recognized. One was a tall man with brown hair standing over Pixie Bob with a clothed beam in his hand. The other was a man with a lizard-like appearance holding a cartoonishly huge club that looked to be made up of dozens of large knives. What's going on? Ida shouted as they made their approach to the rest of the class. Villains are attacking the camp. Mineta was next. What? How did they know where to find us? No clue. You two join the others and get behind us, now. Mandalay ordered them, not leaving much room for a debate. Let us help you. There's only two of them. One of the students pleaded to the pros. There will be no need for that. Tiger responded. A moment later, the lizard man dashed Mandalay, wildly swinging his weapon at her. Luckily, she was able to dodge and knock him to the ground before he repositioned himself. At that moment, Izuku and Spinner shared a look for a second, knowing that he couldn't offer any assistance and must keep playing his role as a student and not the UA spy. And with two pro heroes on site, it would be too risky to show his color right now. Mandalay, I think Koda is still at his hideout. He abruptly shouted over to her, causing her to look his way. Just then, the lizard man used that momentary distraction to break her hold and rejoin his partner. The four adults came to a standoff with one another, and the tension in the air immediately elevated. Go, take him to the lodge. Mandalay shouted. Deciding not to wait for an invitation, Izuku turned around and powered up his quirk. Because of their training earlier in the day, his body was still exhausted. Even then, he would still be fast enough to head over to the cliff in a matter of minutes. Up in the air, he saw something on the mountain where there was a loud boom coming from it followed by a cloud of smoke and dust gathered around it. Right away, he immediately goes there. He leaps right in the air in a blitz of seconds. In a matter of minutes, he had made it up to the mountainside. But unfortunately, he wasn't all alone, as there were two individuals on the mountain excluding Koda. The first one is Izumi, who's taking a stance and stands right in front of Koda, almost trying to defend Koda, who's looking all terrified. The other one is Muscular, who just took off his cloak and showed his muscular figure and began to expand his muscle fiber rapidly as an act of show. Is that Izumi? And that person, that's Muscular? He joins the party. He knows that Izumi is more than enough to take on Muscular after remembering how both of them can push All Might during the final exam, but something at the back of his head left him wondering whether she can pull a miracle for a second time. He felt conflicted. The idea of coming here was to wreak havoc on the summer camp and discredit the heroes at the same time, but he never counted that his sister and Koda would get caught in the crossfire as well. Watching how Izumi struggles to face Muscular, his inner side of hero and villain persona begins to cross in the middle, but he can't help but feel worried before he makes his decision. He descends down below, throws a lightning shot towards Muscular, and arrives. Izuku, Izumi called out, seeing him coming out of nowhere. From the looks of it, she looks exhausted and covered in bruises from her fight with Muscular. I saw the earthquake coming from midair. Are you two okay? Izuku asked, not taking his eyes off Muscular. You brat? Muscular shouts. Yeah, we're okay. Izumi replied, but he seems to be targeting me and Koda for some reason. Saying that I'm on the list or something. Hearing her saying that, Izuku couldn't help but reel in surprise. He can understand Izumi for being a target, but he doesn't like why she's chosen for it. Koda is too abnormal to be considered a target in the first place. Just the person I was looking for, you arrogant brat? Muscular shouts in anger. Izuku clicked his tongue in frustration. With Muscular around, he might accidentally blab unnecessary things about him right in front of Izumi and Koda. In the worst-case scenario, his identity might get exposed. Izumi, when I gave the signal, take Koda and get back to the lodge. Don't wait for me. What? Izuku, that's insane. I'm staying here to fight. You're running out of stamina. And both of your arms are beyond injured. Koda has to be saved. Both of you. I'll slow him down and come back once I'm finished. Now. Go. I wouldn't ignore me if I were you, brat. Muscular came running towards all three of them before Izuku released a powerful lightning blast towards Muscular direction and sending him back as much as he could before he turned his head to the back and saw Izumi leaping away holding Koda and run into the woods to avoid being detected. Once the coast was clear, Izuku dropped his hero persona and wore the villain persona that he kept around Shigaraki and the League. What are you doing, you animal? Izuku scowled, looking towards Muscular. I'm just here to have some fun. And because of you, I didn't get to have my fun with those wannabe heroes. Play around somewhere else. That's an order. Izuku sternly gave his order. Screw your order. I've had enough already with you running things around. Muscular then grins, looking at Izuku's posture before an idea pops into his head. You know, things tend to get hectic around here. And accidents might happen sometimes. His muscles began to wrap and envelop all around his body, mainly around his torso and his arms as he looked towards Izuku, who seemed to grow smaller and smaller in his view. True, 1 or 2 deaths always happened. From both sides of the party. Izuku began to crack his lightning all around his body, getting ready for the fight or possibly a bloodbath between the two of them. Shigaraki sits at the bar alongside Kurojairi, who didn't partake in the mission itself. He left Dabi to be in charge as the leader of the Vanguard Action Squad and allowed him to make the call however he saw fit. Shigaraki sits on the counter waiting for the news to hit when Kurojairi decides to enter the conversation. Are you sure that everything will be okay with just them? Especially with troublemakers such as Muscular joining in. Yeah. Shigaraki replied, it's not my time just yet to make an appearance. Before, I tried to play the game like an RPG. But I should have played it like a sim. I needed to control the pawns I had and take down those on the top. For that reason, I need to take a crack at this hero society. Whether we succeed or not, we already dealt the first blow. So they're just sacrificial pawns? Kurojairi went on and asked. Of course not. They are all capable people, and their strength is the real deal. Our interests simply aligned with one another. And was Midoriya also considered to be your pawn as well? Huh, no. Shigaraki scoffs, he's a talented figure for sure. And had a great mind. But with him, it's a different kind of game. Tell me, Kurojairi, have you ever seen those old movies from the pre-Quirk era? Only a couple of them. What seems to be the relevance? There's this one movie I tend to watch a couple of times. It's about an island full of dinosaurs and they were all living there peacefully before the humans came and turned them into an attraction. Then, the scientist in the movie decided to play God. They created their own dinosaur. Born from the lab and raised them inside the cage. Then one day, they put 2 apex predators inside the cage. You know what happened to it? Kurojairi kept his silence as he waited for an answer. They fought, and only one of them is standing. She ate her siblings. Shigaraki smiles while looking at the image of Bakugo during the sports festival in his hand. Just like that movie, I'm putting 2 predators inside the cage. And watching it happen when they devour each other. The wind blows right at the top of the mountainside as the 2 opponents from the same side face each other. Both Muscular and Izuku are staring at one another as they are about to clash over their disagreement on how to run things within their personal stuff. Last chance. You back out right now, and we'll pretend like nothing happened, Izuku declared for one last time. Ha, dream on, kid. I'm sick and tired of how you run things anyway, so maybe you need to step aside if you know what I mean. Big words. Coming from an underling, that is. Izuku scoffs. Izuku barely had time to put up his arms to block before being sent straight into the mountain. He could feel his bones start to crack from the pressure, causing him to drop to the ground. He pulled his fist back, ready to crush his head before Izuku surrounded himself in electricity and blitzed away from his punch. In midair, he throws a bicycle kick over to Muscular's top head, trying to break his head, but his skull is much tougher than he anticipated and didn't even flinch him in the slightest. Muscular picked him up and slammed his fist into his stomach, knocking the wind completely out of him. He slammed him into the ground and pushed his head down. The fearsome Yuzurifu hero slayer, pathetic. Those reporters are exaggerating about you. You're nothing, kid. Nothing. Muscular felt some pain shooting through his face as he was sent back a few meters from Izuku. He tried to keep his distance, but Muscular recovered quickly. Not too bad, kid. He wrapped muscle around his legs and shot forward, kneeing Izuku in the stomach, grabbing his head, and throwing him forward, sending him right back to his crater on the side of the mountain. But not good enough, he said, wrapping more muscles around his body. Izuku had to leap away from there, watching the rampage he witnessed and feeling for the first time that he doubted his ability to overcome this new challenge. Unlike villains that he encounters before or even pro-heroes such as Death Arms, Muscular is a convicted criminal who's trained in the art of killing. From what he could remember when Shigaraki recruited him, he was known to enjoy torturing and rampaging everything in his path. He even had some doubts about recruiting him since he tended to only follow his own rules and didn't take orders kindly, but the reason why Shigaraki recruited him is because of his quirk, proven to be the powerhouse of the league. He pulled his right hand to the back and transformed into pitch-black colored skin, using his Black Bull quirk to try to step into Muscular's playing field of strength. Lightning sparked around him once more as he walked forward. His right arm became covered in glowing yellow lightning. He's putting everything into one arm. He had never tried this combination before, but he figured that it was the only move left from his quirk arsenal to deal with his opponent right now. Strength Enhancement X2, plus Black Bull, plus Electrification. Muscular bent his legs and launched off the mountainside. Midoriya. Smeaweiwaash. If what they were just going through was hell, then Izuku just broke through all the levels and found a new one to suffer through. He could feel it. The second he collided with Muscular, Izuku's arm busted open all over. A grayish-purple took over his skin, and blood sprayed from multiple vein spots. He was pushing forward the best he could, but the best he could get was a stalemate with Muscular. Lightning was still pouring from his body at an unstable rate, and involuntary tears sprang from his eyes. The shockwave from their hit caused wind to rush by at multiple miles per hour. The rocks and dirt started to erode, the landscape turning flat and dust-covered. Ah, come on! Where's that strength people flaunting about? The mighty hero slayer? Or is it just a fluke all along? Muscular yelled, pushing back. Izuku grits his teeth and yells through the pain. Come on, think. Muscle. What severely damages muscle tissue? Too much heat can relax his muscles, but it will take too long. Cold will just tighten them up. There's so much muscle that I can't reach his pressure points. What can I dash? Lightning. Electricity can cause burns to muscle and nerve damage. The muscles will spasm and painfully lock in. He grins at Muscular, returning his own malicious grin towards him while getting ready with his plan. He only had one shot, and he needed to make it count, otherwise, he might be facing his death today. Muscular let out a malicious cackle. Ha 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 ha. Are you deaf, imbecile? Powerless. You're powerless before me. Ha 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 ha. Izuku couldn't care less about what his opponent said about his lightning and struck him while lightning discharged out of the attack. He continued with his attack, disregarding the pain he felt right now, almost like his entire arm might get mangled. Muscular's eyes became checkered, and he grinned at the futility of Izuku's attack, its useless dash. He saw that the lightning began to travel from the outer part of Izuku's skin and now towards muscular layers of muscle fiber before the lightning began to spread all over to his arms and now towards his torso. What the foo dash? Discharged? Izuku yelled out as his entire body began to generate electricity wildly. Errorgurgig. F dash. With that distraction, Izuku managed to regain his footing and push Muscular back. His lightning sparks directly into the muscle fiber, and his layers of muscles begin to singe and burn. But Izuku hasn't let go of his punch from Muscular just yet and continues to press on. He unconsciously began to use all for one quirk inside of him and draw out Muscular's quirk from him. Muscular, who was still trying to recover from the stun earlier, felt he began to lose the feeling of his quirk right now, and the muscle around his body began to slowly fade and revert back to its original state. What's happening to my quirk, you brat? Muscular continued to grunt, but he was unable to move from the electric stun that Izuku just did to his entire nerve, causing him to just sit unable to do anything. Then, after it was done, Muscular felt pretty drained for some reason, unable to get up, not just from the electricity but felt fatigue for some reason unknown to him. It hits him to remember who stood in front of him. It can't be. Muscular shakes. In fear, feeling the loss of his quirk before he looks up and sees Izuku standing in front of him. But it is, he shows the new quirk he obtained from Muscular as his muscle fiber began to grow rapidly and move erratically from his arm. Muscle augmentation, a simple yet powerful quirk. I'll be sure to test it later on, he smirks in triumph, watching how he just took the quirk for himself. Once he obtained his quirk, the hunger began to fade away as if he'd just filled himself full. Now he understands what that hunger he felt before is all about. It's not physical hunger, in need of food at all. It's a hunger for quirks. You brat? Muscular tries to charge in despite the lack of his quirk. His bulky figure is still a menace compared to Izuku's 5 feet 5 inches feet figure. But the green-haired kid was more than ready and used Muscular's own quirk against him and smacked him on the ground. Izuku then leaps before he used dust quirk and throws a dust coming from the ground towards Muscular, blinding him for a moment as Izuku began to throw his punch towards the big guy and throw him towards the rock mountain behind him. You got the wrong opponent. Muscular tensed up as he felt Izuku's ominous presence behind him. Raising his arms high over his head, the air of all for one imbues them with a large amount of lightning and wraps his arms in black skin that's covered with layers of muscle fibers as an added weight. Thunder. Hammer. He roared, striking Muscular right to the head and slamming the villain to the ground. The remaining electricity from the attack was discharged to the surrounding area, leaving the two battling combatants in a large crater. However, unlike before, this time, the attack is much more powerful compared to the one that he used on Bakugo during the final exam and more precise compared to last time since the whole mountaintop is assimilated right to the end. Everyone who was in close proximity could see the one powerful bolt of lightning coming down to the mountain top and destroying a part of the rock mountain above it. Izuku stood looking at Muscular's battered body on the ground that's buried under the rubble of the mountain debris as he just literally dropped the whole mountain on top of him. His entire body collapsed right in the middle of it. Why? You. B-brat. What did you do? You know your biggest problem are? Izuku asked, walking up closer to him. You don't have a line that you won't cross. And that contradicts with what I stand for. What are you talking? Muscular groaned. Kids. Izuku roared in anger, scaring Muscular into stopping talking. Is a line. We do not cross. What? What are you? Muscular spoke weakly, feeling his entire body go numb from both the pain and the electricity, but mainly from the fear. Izuku took one step closer to where Muscular was buried and spoke. The hero slayer. He pulled his head out from the rubble and stared at Muscular before sending a high voltage of electricity to his head as Muscular screaming sounds echoed through the night sky of the forest, resonating through the whole area for everyone who listened. Once he was finished with Muscular, he looked over to the area that was covered in a cloud of smoke, fire, and purple gas, courtesy of Dobby and Mustard, and noticed that the whole forest camp was in shambles. His hunger had subsided, but he could tell that sneaking out and stealing 1 or 2 quirks during the commotion was the perfect chance to add to his arsenal right now. Dobby and Mustard must still be in the woods, which means that the rest of the class is either evacuating on still unconscious from the smoke or the gas. So he decided to leap into the forest and make his way into the woods, hoping to encounter 1 or 2 students or possibly a pro-hero, adopting his villain persona. He continued to make his run and hadn't spotted anyone from either the League or UA, debating on what he should do once encountered from either side. A massive rumbling cut Midoriya off. Before he knew what to do, a few more came in quick succession of the first one. And they all seemed to be getting closer to his current position. Just when the boy was about to activate his quirk to retaliate, something in the distance caught his eye. Not even 100 meters from where he was standing, the boy could see someone rapidly approaching them from the east. It took him a second, but Izuku recognized him as Shoji, the mask-wearing boy from Class 1A. Behind him is Izumi, who's being carried behind Shoji. Run! Run away! He frantically shouted back while waving him off. Izuku was confused about what was going on before a gigantic mass of dark energy suddenly burst out from behind him, demolishing every tree in sight. Recognition set in almost instantly, and he realized that this had to be Tokoyami's quirk Dark Shadow. However, something was odd. The bird spirit seemed to be struggling with something and having a fight with someone he recognized from the League. It was Moonfish. Izuku, we need your quirk. Make some light. Izumi frantically shouts over. Izuku looked at the situation at hand and found himself in a two-way situation. He could try and help Izumi by calming down Dark Shadow and saving her in the process, along with Shoji, Shoto, and Bakugo, in exchange for losing Moonfish. Or he could assist Moonfish, and both of them could team up and attack the three of them at the expense of blowing his cover. Making his decision, he leaps in the air before aiming his palm towards his target. Sparking Nemesis. A glow of light emerges from his palm, aiming towards Dark Shadow after it throws Moonfish out of the way and slams him into the woods, unconscious. The creature was finally subdued before Tokoyami caught his breath from exhaustion. Thanks. Tokoyami replied. Izuku didn't reply before Izumi came looking worried. Are you okay? What happened with that villain, the one with the muscle? It's been taken care of, Izuku replied shortly. Izumi looked in surprise, but before she could make a comment about it, something took place that only Shoto noticed. Guys, where's Bakugo and Tokoyami? All four of them glance around and realize that none of the two said students are left to be found in the area. Izuku glanced around and noticed they hadn't just left and gone away, but those two had disappeared. If you're talking about him, I just took him away with my magic trick. They all turned their behind and saw what appeared to be a street entertainer dressed in an orange coat, with a similar design to the one Izuku was wearing for his hero outfit. Give him back! Izumi shouts. Izuku, who stood behind, knows that it was Mr. Compress as they shared a look. Give him back? That's a strange choice of words. But unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you kids. Mr. Compress put his finger into his ear. First strike team, the target has been captured. Return to the designated spot in 5 minutes. Get back here! Shoto let out a huge glacier in his way, but Mr. Compress is more agile and quick to escape as he managed to get himself away from the group of youngsters. He's much faster than we thought, Shoji grunts as the four of them chase over Mr. Compress. Izuku, can't you blitz away and use your quirk to grab Bakugo and Tokoyami? Izumi asked. No, I'm running low after dealing with that villain before. Izuku excused despite the fact that he still had strength and wanted to assist the league in some way. Then we'll just have to go with what we got. Izumi then puts her hand on all three of them in green light as Shoto seems to have an idea of what she's doing. Get ready? Then, on command, Izumi threw all four of them in the air to be a ball of light that almost immediately caught up to Mr. Compress. The pain in his back was a clear sign of that. Izuku had shot off the ground and kicked Mr. Compress down to the ground. All four of them landed on top of him as they looked to the front and realized that they were not alone. Izuku looked up to see Dabi, Twice, Toga, and Spinner all staring at him in surprise. Except Toga, who was creepily smiling at him. Mr. Compress turned his face out of the dirt. Are any of you gonna help me? Dabi asks Mr. Compress to dodge and launches his flames. Mr. Compress uses his quirk to compress himself and avoid the flames. All of them watch the flames coming their way, and they manage to avoid them at the last second. Shoto can dodge Dabi's flames, but Izumi and Shoji are not able to, causing their right and left arms to be hit by the flames, respectively. Arg, Izumi yelled in pain. Her arm is already hurt from sending Muscular to the wall and knocking him unconscious. Izumi! Shoto yelled. In an instant, Twice appears behind Shoto and attacks him, only for Shoto to block Twice's attack with his ice, which sends Twice reeling. Himiko also decides to fight and attacks Izuku, but from the looks of it, she looks pleased to see him. Toga immediately ran towards Izuku, knife at the ready. Hi Izuku, I'm Toga. I'm so happy to meet you. I've been thinking about you ever since I saw you. I bet you'd look even more handsome with more blood. She slashed at Izuku, but he dashed out of the way. I don't know if she's acting right now or not, to be honest. Izuku thought. We got him, Dabi. Mr. Compress said after releasing himself while allowing the others to fight. Good, let's get out of here, Dabi said and called them out to retreat. Soon, all of them quickly retreat and gather while showing the marble containing Bakugo to them. They tried to go after them when suddenly, a Nomu appeared, as well as Kurogyri, who had arrived to teleport them away. Toga, Twice, and the Nomu go into Kurogyri's warp gate and successfully teleport away. Well, bye-bye, heroes. Toga bid her farewell. Goodbye, heroes. Get lost, would you? Twice said. Mr. Compress slowly enters Kurogyri's portal after bidding farewell. Having overheard what is happening, Aoyama takes action and fires his naval laser at Mr. Compress's face, which breaks Compress's mask and causes Mr. Compress to spit out the marbles containing Bakugo and Tokoyami. Izumi, the marble! Shoto yelled. Izumi and Shoto rush to grab the marbles, although Izumi starts succumbing to his injuries, which causes her to fall to the ground, so Izuku dashes in to help her instead and in front of Shoto first. Izuku and Dabi shared a look, momentarily giving him an idea to give up the marble that contained Tokoyami, and so he did. He was able to snatch Tokoyami and grab it in his hand. Shoto is almost within reach of the marble containing Bakugo and nearly grabs it, but Dabi snatches it away before Shoto can grab it. How sad for you. Shoto Todoroki. Dabi said while looking at Shoto's expression. With Bakugo in his grasp, Dabi orders Mr. Compress to deactivate his quirk, and he does so, which frees Bakugo from their marble prisons. Dabi and Mr. Compress begin teleporting away, along with Bakugo. As the teleportation is nearing completion, Izumi gets up and desperately tries to stop Dabi from taking Bakugo, but to no avail. A feeling of dread descended on them. Shoto rushed over to Izumi to check on her condition. They don't know why these guys came over to their camp and attacked them or why they wanted Bakugo in the first place. But one thing for sure in their mind is that they just lost big time. To say that this year's summer camp turned into a disaster would be the understatement of the lifetime. Not too long after the villains left, the paramedics and firefighters had finally arrived to help put out the fire. Of the 40 students in total, 15 were unconscious and in serious condition due to the gas. 14 others were injured including Izuku, Izumi, Yayorozu, Jairu, Shoto, Ida, Tokoyami, and Shoji. 10 were unharmed, physically. And 1 was missing. One of the 6 pro heroes that were present during the attack, Pixie Bob, was in serious condition due to a blow to the head. Vlad King had suffered a concussion and a broken nose. Ragdoll was missing, but it was apparent that she had lost a lot of blood. On the villain side, 3 were caught and arrested. Those individuals Munifsh and Mustard were being loaded into a police can, both in quirk-suppressant cuffs. They found Muscular confined to a stretcher in cuffs as well. Many of his teeth were missing and dried blood caked multiple areas of his body. Electrical burns and scars spread from his shoulder to his chest. But the difference between Muscular and the other 2 is the lack of oxygen that's currently pumping inside of their lungs before his face is covered in tarps. The summer training camp that the students were all looking forward to couldn't have been more of a disaster. Izuku was lying in his hospital bed. The doctor had told him that he had overused his quirk during the attack when dealing with Muscular and suffered exhaustion, but overall they said that all he needed was nothing but good rest. Right next to him was Izumi, who was lying next to his hospital bed, her right arm wrapped up in white bandages. Luckily the doctors were able to fix her up pretty well, but they definitely still seemed worried about her arm. They ran some scans and said they would talk to her about it tomorrow. He looked back, thinking of the attack the League had and wondering how they went. Truth be told, he was surprised that Shigaraki decided to kidnap Bakugo in the first place. He would have thought that he'd choose someone such as Shoto for being Endeavor's son. Ugh. A groaning sound came from his side, and Izumi woke up. She glances left and right and sees that she's in a hospital. You awake? Izuku asked. Why yeah. But I'm feeling like crap, Izumi replied while rubbing her head. Yeah, that's what you get from having to fight with a bunch of villains for your life, Izuku said, which made Izumi laugh at his joke, and he also followed in a laugh as well. Both of them continued to laugh before the door suddenly slammed open, and a woman with green hair came rushing in, looking frantic. Both of the patients recognize who's walking in. Izumi. And Mom? Izuku Midoriya came running and hugged her daughter. She cried over Izumi's shoulder while grabbing her tightly, refusing to let her go. The school called about what happened. Are you okay? What happened to your arm? Have you already have something to eat? Do you need a drink? Do you dash? Mom. I'm okay. I'm okay, alright. Izumi held her mom's shoulder to calm her down before she acted more frantic than she was right now. We're fine. Izuku and I are okay. The moment Izumi mentions the word Izuku, Inko shifts her gaze to the side of Izumi's bed and sees her son also lying there, which she didn't notice before. Oh, Izuku. You're here too. Inko looks a tad uncomfortable seeing her son as well since she hasn't spoken to him for quite some time. Yeah, nice to see you too, Mom, Izuku shortly said. Izumi uncomfortably sat on her bed, knowing that it was the first time her mom and her brother were in the same room after UA. She knew that her mom didn't contact him at UA, or after he awakened his quirk, or even daily. From the looks of it, she didn't know that they were sharing a room. I'm gonna get something for you two to eat. You want anything? Inko tries to excuse herself from the room. No, he plainly replied, not wanting to talk for 1 second longer. Izuku, you need something to eat. You just dash. What? That I just escaped from a near-death experience? That I just fought with a villain on my summer camp? That I had to fight tooth and nail with my quirk? Aye. Just get out. Keep bothering Izumi with all of your time like you always did and just leave me on my own. Inko stood in silence before she finally decided to take her leave of the room and closed the door from the outside. After a while, the doctor came about 10 minutes later and told them that Izumi needed to have a doctor's appointment for an X-ray scan on her arm, and she excused herself. Once he had the room all to herself, he checked his phone just in case Shigaraki was texting him a message. But he found none that confirmed that the League had gone radio silent right now, and trying to communicate with them was almost impossible. At least he knew that the mission was a success. They managed to damage UA's reputation, attack the summer camp, and even go so far as to kidnap a student. But he didn't know why they would choose Bakugo over anyone else since it's much easier to do so. An hour passed, and he just lying on the hospital bed recuperating when the door opened, thinking that Izumi had just returned. She walks in with her hospital gown, only to find that she's not alone at all. Behind her is the rest of the class in their casual wear, all coming in with Mineta for some reason, holding a melon in his hand. He could spot a few of them missing from Jairu, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu, which left him wondering, did the League kidnap more than just one student? "Hey, I thought you were sleeping," Izumi said. "Can't sleep," he replied, fixing his posture to get a better look at his class coming to his room for some reason. What's the sudden hospitality? He looked around and found the rest of the class somehow looked a bit silent for some reason. Uneasy even. Then, Shoto and Kirishima stepped forward and conveyed their thought, "I'm gonna keep this short. We want you to help us rescue Bakugo from those villains." Outside of UA property, there are protests calling out UA for their incompetence in failing to protect one of their students. News from television, social media, and other channels keep mentioning their failure and getting chewed off. Inside UA, the teachers are having an emergency meeting regarding the League of Villains' attack by their Vanguard Action Squad and the effect it has had. "My fellow heroes." Principal Nizu greeted me, saying, "It has come to our attention that the reputation of our school is in balance. The villains managed to strike our school twice in these PRDS, and both of them resulted in our losses. It has come to our attention that the villain managed to abduct one of our students, and they've succeeded. We've underestimated this League of Villains. We thought that they were nothing more than a common thug, but it seems we were wrong." Present Mike added. "And after UA is under attack during the whole USJ, we can't no longer claim that UA is a safe place for a student after we make such a bold claim about our security," Nizu spoke while showing the newspaper about the attack. "A student abduction is truly UA's greatest failure. Even after we kept the location hidden, they still managed to launch an attack towards our students." Midnight said. "The teachers are starting to realize that the time of peace has made them soft, which has resulted in the incidents that have transpired. They also acknowledge the League of Villains' threat and their plan to wipe out the current hero society. Right now, our priority is to conduct a rescue on Katsuki Bakugo. Who knows what the villains had in mind for kidnapping him in the first place? If I had to make a guess, I'd say that the League might be trying to recruit him in the first place. Considering how Bakugo had been acting ever since he stepped foot in this school, it's most likely that they saw a potential for him to join the other side." Aizawa explained. "Do you think there's a possibility that Bakugo might be joining the other side?" Present Mike asked, wanting to know as well. "The others? I have no idea. The kid is determined to prove to himself that he's the best, but I have no idea if that includes being on the side of villainy," Aizawa said. "Regardless, we can't allow one of our students to be kidnapped and taken away by the League. We'll search for their whereabouts and form a raid party. But there's something that caught my eye during the raid on our training center," Nizu said, catching the attention of everyone in the room. "What is it?" "We know that it's the League who's responsible for the attack, and we saw a whole new member than the ones we saw during the USJ and Hosu, but what worries me is there's no sign of the Hero Slayer at all during the attack," Nizu spoke, shifting the attention from the League to the Hero Slayer. "Maybe he's sitting this one out. I meant, Shigaraki, who's the leader, also didn't join in and is nowhere to be found as well." Midnight replied. "True, but I can't help but a facility full of young hero students and pro-heroes isn't an easy target for the Hero Slayer. Maybe he's busy? Trying to stay low after the massacre," Vlad suspected. "Not likely. If I were him, I would have gone to the offensive as well. A facility full of students is the perfect target for the Hero Slayer to show up." "Nizu is right, something doesn't add up," Aizawa added. "I can only think of two reasons why he's not in the attack. One, is that he's sitting out with Shigaraki on their base operation. Or two, he most likely didn't know about their plan from the beginning. Regardless, we need to be alert and find any information we can get our hands on about this Hero Slayer. I'm sure he's waiting for all of us somewhere." Ha 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 ha. The sound of laughter hits inside one of the rooms at the hospital. The whole Class A was inside Midoriya's hospital room, huddled around the boy's bed. Izumi had just gotten back from getting X-rays done on her arm. By sheer coincidence, the rest of the class was making her rounds through the building when she saw them coming and wanting to talk to her brother for some reason, but she didn't ask why, and now she knows. Izuku, still lying on his bed, holds his stomach while holding his laughter. Please, please, don't make me laugh. I just got my stitches from the nurse, and I don't want to bust it open from laughing. We're being serious, Deku. Yaoyorozu managed to put a tracker on one of the villains before she passed out. I'm pretty sure that I can convince her to make another receiver, but I need you and your sister to back me up on this. The red-haired boy tried explaining. Izuku stared at both Kirishima and Shoto, who just giving their proposal to him and looked stunned. They had the ball to come to his room and ask to rescue Bakugo from the League of Villains, and he thought that Kirishima had gone mental. And what's your plan if somehow you manage to convince both of us to go? Izumi asked, wanting to know more about Kirishima's plan. We'll rescue him, of course. We find where he's being held up, and we'll sneak in and take him away. And how are you gonna do that? You want to take the class heavy hitter and go toe-to-toe with the League, the same League that managed to attack our camp? That's why I'm telling you guys. If enough of us head over there, we can take them. You've lost your mind. I know he's your friend and all, but you need to just let the pros handle this. Going to a villain's hideout is a suicide mission. All you did is just gonna put yourself in danger and be a hindrance. The pros are taking too long. By the time they arrive, who knows what's gonna happen to Bakugo? He's our classmate and he's my friend, we have to rescue him before it's too late. And why should I go on this commando raid mission of yours? Izuku asked for the first time since the conversation started, bringing the attention of everyone in the room, including Izumi. From our past relationship, I doubt I was your first or second or perhaps, I imagine, 10th choice. So, why come to me? The class shifted to an uncomfortable look, including Kirishima, who had proposed the idea in the first place, so Shoto decided to reply, we heard what happened during the attack in the forest. They said that you took down Muscular, the carnal murderer. Not only that, but you defeated him all by yourself. Izuku didn't give a reply in any form, but Shoto decided to continue. Some of my father's men are working the case along with the police. That man, Muscular, has a track record of armed robberies and major crimes, including the murder of Waterhose, Koda's parent. From what I heard, he's a wanted A-class criminal. Izuku perked his brow since it was the first time he knew about this. He has heard about the Waterhose duo before, as people mention them being the epitome of heroes until they got killed in the line of duty. So Muscular is responsible for killing Koda's parent. So you took the highlighted part of my resume, and that's the reason why you came to meet me now? Because I took down one of them all by myself. Izuku asked angrily. It was your fault for not grabbing Bakugo when we had the chance. Todoroki told us how you managed to get there faster than he did, and you didn't nab him. Kirishima angrily pointed his finger at him. Are you saying that I should abandon Tokoyami and save Bakugo instead at the time? He asked in a dangerously quiet voice. Tokoyami, who stood at the rear, shifted in pure surprise. To the boy's credit, he looked and sounded genuinely appalled when he immediately answered, of course not. But you could have rescued them both, you were faster than Todoroki at the time. You could have grabbed both of them at the time. So it's my fault that Todoroki is much slower than me. And where were you when all of us were getting the crap beat out of us all? Hitting the books and hiding under the table. Izuku countered back, before raising his voice, give me one good reason, one valid reason why I should put my neck on the line out there to rescue a living scumbag like Bakugo in the first place? But just as he suspected, none of them could come up with a valid reason for him to go. They all know of the history between the two of them. Bakugo is the bully who belittles him at all times in UA, and they all had a front row seat on how he treated people and just did nothing about it. Now Izuku isn't the target of the class any longer. He had a quirk, he had power, and he had what he had always longed for ever since he was little. Not to mention that he's no longer on the hero side, so he had no reason to join their little rescue mission. You can't you? Izuku quietly replied in a low, dangerous tone. Because the reason why you invited me is that you saw my quirk and needed extra muscle for your daring adventure. Izuku spat in a venomous tone as none of them could reply, even Kirishima and Shoto were unable to. If you wanted to go on this mission, by all means, I won't report you to Aizawa-sensei or Principal Nizu, but realize that you'll be sending your naive volunteer to their death because of your decision. That their death will keep hanging above your head. After Izuku was done with his words, they all left the room while grumbling and closing the door from the outside. Once the room was empty, with Izuku and Izumi alone, they both stared at each other at what just happened. Izumi understands where his words are coming from. Bakugo has been nothing but a hindrance ever since he came to the school. Bullying him for his lack of quirk, treating him less than a human being, and always trying to put him in his place. And now it's the ultimate payback for Izuku for what he did to him all those years. Izuku turned his head toward Izumi and saw her facial expression. What? She rubbed the back of her head before saying, Look, I know that you had your reason for why you didn't want to rescue Bakugo in the first place. Understatement of the year. And I get it, Bakugo is an egotistical JRK who only seems to know on to run his mouth with cursed words, didn't understand a basic simple mannerism, and is a walking talking piece of crap. Your point? But he doesn't deserve to be left out like that at their hand. I'm not saying that you should save him or even join the raid with Kirishima, but I just wanted you to know that he didn't deserve that, she said before she walked out from the room, leaving Izuku on his own. Nighttime has passed, and both Shoto and Kirishima are standing in front of the hospital building, waiting for Yaoyorozu to come for her decision on whether to give them the locator that she promised. They were all wearing casual clothes and waiting near the front entrance. Moments later, Yaoyorozu came wearing casual clothes as well and came to walk towards the two boys waiting in the front. Yaoyorozu, you came? Shoto replied, looking at the heiress. So what do you say? Kirishima asked, wanting to know her answer. The heiress held her words for a moment before she gave her answer, but before she could, someone came to beat them. Wait! They all turned around and saw Ida standing behind them, anticipating what they were gonna do. Ida, get out of the way. We're going. Kirishima said. Ida interrupted Kirishima, we're not going to do anything at all. I'm here to stop you. This is a foolish idea at best. The pros should handle this. Ida, we don't have time for this. We'll talk about this later. Kirishima spoke in a hurry. But Ida was clearly steeling himself to do something desperate. Don't make me do this. Or I'll report this to Aizawa-sensei. Ida, Kirishima exploded, get out of our way, and don't be an idiot. Don't you call me an idiot. Ida said, I don't think you should be breaking any more rules. You realize that this suicide mission of yours is simply foolish. Ida, you don't know what you're doing. Shoto said in exasperation, and we're not gonna fight. This is a rescue operation. We're not foolish enough to attack them head-on. So we come up with a solution to sneak in from their hideout and rescue Bakugo before they realize. And you're agreeing to this, Yaoyorozu? Ida shifted his gaze to the vice president. If we decided to do this, we'll come to a decision that it's gonna be a covert mission. That means that we won't be participating in any combat scenario. If things go wrong, then I'm pulling the plug, and we'll leave, rescue or no rescue. Sounds good. Both Todoroki and Kirishima nodded. Ida looked in a contemplating manner before he decided to speak up. Well, I can't sway you to stop. So, I guess you'll need someone to help watch over you. So, what's the plan? We're still waiting for someone. They telling us to wait at the station. Soon, they were making their way to the station after paying for a cab to go there all together. The ride took about 10 minutes before they arrived at the station. But once they got there, it was almost empty, with only the security guard left, and they were waiting for the last train to come. The clock shows 11 p.m. on the wall, signaling the end of the train schedule, but there's no sign of anyone coming. Kirishima looked to the ground feeling dejected, and Shoto put his hand on the red-haired shoulder for comfort. Then, in the quiet area of the station, they heard a footstep sound from the part of the entrance. All of them turned their head to the side, looking at who was coming. Izumi, you came. Kirishima looked in surprise but felt glad to know she was coming. But he could still hear another footstep coming despite Izumi already having stopped walking. Then another foot came next to her and came out from the shadow and showed the person standing next to her wearing a black hoodie. Deku. Shoto said in surprise, along with both Ida and Yaoyorozu. I managed to convince him to come. Izumi replied, but not before she had anything to say, but let's be clear, we're coming with you guys not because we wanted to rescue Bakugo, but because we're here to keep an eye on you for. Whatever happens, it's not under our responsibility, is that clear? They all glanced at one another before they nodded and accepted the favor from her. Shoto walked over to Izuku's direction, wanting to know why he came after heavily rejecting the idea at the hospital. Why did you come to help us? Shoto asked, wanting to know his reason for coming here. Izuku, with his hand on his jacket pocket, replied, I had my reasons. Soon, they heard the train coming to Yokohama pull in front of them before beginning to back their way into the train doors as the 6 students breached the point of no return. Izumi and the rest of them were laying their back on the wall completely terrified and scared watching what transpired in front of their eyes. Their body is paralyzed from fear like a statue in a park, trying to piece together what just happened in the last 10 minutes. Flashback start. They were hiding behind a building while looking from the other side of the building trying to rescue Bakugo by following the tracker that Yaoyorozu had planted on the Nomu that attacked the summer camp, which led them to some abandoned factory. But when they arrive, all they find is a factory full of nomos on some laboratory tube, one that they would find in some science experiment movie where all the monsters would be bred and created, and just looking at it, it seems the same. They were wondering what to do at this point since it didn't lead them to the League's base, but then a literal foot sticking out in the entrance broke free of the entrance door of the warehouse. All of them looked startled by the explosion that was near them, and they took a peek from the side of the building across them and they saw many pro-heroes and police officers coming towards the door and marching their way. Best Jeanist along with Gang Orca and Tiger managed to subdue most of the nomus that were in the warehouse and took care of every single one of them. Best Jeanist used his quirk to restrain the nomu while giving orders at the same time, Riot Squad, hold the line. There might be still more coming and we're counting on you. While they were investigating the factory, Tiger found her partner who just come out looking in an unconscious state. Ragdoll, answer me. Tiger called out to his partner. Is she your teammate? She's still breathing, thank goodness. Gang Orca stated. Yeah, but there's something wrong with her condition. Tiger checked on her condition. Looks like the heroes have already done it, Ida stated while hiding behind the wall. Amazing. Kirishima watched in amazement. Yeah, if the pros were here, then there's nothing else we could do, Ida said. Plus I just heard from one of the officers saying that All Might and his team raid had been successful. We should leave this to the pros and get going. Momo said while urging them to leave. And when just they were about to leave, Izumi heard a footstep coming from a dark tunnel of the factory. She stopped her track and took a peek, trying to listen to their conversation. I'm sorry Tiger, I just can't help myself from taking it. Since she had quite a useful quirk, I decided to take it, a mysterious person said while hiding in the shadows. Who are you? Can someone get a light here? Gang Orca said while not taking his eyes off the mysterious person. All of the other heroes began to put their guard up when suddenly Best Jeanist used his quirk to restrain the villain in his track with his own clothing. What the? Jeanist, if that's a civilian then MT lady said. Think about the situation, a moment of hesitation could decide everything. We couldn't let a single step slip in for them to make a move. Best Jeanist said while strengthening his quirk to restrain the person standing under the shadow. As he kept trying to restrain the individual, suddenly he felt a burst of energy coming through from its body. The restraint on the individual is starting to lose, and all of a sudden they saw a flash of light and a sudden massive shockwave explosion headed towards them. The building was destroyed and it managed to take out the entire block of the area. A massive cloud of smoke is hanging on the top of the building as much debris started falling off from the sky. Concrete and rubble turned to dust as the blast destroyed everything in the area. All of the pro heroes were lying on the ground unconscious from the shockwave blast. Flashback end. The rescue group were all crouched down, taking cover from the blast, and they had absolutely no idea what was going on. But, the wave of fear that crashed over them was all they needed to understand that they should stay completely silent. No one is able to move from where they stand, not Ida, not Shoto, not even her brother as well. The dust cleared, and all that was left of the area was a nearly mile-long clearing where buildings and police cars used to be. All for one looked down to the ground to see Best Jeanist flat on his back, his eyes wide staring up at the villain. Impressive Best Jeanist. You managed to move them all out of the way, just in time. As expected from the number 4 hero. But, your quirk isn't very useful for Tamura. So your time is up. Best Jeanist tried to lift himself up and stared at the monster right in front of him. He tried to attack him when suddenly a gust of shockwave blast broke through and managed to penetrate his abdomen. Sadly your quirk doesn't suit Tamura's, such a shame, he said while hovering in the air and looking down at the heroes. Izumi continues to listen while trying to force herself to move, even if it's just an inch before a hand holds up to her and stops her. She turned and saw that it was her brother shaking his head signaling her to stop and don't move. Then All for One transports Bakugo and all the League to him using his warp quirk in front of him. All of them watched as All for One began to walk in their direction. Shigaraki along with the others looked at his sensei while Bakugo was coughing and trying to maintain his breathing. You've failed again, Tamura. But don't be discouraged, just keep trying until you succeed. I've also brought your associate as well along with this boy, he said while Shigaraki's knee touched the ground while staring at his sensei. Sensei. Shigaraki spoke with him still coughing from the slime that transport him here. It's alright Tamura, I understand. And you too, Hero Slayer, he turns his head to the masked figure, I understand where your hostility towards the boy is coming from, and I too understand that I made a mistake not realizing it. The Hero Slayer stared at the Demon Lord showing his clear anger towards the decision made by the League to kidnap Bakugo, he's mine. All for One stared at his newest recruit seeing the anger and rage coming just from his eyes because his mouth was covered with the face mask and a hood but he could tell that he was not gonna back down with this request at all. Very well. Katsuki Bakugo is yours. All for One states. Bakugo along with the rescue group who overheard the words coming out from All for One then felt the chill running through their backs. They could feel the malicious aura coming from the hero slayer as he looked toward Bakugo's direction who seemed to dread his upcoming fate. Get away from me. Get away! Bakugo shrieks in panic, trying to crawl himself out of there from the living nightmare that's coming for him. We have to help him. He's gonna get Bakugo killed. Shoto whispered. And what? Face the league with our fists and wits? We're sitting ducks here and we're outgunned. Izuku said. We can't just stay here and do nothing. We came here to rescue Bakugo. Kirishima argued. Emphasis on the rescue. We came out now and we're dead. All for One looked to the figure of Bakugo who desperately trying to make a run for it and heard something coming from the sky, almost like a booming sound. He looked up into the sky and saw a red, white and blue figure headed towards his way. He smiled under his face mask. All for One. All Might came from the sky and clashed with the enemy below as both of them squared off in the middle. It's been a long time. My old enemy. All for One replied, his face grinning in pleasure. The force of the blow from their colliding is enough to push all of them in the area away, both the league and the rescue group away. You've lost your touch. Usually, it would take a second for you to go from the bar to here. Have you grown weaker, huh, All Might? All for One asked. You're one to talk, what's with the industrial mask you wore? You're clearly the one who's weakening here. All Might replied, wiping the blood from his lips. I won't make the same mistake I did 5 years ago. All Might make a mad dash toward his enemy. I'm gonna take young Bakugo and I'm gonna take you back to prison. Your League of Villains too? All for One however merely extended his hand in All Might's direction before it suddenly expanded. That won't do, there's so much that the League has to do. For all of us. Then All for One release a combination of his arsenal quirk to All Might's way. He uses spring-like limbs, kinetic booster X4, and strength enhancer X3 to boost the power of his air cannon. The masked villain blasts All Might with an air cannon so powerful that it sends the hero through a nearby building. The League and Bakugo were sent flying from the area from the shockwave of the attack. The rest of them who were hiding behind the wall felt the air pressure coming from the attack and they could only hide from the wall. All Might! Bakugo shouts. Not to worry, child, that attack won't be enough to kill him. All for One replied, trying to assure him. He managed to deflect All Might attack with his bare hand? Bakugo thought while struggling to stand up. In the middle of chaos, All for One creates a warp gate by using a forced quirk activation on Kurogiri's body, with the intention of transporting them to a safe place. All for One! All Might shouted. The symbol of peace squatted down and the force of it caused the ground to move. All Might then leaped up into the air and aimed both of his fists toward his enemy. Detroit Smash, he shouted, his signature move. All for One tanked the attack with his hands as Shigaraki watched his sensei battle it out with the symbol of peace. Both of them fight with their hated enemy, trying to put an end to one another. Shigaraki, we need to leave. Spinner urges him to make a run for it. Sensei. Shigaraki looked to his front, seeing the battle that transpired before him. Shigaraki, if we don't leave then we're done. The League needs to survive or we're done for. Spinner yanks his shirt, pulling him away from the area. Seeing his reason, Shigaraki weakly nodded and agreed to the decision before he saw the hero slayer come running towards their recent captive while yelling like a madman. Bakugo! The explosion quirk user turned and saw the living nightmare come towards him and aimed his hand in his direction, wanting to blow him up, but then he remembered the strong gasoline smell that reeked in his body before he pulled his hand and came running instead. Damn it, he's totally lost it, Shigaraki grunts, seeing how the hero slayer is the only one who charging ahead like some maniac towards Bakugo. What should we do, Shigaraki? Mr. Compress asked, wanting to know what to do now. The hero slayer meanwhile is charging toward Bakugo, transforming his arm into a bulky mess by using his black bull quirk and trying to take a swing at him and take off his head. The ashen blonde-haired kid could only run away, using his own feet, not propelling himself with an explosion like he normally does because of how soaked his body is right now, and could only run with his life depending on it. And he can't exactly call All Might to come and help him because he's currently fighting against some villain with some surgical mask, which he assumes is the boss of the League. Like it or not, Bakugo is just getting in the way right now by being in the middle of an active war zone. Guys, we have to help Bakugo. He's gonna get killed if not. If we come out now, then all we did is just add All Might with trouble. He can't go all out because Bakugo is still there. Izumi points out, knowing that her mentor can't go fighting like usual because he is worried that Bakugo is still around. Then what should we do? Shoto asked, looking at Izumi for a solution. Izumi took a moment to ponder on their option right now. A way for them to rescue Bakugo and remain undetected by the media and the villains. She ponders looking at the rescue party and their quirks and trying to come up with a solid concrete plan. So Izumi began to explain her plan. It was indeed risky and there could be a lot of things going wrong, but if they succeeded then they could save Bakugo's life. After Izumi had explained it, everyone agreed. They looked at each other and started to prepare except for Izuku, who seemed to be having a different idea. I'll stay behind and create a distraction. That way you guys have a shot to take him to safety. Izuku dash. You have too many people on board, counting Bakugo out. There are you, Todoroki, Ida, and Kirishima. That's 4 people. Adding one more, and it will be heavy and all of us will fall. But what about you? I can slip past easily. Now go before that hero slayer begins to live up to its name. Izuku said before Izumi nodded weakly and went with her plan. Once Izuku already running and in the clear to distract the villains, they began preparing themselves for their rescue plan. Izumi and Ida began charging their quirk and propelling themselves forward while using Kirishima as a battering ram. Then Shoto, who's staying in the back, creates an ice ramp that's almost as tall as a building to fly them in the air. What they, both All For One and All Might stared at the ice ramp, but the hero knew who could have been responsible for that ice ramp. Then behind the ice ramp, a bright yellow light comes from behind the ice reflection and blinds both the heroes and the reporter helicopter hovering above the ground. Bakugo, who saw the ice ramp and his friend flying in the air, began to understand their intention, so he kept their distance while trying to get away as far as possible. Then Izumi used her quirk to pull Bakugo out of the way and towards them, and he grabbed Kirishima's hand. All Might, who saw that, began to form a smile. Well done, Izumi. What? Spinner exclaimed in surprise. Mustard shook his head. Damn it. Where did they come from? Don't let them get away. Who can do distance? Mr. Compress asked as he looked up at the fleeing students. Kurogiri and Dabi. They're both down. Spinner replied. He's mine. The hero slayer roared, dark energy surrounding his hands the moment he uttered those words, as he used his quirk to fly up into the air as started to make his way toward the fleeing UA students. You too. Come here. Magna shouted to Spinner and Mr. Compress, earning their attention and making them look at her as she made her way to them, her hands glowing in blue. Using her quirk on Spinner and Mr. Compress, she pushed her hands on Spinner's back and Mr. Compress pushed his body against Spinner's. Magna's power launched him into the air. Bakugo! The hero slayer roared over to the ashen blonde name and chased over to the flying Bakugo as he leaped in the air. He jumped high, trying to gain on Bakugo, almost as tall as about 30 feet. What the? Kirishima looked below and saw someone trying to come after them from midair. He's gaining on us. That's the hero slayer? Ida shouted, recognizing him from the news media and from what his brother described. The hero slayer is about to make its way into them when suddenly MT Lady comes in between and enlarges herself, blocking the incoming threat from the hero slayer along with Mr. Compress and Spinner. He collided with her, thus preventing him from ever teaching to the rescue party. MT Lady! Izumi shouts. The rescue comes first. Get out of here, you stupid brats. MT Lady uttered before she fell down to the ground. The hero slayer landed on the ground before he yelled out in the air over to his frustration. His shrieking voice echoed throughout the city and even put the pause onto All For One and All Might fight. It's almost sounded like a monster. Who is that? All Might turns to All For One looking for an answer. His voice is shaking and able to feel just how dangerous and malicious the said person is. That, All Might, is the hammer that will bring down the society in the future. My future ace in the hole. All For One smirks watching him announcing his presence like that. We can still make it. Let's do it again. Magna shouted as twice, Spinner, and Mustard moved towards her, but unfortunately for them Gran Torino came into the picture and kicked them across their faces, knocking all of them out. Their unmoving bodies and unconscious landed on the ground, one by one. All Might looked over his shoulder as Gran Torino landed behind him. You're too slow. You're too fast. Gran Torino replied as he returned his gaze. Hey, that Midori is really turning out to be more and more like you. In a bad way. All For One picked himself up from the rubble, setting his attention on Gran Torino. Shimura's friend, huh? All Might coughed into his hand before pointing at All For One. It's shameful, but with this, I can defeat you without reserve. All For One. We've got 3 left here, too. Gran Torino pointed out as he turned to look at Shigaraki, Toga, and the hero slayer who were standing in front of Kurogiri's portal. Shigaraki was standing in front of the 2 girls. I'll end this. Careful, that hero slayer gives a strong malice aura. I could tell. Gran Torino replied before he takes off. While All Might was being distracted, All For One used Magna's quirk to pull them back into the portal, putting them in safety. All of a sudden, Both Shigaraki and Toga are being pulled to the back along with Magna, Twice, Spinner, and Mr. Compress into a portal behind them. The Hero Slayer also felt the pulling force coming and he also gets pulled into the portal. Shigaraki tried to stay and hold something to keep him there, but the magnetic force was too strong and he was being pulled to the portal. "Sensei, please. I still haven't dash," Shigaraki cried as his sensei pulled him into safety. "Tamura, continue the fight." All for One said for the last time to Shigaraki as he watched him being swallowed by the portal. Then suddenly All Might came and tried to land a solid hit to his face, but suddenly Gran Torino's body was covered in a black liquid and he was being teleported right in front of All Might's fist. Impact reversal. All for One said, "Even though I came here just to save Tamura, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get." Suddenly All Might's fist landed straight at his teacher's face while Gran Torino was surprised to see that All for One managed to redirect his body just as easily as that. "Ha ha ha, it's not polite to hit an elderly All Might. Didn't Nana teach you any manner?" he chuckled watching him punch the elderly hero. "Don't mention her name, you monster." All Might yelled in fury, "Detroit Smash." All for One laid his back after he received a never-ending punch coming from the hero himself while he was standing tall looking at him while exhaling his breath. He formed a smile while looking at his enemy as he fell on the ground with his back touched against the concrete rubble. "Such nobility, I've heard those words coming from your old master, from the previous one for all users, Nana Shimura," he taunts the hero who's standing there. "You filthy scum. You dare to say her name?" All Might roared in front of him. She was ever the idealist, it was almost like the woman had no power at all to begin with. As the successor of One for All, it was embarrassing to see her final moment ending just like that, how she was dying to defend what she believed. "How do I even tell you? Enough." All Might pulled his fist ready to slam his bare fist into his face when suddenly All for One blasted him in the air at the height of where the helicopter was hovering broadcasting the news right now. All for One won't allow himself to go down easily. His arm started to convulse and suddenly his arm started to enlarge twice the size of All Might's arm. And he aimed his hand while readying to punch All Might when he came down. Tamura has been working hard to crumble the hero's trust. The USJ, Hosu incident, and the hero hunting incident. It's time for me to put the final nail in its coffin. All for One aimed his hand towards the rubble with his arm already expanded and left All Might in wonder why before he took a closer look and saw someone trapped under the rubble where both of them took their fight. It was a woman. A civilian. All for One raised his hand directly at her, a shockwave building up in his arm. All Might's heart stopped. He burst forward and jumped in front of her trying to protect her, and oh. Then his body was met with an attack from the villain as he tried to clench his teeth and his body was thrown across the building as he barely maintained his consciousness. Everyone's heart dropped as they saw the number one hero defeated on the ground. No one could imagine in their wildest dream that the number one hero, the symbol of peace, would be defeated like this. Everyone began to worry and be terrified as All Might was struggling to get up. They called out his name hoping that he would get up, but unfortunately, he was way too injured to get up. All Might was just hit with a massive blast trying to defend the news helicopter. Everyone watched as the smoke cleared to see. Half of All Might's face had changed. One side was normal, and the other side was gaunt and thin, and his hair fluffed out into flowing strands. Steam was blowing off of his body, showing his skeleton figure being put on public as the world saw over what happened. "First, let's take away that pride of yours. The one that you kept in secret for so long." All for One grinned while seeing the skeleton figure of All Might standing in front of him. In front of the world. The whole world fell into a deafening silence as they saw the figure of once All Might as nothing but a frail skinny man who looked nothing compared to his muscular bulky figure. On the screen, Toshinori stood deflated in front of the lady with his arms crossed over his body to block the blasts. His skeletal form stood tall for the whole world to see. The entire plaza was silent as they gazed upon their hero turned into his real self. One that he never thought would be revealed to the world. Much better. Isn't it freeing to know you no longer have to hide what you really look like, All Might? Now they can finally see their hero for what he truly is. A bag of bleeding skin and bones. Toshinori closed his eyes and put his arms down. So what? Big and strong, or skinny and frail? It doesn't matter. I'm still going to take you down. Toshinori said, his smile returning. All for One looked to his enemy and formed a thin smile. He clapped his hand in a slow motion while looking at him. "Oh? Is that the hero's fire still burning inside of you? I always seem to forget how stubborn you are. Perhaps this will quench it." Tamura Shigaraki is actually Nana Shimura's grandson. Toshinori's smile faded. His eyes widened. What? It's true. Why, you're lying. Really? Am I now? If All for One could grin, He would be showing his biggest smile in front of him right now. You know as well as I do that I'm telling the truth here. That this is the kind of thing I would do. No. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. The boy. Was the villain from USJ Nana's grandson? Toshinori's heart fell and he screamed in his agony, H. All for one laughed. Now you see it, don't you? Gran Torino grits his teeth and yells, what did you do to him? How did you dash? I merely showed him the truth. Toshinori looked to the ground in agony and shame. What would Nana think of me? I'll dash, All Might. A woman halfway crushed under the rubble behind the group tried to call out to him, All Might, please. Please don't give up. We need you. Soon everyone began to call out his name, begging him, for the #1 hero to stand and fight. Every voice in Japan resonates into one single loud voice calling out All Might's name, begging and praying for his survival. Look at your citizen, All Might. Calling out your name hoping that you would get up and fight, but look at you, laying there looking defeated. It's such a shame. He glanced looking at the hero while he tried to get up. As long as my body is still breathing, I won't give up. I will stop you. Along with your plan. Toshinori said weakly, readying himself to fight. I can't allow myself to die. I still had many things that I needed to do. Toshinori got back to his feet readying to fight, and the entire Japan cheered on his stand. All of their fear began to disappear and be replaced by hope, and thousands cheered. All for one scowled and proceeded to levitate up into the sky. TCH. I think I'm going to vomit. All those chants and false promises. Heroes and villains. It's time to stop looking at dreams and heroics, and focus on reality. All for one's arm began to expand and break through his suit, spring-like limbs, for kinetic boosters, strength enhancer X3, airwalk, rivets, multiplier, impact recoil, spear-like bones, air cannon. The shockwaves were just to wear you down, but now I can take you out with the amalgamation of quirks I've stored up. Toshinori struggles to get up while looking at him. His vision is starting to get blurry and he's already out of breath. But he still needs to do his job as the symbol of peace to stop him. As the wielder of One for All, it's his responsibility to stop All for One. He needs to finish him before he can spread his fear and terror toward the city. He's the nation's #1 hero, and that's his responsibility to uphold. With every fiber of his being, Toshinori pulled every last drop of strength into his body. The shadows of One for All will fight with him. Toshinori put his all into it, using the last ember of One for All inside of him, but was only able to turn his right arm into his muscle form. All Might crouched down and readied himself. All for One sneered, looking at his enemy. How long can that form last you, All Might? A few minutes? Just about. That's enough time to take you down. How long will your respiratory system last? All for One sighed, I'm getting tired of talking. Let's finish this. Crash! The hero and the villain collided in the blink of an eye. The ground shook and the concrete turned to dust. From the cloud of dust, both of them collided in the middle, trying to best one another with one last attack. I'll put everything I've got into this. And I'll finish you for good. Toshinori felt every last ounce and flame of One for All pour into his arm. The colors all swirled and flew through him. Nana came into his vision. 6 other silhouettes surrounded her. She spoke to him. So many have passed this power down from one person to the next. Each one doing it for the greater good, and to create hope for all of mankind. And now, it's your turn. Do your best, Toshinori. And now, live your life. Hooray! Goodbye, All for One. All Might felt the flames course through every vein of his body. He shot forward and drove his fist directly into All for One's head. He carried him forward, power coursing and crackling all around. United States of Smea was. Toshinori slammed All for One down into the ground. The earth cracked and exploded from underneath Toshinori's fist. A tornado shot out from the force and power of the attack. Buildings and rubble were ripped from the ground and flew like leaves in the wind, turning to dust. The ground quaked with the ferocity of a magnitude 10 earthquake. The tornado vanished, and everyone near the scene stood in awe at the mile-wide crater where Kamino Ward once stood. In the center of it all, stood All Might. His deflated and broken fist was caked in blood and sunken into the front of All for One's cheek. In front of him, All for One lies on the ground defeated. His face is crushed beyond recognition as he can't feel his entire body from that single blow. So, you managed to pull up one last trick up your sleeve. All for One wheezed as he lies not moving. United States of Smash. What an unoriginal name. Be quiet. Toshinori looked down at All for One as he coughed. Oh, All Might. The naive idealist. You have no idea what's in store for the future. How everything you hold and know will be crumbling under one day. I'll stop Shigaraki. My master grandson. I will save him and free him from your evil clutch. Oh, I'm not talking about Shigaraki. Unlike you, who put your trust and hope blindly into one individual, I had 2 trump cards within my table. Toshinori looked to All for One and he realized who's he talking about. You're talking about the Hero Slayer? All for One laughed weakly and coughed while continued, that's right. He's my other legacy besides Tamura. The one who will bring down the Hero Society in the future. Beware All Might. For your demise is coming. For all of you heroes. Bakugo woke up in a dimly lit room. His vision was blurry and couldn't see clearly. He tried to rub his eyes to see clearly, but his hands were tied up. He looked around the room and tried to adjust his eyes to the room itself. He could tell that he was not alone since he saw 7 shadow figures standing in front of him. He didn't recognize any of them except for a few. There's the mist guy, from the USJ attack, he remembers because he's the one who pinned him down on the ground and threatened to blow him up. And there are also Dry Lips, he remembers that pasty face anywhere from the USJ, how he acted like some spoiled child and rants about things not going on and how he's planted. He's guessing that he's the leader. He didn't recognize the rest of them but he could tell that each one of them was as dangerous as the rest of the room. But the most dangerous one is still Dry Lips considering how his quirk actually works. Shigaraki walks close to his seat, handcuffed and unable to do anything while sitting in silence. So, you're awake, huh? Where the F am I, Dry Lips? Bakugo asked grudgingly. I'm gonna keep this as short as possible, Katsuki Bakugo, won't you become one of my comrades? Bakugo might be too drunk from the drags and the sleeping pill, but he's conscious enough to hear what he just said and replied, spare me your sheet and die. Toga, who leaned on the counter, chuckled at his words. He's funny. He's scared. Trying to act tough, that's what he is. Dabi taunts. If he's smart, he realizes that he's in an unwinnable situation. Mr. Compress added, he's all alone and he's still cocky. Spare me your sheet, I'm not buying what you are selling and I don't even care. Bakugo spats, his eyes brimming with confidence. Shigaraki scratches his neck in frustration. After watching how he was doing at the sports festival, he wanted to bring the boy to their side. He has a making of a powerful ally but right now, he's got caught up in a situation since their newest member didn't know of his plan to kidnap Bakugo in the first place. Leave him, a cold distant voice came from the room behind as the door slowly opens. Everyone from the league turns their attention to their back and Bakugo looks up to see who's there that got the league all spooked. Right in front of him is a boy dressed in a black hoodie and black pants. From top to bottom, everything is colored in black, even the mask he's wearing is also black. He's mine, the Hero Slayer growled while still disguised. Bakugo looks around and finds the league seems to be uneasy for some reason. He could tell at first glance that this guy is bad news. Who the F is he? An emo? Bakugo said, looking at the black-dressed figure standing in front of him. Heh, guess you didn't read the news. Shigaraki mildly chuckled, Katsuki Bakugo, meet the Musudafu Hero Slayer, your motivator. Bakugo stared at his interrogator and chuckled, you don't scare me. Oh, but you should. In fact, you will. Shigaraki then gave the signal and the Hero Slayer dragged Bakugo's chair towards the dark room right next to him as he shouted. Hey, where the F do you take me? Hey, answer me, dipshit. Bakugo then gets dragged into the dark room all by himself with his new interrogator accompanying him. The room is all empty with nothing but a light bulb hanging above him and a wooden table placed in front of him as he glares towards the Hero Slayer. Hey, you better get me out of this chain if you know what's best for you. The Hero Slayer then places something that looks like a toolbox right in front of the table and he opens it, showing a wide variety of tools, all covered in rust, from a small blade to a cleaver. Hello, are you deaf? I said you better let me go right now. He didn't respond to his taunting and inspected his tool, carefully picking one from his favorite and examining it. What's best? Is that you will shut up and let me do my job, the Hero Slayer replied, his voice sounding ragged. Your job? What is exactly your job anyway, besides killing a bunch of heroes? He then decides to choose the cleaver from his collection, close the toolbox and flash the blade to his captor's face. I'm the Hero Slayer, he told them, dragging his cleaver along the table. I slay heroes. He drags the cleaver along the way as Bakugo's brave taunting face starts to dissolve and is replaced with nothing but fear and horror. Soon afterward, the room is filled with nothing but screams of pain from the captive. At the main police building, many police officers and pro-heroes gathered there to participate in the raid. Many heroes are gathered in the room, from Edshot, Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and All Might himself. Besides them, many pro-heroes joined in, including Tiger, MT Lady, Gang Orca, Gran Torino, and Kamui Woods. Aside from the heroes, the police force will also join in the raid. Hearing this, All Might stepped forward and showed his signature smile to everyone. It's time for our counterattack. All Might said, looking at the other heroes. Endeavor, who saw that, began to comment, "Why do I need to come and clean up your mess? Endeavor, I know that you had other priorities, but you need to see the bigger picture in here. This incident could spell the end of hero society. We need to put all of our manpower to stop this once and for all." Tsukachi said to everyone in the room. "First, we need to discuss the matter at hand. Our objective is to rescue a student of UA named Katsuki Bakugo. He was kidnapped by the League of Villains during the training camp raid just under 24 hours ago." Tsukachi addressed the situation. "Based on the tracking device created by one of the students, we believe there are multiple hideouts that they currently use. And from our investigations, we currently know the whereabouts of the kidnapping victim. We'll put all of our effort into saving the victim. At the same time, we'll take time to control the other locations thought to be hideouts. In short, we'll cut off their retreat path to catch them at once, while simultaneously striking their resource, thus ending their entire operation at once." Tsukachi said, and everyone understood the plan. "Do we know who else will be there?" Gang Orca asked, wanting to know who they were going to be dealing with once they. "Based on what the students describe and from what Tiger and Eraserhead told, we're dealing with new members of the League," Tsukachi explains before he pressed a remote showing pictures of the League members. "We know of their leader, Shigaraki Tamura, and Kurojairi, who's the leader of the League, and the latter is his aide. And we also learned they have Dabi, a well-known arsonist, who's an A-rank villain. He's wanted for several murders and also took part in the assassination of several heroes. Himiko Toga, also a rank villain, is also wanted for several murders on several charges, including kidnapping, assault and battery, and even murder. We don't know much about her quirk, but it involves blood from her victims. Mr. Compress, a B-rank villain, a street vendor entertainer. He's the person who's responsible for kidnapping Bakugo on the forest camp. Wanted for kidnapping and theft. Magna, a B-rank villain. She's a well-known villain on the underground, mostly hired for protection, having several charges for assault and kidnapping. Her quirk is called magnetism, so be careful when facing against her. Spinner, a C-rank villain. He's a new member who seems to have a great admiration of Stain's ideology. There is not much to know about him except that he seems to adopt Stain fighting style and weapons. Twice, a C-rank villain. His quirk is called Double, which allows him to create a double of himself, but it seems to be having a personality disorder and able to mimic someone's quirk. But they don't have much fighting prowess. Is there any news about the Hero Slayer? We heard that he was a member of the League too, wasn't he? Gang Orca asked, wanting to know about the new member of their group. Yes, but we haven't gathered much intel about him. Truth be told, there's not much to be going on about him in the first place. Tsukachi sighed, remembering about it. No arrest record, no previous criminal background, nothing? Endeavor points out. No, it's just he suddenly showed up out of nowhere, Tsukachi replied, feeling like he wanted to scratch his head about this case. So a new rookie criminal? MT Lady said. Except, this rookie managed to be responsible for killing many pro heroes in a short PRD of time. Endeavor quipped. I had my suspicion about the Hero Slayer, but I'm not quite so sure about it, Tsukachi said. Do tell, Tiger spoke, wanting to know more along with the heroes in the room. I suspected at first that the Hero Slayer is Stain's apprentice. He's targeted pro heroes and sidekicks, but recently we find several villains who seem to be getting killed by him as well. All of them pointing out towards them being killed by him. Just hold on, isn't the Hero Slayer supposed to be, killing heroes only? MT Lady mentioned. That's what confuses me. Even Stain didn't kill any villains during his active time, and we had a conversation with him and he said that he never took an apprentice. Ever. So where is he coming from? Edshot asked. My suspicion is that he might be a child from a pro hero. The way he killed those heroes, that has to be the work of skill, or that he goes to a hero school. It makes perfect sense, he's at the age of a student. Entering a hero school, he had access to training facilities and education. Not to mention that he can hide amongst the students. Okay, we'll search after we are done with the rescue operation. We need to rescue young Bakugo as soon as possible. All Might spoke, as the rest of the heroes followed suit. They all quickly got up and began to get ready with their counterattack against the heroes. At the League's hideout in Hosu, where Bakugo is being held up, the rest of the League is waiting at the bar while discussing their next move after their mission just now. They were watching the television about the press conference that was being held by UA after their failed attempt to protect their student from being harmed and kidnapped. From the looks of it, the media is having a field day with them. However, they have a hard time listening as the room is filled with loud noise from the television, and it's only that because they had to silence the loud screaming sound that's coming from the room where the captive is being taken by the hero slayer right now. How long has this been going on? Spinner asked, grabbing the remote to turn off the television since they could barely hear the news at this point. Half an hour. Dobby replied, honestly, I'm surprised the kid hasn't passed out at this point. I had to admit that his method is pretty scary. I'm sure you like it. Oh no, Toga shakes her head off, even I would have toned it down, I won't go so far to the extreme. The sounds of screaming continue as Bakugo sits in the chair while being chained and covered in bruises. His figure clearly shows that he's being tortured. His shirt is also covered in his own dried blood. The hero slayer stood holding a rusty hammer in his hand. He held it tightly while looking at his captive prisoner. Bakugo spit some blood on the floor as he stared at the hero slayer with a black eye. You're tougher than you look. As expected from the next in line candidate of the hero industry. The hero slayer commented. But, not everyone is invisible as they like to believe. People always had their weak spots. No matter how tough they act, there's bound to be something that cracks them. The hero slayer brandished his rusted knife close to his face and dangled it into his face. So the question is, he lightly moves his knife close to Bakugo's face to make sure that his eyes follow the movement like a pendulum, right eye or left eye. I'll let you choose. Drop the FING act. You know that you won't kill me, right? The hero slayer stood not moving as Bakugo began to talk. You brought me here, kidnapping me to this lair of yours. If you wanted to kill me, there would be a more easy way to do it. That's why I know that you won't go and do it. The hero slayer stood not moving from his place as Bakugo looked towards him, thinking that he hit the nail. He. Bakugo looked around when he heard the sound of soft laughter. He looked around wondering who the individual responsible for that soft laughter was, none other than his interrogator. He snickered and started to laugh loudly, startling the explosion quirk user. Bakugo thought for a moment that this hero slayer was actually just a crazy person, but his malice stare from under his mask said differently. It seems that you misunderstood something. The hero slayer walks to the corner of the room, grabs 2 portable fuel tanks and walks towards him. The League is the one who tried to recruit you, I however had no interest in their intention. Then what do you want? Why did you drag me out from them? Bakugo starts to get confused. If he didn't come to interrogate him for intel or to rough him up, then what is it that he wants? He then opens the contents of the tank and pours the liquid down to Bakugo's entire body. He choked, smelling the pungent smell that was coming from it, and that's when he realized what it is. It was gasoline. I'm the hero slayer, I slay heroes, he replied, repeating what he told him before the interrogation started. He then grabs 2 cleavers from the toolbox and clashes them together, creating sparks as Bakugo starts to shake from where he's being held captive. Get away. Get away from me, you freak. Don't worry, I've been called worse. The hero slayer replied as he held the blade closer to his face. The sparks from the blades are starting to get closer and Bakugo could only do nothing but scream and grunt, trying to escape despite the futile attempt. Suddenly the door opens, revealing Shigaraki and Spinner, who come to check up on the noise, but they are met with the suddenly strong smell of gasoline, and that's all they need to know. The hell, get this guy off from him! Shigaraki came shouting and came to grab a hold of the masked guy. Spinner also came running along with Dobby and Mr. Compress, who came and used his quirk to put the hero slayer into the marble just in the nick of time. They all sighed before they all exited the room, leaving Bakugo being held captive in the room. Mr. Compress then grabs the marble containing the hero slayer in his hand and asks, if I let you out, will you calm yourself? However, he didn't get any verbal responses at all from him. I'd take that as a yes. Mr. Compress then releases his quirk on him as he comes out and holds his hand on the wooden floor. Shigaraki then came close to him and stomped angrily. I thought I told you not to harm him at all. He'll live. Before you decide to throw a freaking gasoline onto him. The rest of the League turned their attention at the mention of the word gasoline coming out from him. I brought him to recruit him, not so you can perform some kind of sadistic ritual on him. You're trying to go medieval on him or something? You brought that yourself when you brought him in. I told you about why I came here and you decided to kidnap the a-hole that turned my life into sheet to our ranks. Look, it was a selective choice, we thought we could turn him into our side. I don't care. Either you cut him loose, or I cut him myself. Both of them stared at each other intensely, with none of them ready to back down from their idea at all. Kurogyri then decides to use this chance to intervene. Look, it was Sensei's order to recruit him in the first place. If you had a problem with it, then I suggested you talk to him. Kurogyri informed. Izuku then stood momentarily before he sighed, calming himself. Fine, maybe I will. But before Izuku could get up and ask his question to all for one's face, someone knocked from the outside, silencing the League on who it could be. Hello. Kamino Pizza DLVRY. And after 3 seconds a fist came at the wall next to the door at the wall, knocking it down. Smash! The rest of the league watched in shock, seeing the number 1 hero come out of nowhere and destroy the wall with his fist. Spinner, who was near the wall, began to react as he got sent by the punch. What the hell? In the middle of this, All Might spotted Shigaraki standing at the bar table with his signature hand covering his face, looking at the hero with a confused and fearful look. Kurogyri, he called out to him, trying to teleport them to safety, when suddenly his entire body was being wrapped by a binding made of wood and quickly trapped everyone in the room, including Shigaraki himself. Lacquered chain prison. Kamui Woods yelled out his signature move. Dabi, who saw it, began to think that these heroes didn't make their preparation or underestimated them. Wood? You think Wood will dash? But his words were being cut off as Gran Torino quickly zoomed in and knocked Dabi unconscious, making him unable to break free. Stay down, boy, if you know what's best for you, Gran Torino said to the unconscious man. As expected from the young and talented rookie, Kamui Woods, and the veteran pro, Gran Torino, All Might praised both of them for their quick thinking. You can't run away, League of Villains. Why, you ask? Because we are here, All Might declared loudly to the rest of them. Ed's shot slipped from the entrance door and opened it, and multiple officers came in readying to apprehend the villain who was being restrained. It was foolish for you to kidnap the student, and don't try to run away. We got more skilled heroes such as Endeavor and many others surrounding this entire bar. Ed Shot calmly said to them. Shigaraki, who was being restrained, began to move around while trying to use his quirk on the Woods, but his hand is being placed on his back, making it unable to break free, and everyone is being pinned down. DMN it, after we went to such length. Why the hell did you come here so soon? The boss shouldn't hunt us down. I've got no choice. Kurogyri, bring as many Nomu as you can, Shigaraki ordered him while preparing for the coming Nomu. He waited for the warping gate to appear and multiple Nomu came out from the portal and started to attack them, but there was nothing coming into the room. Shigaraki, I'm sorry, but the Nomus that was supposed to be it is gone. Kurogyri apologized to him while Shigaraki was in shock. You underestimate us heroes, League of Villains. The diligent work of the police force and our fury. It ends here, Shigaraki Tamura. All Might said out loud. Now where's young Bakugo? However, Shigaraki just claimed that he didn't know shit, so he ordered the police to search the entire building in the room and find him, but before he told them to proceed with caution in case there was a trap. It's over. Don't joke around, All Might. We've only just got started. Shigaraki told back. Justice, peace, it's all nothing but rubbish that you heroes spoke off. I will end this society, All Might. I just gathered my character and we're just about to get started. Kurogyri, get us out of here. Shigaraki ordered the mist villain to teleport them. But Kurogyri didn't respond to Shigaraki's order. His entire body is feeling numb all of a sudden and he was stunned while being restrained. And suddenly, a thin string started to come out from Kurogyri. Don't worry, he was only stunned for a while. Since this guy is the most troublesome. Ed Shot appeared from Kurogyri's neck metal brace. It's better for you to give up now. Hikishi Kenji, Seiko Atsuhiro, Iguchi Shuichi, Toga Himiko, Babaigawara Jin. We already know about your identity and there's nowhere else to escape. Gran Torino stated. There's nowhere for you to run. Now Shigaraki, where's your sensei that you talked about? All Might asked, remembering their conversation in USJ. DMN you All Might. Shigaraki cursed at him. Sir, we found the kid. He's harmed but he's still breathing. One of the officers came from the basement and placed Bakugo on the shoulder. From the looks alone, Bakugo is close to getting beaten inches from his life. His face is full of bruises and covered his body and arms. There are all kinds of cuts on his face and arms, showing signs of torture. Not only that, but the heroes could smell the pungent smell of gasoline coming from Bakugo, and knowing the nature of his quirk, it shows that he was more from being tortured. My God. Gran Torino groaned, smelling the strong scent of gasoline from Bakugo's clothes. Hey, we got an unknown one here, one of the officers pointed out toward the hooded figure on Kamui Woods' hold. The officer is trying to identify him before Gran Torino comes to a halt to stop him. Hold it, lad, that's the hero slayer the media have been talking about. Gran Torino warned him that 2 words were enough to distance them from the villain. Hero slayer, your reign of terror against this society is over. For the sake of a better future, surrender yourself right now. All Might informed, looking at the young man standing in front of him right now. The hero slayer starts to shake out in frustration, seeing the heroes have raided the place right now, not to mention that he hasn't done with his play with Bakugo and now the heroes and police are making their way to search the place. He starts trying to break free, using a combination of quirks between Death Arm's quirk and his strength enhancement to break free from the woods that are holding him. Kamui Woods, who's at the end of the holding, grabs his right arm that's holding to the league and starts to feel shaking, not from tired but from the pressure. Everyone, subdue him, the hero slayer. What's going on? Kamui Woods. The holding, he's trying to break free. Quickly. Then just in time, the hero slayer managed to break free from the holding and landed on the floor before he grabbed the cleaver from the bar counter and made a mad dash towards the officers. Look out, one of the officers warned as they dropped to the floor after avoiding the swing from the cleaver that was aiming down to their faces. But just in time, Gran Torino zooms in and kicks the cleaver down before it can slice up the officers and tries to knock him out just like what he did to Dabi. But the hero slayer put up a guard and blocked the blow and pushed him to the side. Stand down, Sonny. There's no way out for you. Gran Torino replied, getting ready to strike him down. It's over. When I said it's over. The hero slayer's arms then start to transform to a pitch black color skin and his muscle starts to grow exponentially. His arms are growing bulkier and changing in shape, 3 times bigger than they were before, using a combination of muscular's Quirk and Black Bull. What the? The hero slayer then swung his bulge arm around, knocking a few of the officers around in a savage manner as he squared off against All Might, who grabbed a hold of his fist and grabbed them. That's enough, young man. Surrender yourself. All Might warned him off, but then felt a jolt of electricity hitting his hands and screams in pain, feeling the electric shot running to his body, numbing him. During the outbreak, suddenly a black liquid began to spring all over the bar and multiple Nomu began to crawl from the portal made from the black liquid. What the? I thought Kurogiri was still out cold. Gran Torino asked. He's stunned, this is someone else's works, Edshot claimed. Kamui Woods, don't let them go no matter what. All Might yelled, and suddenly Bakugo was being swallowed by the liquid along with the rest of the league and even the hero slayer. Young Bakugo! All Might tried to grab a hold of him, but he was simply too late. As he was gone. No! All Might shouted at the top of his lungs when suddenly he heard multiple officers being blown back by the Nomu that coming from the portal. He looked to the side, seeing a glimpse of the hero slayer's face, who was wearing a mask to cover his identity, glaring at him. I would love to fight with you one day, but I have heroes to slay. Until next time, All Might.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.